Okay, we're gonna get started. Welcome to day 2 of our budget hearings, Board of Selectmen, February 28th. No. 27th, February 27th, 2024. Call the meeting to order, and Katie Flynn will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. First up, we have the Board of Education. No, this is, I'm sorry, where?
School transportation.
I have the wrong schedule.
Yep.
No, that's from yesterday. First up, we have private school bus transportation, Superintendent Mike Testani, and Courtney, are you? Thank you.
So we're proposing a budget for the private school transportation of $1.3 million. It's an increase of 2% over the previous year. And let me see if it changed the buses. I apologize, I'm just refreshing my memory. So we're modifying the number of runs that they're doing in our proposed budget, but not the number of buses. So that 2% is mainly attributable to rates, the increase in rates, contracted increases.
It's, in the budget book, it would be page 97. So this private school transportation is captured in the downside budget.
Yep.
And it's with contribution to other agencies. It's on page 97. Yes, that book. Yeah.
Yeah, apologize. So, yeah, you all have it in your budget.
Yeah.
And I do have a backup with some detail if you'd like. I'm not sure, Frank, did you include this summary in the book?
It's not in the book, but I can send it to everybody as supplemental backup.
Yeah, it's just got the detail for what tier buses we have, the cleaning, the late buses, fuel, et cetera, all the assumptions in the budget. This is similar to something we handed out last year.
For both for the school district and private, for everything?
For school district will be in the next round.
I wasn't sure if you consolidated.
Do you want me to pass this down, or should I not, because it's not in the public record?
We can, yeah, if you have copies.
I have copies, yeah.
And then we can put it in the public record.
Okay. I'm just going to come
Thank you.
And I also have just, that has a little bit more detail. So the way to read this is just, we show historically what the budget has been, the different colors, 21, 22, the budgeted, and then it says projected, but it should say actuals, 22, 23, and then 23, 24. So you can see it's grown a little bit over the years. Year over year, the change is 2% between the current year and next year's proposed. And that's mainly, it looks like we're keeping all of the runs the same, so 8 tier 1, 15 tier 2, and 2 tier 3. But the rates go up slightly, so as a result, there's a 2% increase proposed to the budget.
What are the rates, how are the rates determined?
So the contract, we're at year 4 of a 5-year contract this year. So next year is the last year of the current contract, and Mr. Papa George is going to be going out to bid.
Okay, so you're going out to bid for
the following
year.
Yeah, we'll start that early because it's a big contract.
And this is first student as well? Or?
This is the first student portion, yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have other transportation providers, but the non-publics are serviced by the first student. Yeah.
So just as a side note, how many students do we have in Fairfield that are in private? Not just the buses.
It's a good question, and we should know that, but
It's just a private.
Oh, it's about 800.
You wouldn't know the total enrollment, just, we'd be able to,
It's in our 10-year enrollment projections from like years ago, but.
I was just curious.
I can certainly get it for you, because, I mean, our transportation department knows it, because they
Right.
base this.
Cost is by run.
But that's just,
Students
that's,
say.
yeah, that's.
Buses, that wouldn't
Yeah,
be included.
well, the cost we pay by run, yes. Well, we pay by bus, and we increase the number of runs we're doing by bus, so we change the way that we've had to use longer running buses because of the shortage of drivers. Yeah. So this is just a portion of our transportation contract, and historically, we've charged it back to the town. The town has paid for the portion of non-public. We had conversations about putting it into the board side, and we're amenable to that in the past, but for now, it's still historically been with the town.
And this is a service that we're just providing to our residents. We are not required by state statute, correct?
Is that correct?
Federal.
Yeah, it's a statute that.
Private, for
We are
private?
required, it's not just a courtesy, yeah.
Because I think that there was some debate about that in years past, about whether or not this was something that we had to provide.
We are required to provide it, yeah.
So just want to, the way the math works, so you have a shortage of drivers, which creates savings ultimately, like, or is that made up for by the length of the trips? or-
Yeah, so it's interesting, like, we're not running at our ideal levels, and we didn't budget at our ideal levels, so our ideal would be higher, but we're budgeting at a lower amount. As a result, we're also modifying what would be ideal for the tiered buses, so tier 1, 2, and 3. We're utilizing longer hour running buses so that we can maximize the time that we have with the drivers. So this estimate is an estimate based on not an ideal situation, but what we can do with the current driver situation.
Do you know what the actual projection is for the year at this point? Oh, 21,
Well, I think that's the budget. Did I put the projection for the I know what the projection is for the public school runs, which is the bulk of the budget, but this is just the budgeted amount, the 1287. It's not necessarily the actuals. Yeah. The projected number.
how are you, and for the public school piece, you're coming in under, right?
This year, yes, correct.
Because of the shortage.
Correct.
So you're making, it's like cheaper because even though you're doing longer runs,
Yep.
you have less drivers. So it costs less, it's less convenient for the students, I guess, right? Or
Yeah. Yeah, less convenient for families, but we're still under the 1 hour runtime. Is it 1 hour? 1 hour. Yeah, we're still within the mandated limit of the length of time that students are on the bus. And we do our best, and our drivers are really doing an excellent job balancing it. But yes, we would prefer to have more funds than what we currently budgeted for on the public side.
can you get the projected, or can you get sort of the actual projected for this? I'm just wondering if this is going to be, if there's going to be excess left in this.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I didn't spend as much time on the non-public.
Sure,
so
yeah,
I'm
it would be
looking
a
at
similar,
we should.
probably a similar situation
Correct,
as.
yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen the decline in ridership due to the longer bus runs?
On the non-public side, or the?
Either, well, I mean, right now, I guess we're doing non-public. I don't know if you've tracked it.
Angeles, can you respond to that?
We do track it. I can pull those numbers for you, but I know the last time I looked, it was very similar to years past.
What would you say the average time is now for a bus run?
Just, we're staying under the 1 hour. It's probably.
What is it like, 55 minutes, or is it 40,
It's close.
Okay.
From the first stop to a school.
Do you know what the difference in the tiers? Sorry.
Any other?
What are the difference in the tiers?
So the tier 1 is a larger bus, tier 2 is medium, and tier 3 is smallest, or is it
The
down?
number of runs. So a tier 1 does an elementary school, a tier 2 does an elementary and a middle, and then a 3-tier bus does 3 runs, so an elementary, middle, and high school run.
They are slightly different.
And they're slightly different size. Based on the number of.
So, for like special education for private, where would those would be typically smaller buses, right?
Yes.
We don't really, those are on the public side, as they are outplaced, you're talking about out-of-district placement students?
Or like if we have a private school in Fairfield that that caters to special education, would there be, I mean, they would get transportation.
That's on the public side, so
Oh.
that would be the Southport School?
Right.
That would be.
So
That's on the public side, okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next is health and welfare.
So this is another one that the town handles that we send over. So we were proposing $146,617 for a mix of people that is relatively similar. So there's a coordinator, a .1 of a coordinator, .2 of a school psychologist, .2 of a school social worker, .6 of a teacher. The teacher provides consultation and evals for parentally placed non-public school students. And then new is about $23K in other professional services. So we need to do that because psych and SLP services are not able to be provided in-house because of the shortage, so we've got to contract out.
And in the town budget, it's page 249, similar to private school transportation. And there is the detail that Court he's looking at is on there.
Tell me again what the new position.
Sure, it's, everything else is the same except for professional services has increased. It's a new item for $23,000 and it's to account for the shortage in psych and SLP services, needing to contract out for those.
Sorry, can you give a brief description of this account and sort of what the range of services?
Sure. I should know more, and I don't, so I apologize. I can broadly speak that I've been asked for it every year, and it comes from the Special Education Department, and it's for services for students in the non-public schools or the private schools that we're mandated to provide. I'm not sure why it's only a .1 coordinator, .2 school psychologist, .2 social worker. I can get more information on that and more detail about what they do. The coordinator provides the administrative services like they would to the public students, to those students that are identified students in the non-public schools. And we're mandated to do the evaluations for these students as well, and do the consultations. So because it's a mandate for us for the students in the non-public, we provide the service and we charge back for it to the town historically. You get a grant to do that, I think, on the health and welfare side that reimburses this.
Are these employees of the school of FPS that split some of their time?
Yes.
Yeah,
So we have dedicated staff that go out to service students that are not in our schools, but are in the Catholic and private schools located in Fairfield that have IEPs. As you can imagine, Notre Dame, Fairfield Prep, they are not going to take kids usually with profound needs. So that's why there's a small number of those students that have maybe some learning disabilities so that we have to provide the services for. But for the most part, the kids that have either profound needs stay with us or will go to out-of-district placements that will not be reflected.
But these are the partial, the fraction FTE, does that mean they spend most of their time in the public school? Okay, yeah.
Correct.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay. So next we have Board of Education. Board of Ed Chair Jennifer Jacobson and Superintendent.
We have the capability of, if you want, you can put it up on the screen, the PowerPoint. If not, we have hard copy.
We do. Do you use your own computer or?
We could use our computer, we have a thumb drive either way.
Do you want the computer or want me to do it?
Probably best
Use your
at
computer.
doing what I went through.
Trust me, you don't want me.
Oh, thank you.
Just an update, Mike, from the book, or
Someone in the Board of Ed,
just the PowerPoint?
PowerPoint, yeah, PowerPoint.
Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, you don't need that. Find it. Okay.
I think it should work.
Great. Are we ready? Thank you. I appreciate the time today. Just want to first acknowledge the Board of Education for adopting the proposed budget at the January 25th, 2024 meeting. This budget reflects a continued commitment to excellence in education, but also addressing a fiscally responsive realities that face our district. This budget is totals $221,500,484, which is a net increase of 5.39% over the previous year's budget. The bulk of this increase is primarily due to fulfilling contractual obligations related to staffing, benefits, facility maintenance, and mandated special education services. All of that totals 4.54%, and for the special education, 0.45%. So roughly almost 5% of this budget is contractual obligations and special education services. So as you can see, from this small little narrative here that we were really careful in what we proposed as new to the budget for 24-25. We talked a lot about this last year during the budget process, that we had contract negotiations with the teachers union that were upcoming. Fairfield was significantly lagging behind in compensating our teachers. The Board of Education and the union negotiated a fiscally responsible, but also a financially nice increase in order to maintain and retain and attract quality teachers to the Fairfield Public Schools. As we know, that is critical to instructing students adequately, is having a teacher in the classroom that is highly trained and highly qualified. Again, 5.39%. I think it's a fair ask, given the fact that the majority of this is contractual obligations. We did have, and I'll just go over some of this framework for when we developed this budget, is structurally balanced, very strategic, try to limit increases as much as possible. And we've talked a lot about this, our return on investment, especially when it comes to creating programs that are within our school system to keep students in district, especially special education students. We know the detriment that causes not only to the budget, but also to the quality of education and social emotional learning to the students when we have to send them out of district. Just to give you a little bit of a comparison, we did have a slight increase to our per pupil expenditure as a result of our spending in the budget. But as you can see, we're somewhere in the middle when we compare ourselves to other districts in Fairfield County. I know a lot of people like to focus on the DERGs. It's not something that I particularly am fond of when we look at how we spend dollars. It doesn't matter whether you live in Fairfield, whether you live in Westport, or you live in New Haven. I think the cost of doing business and providing a high-quality education shouldn't be looked at as how much we spend per pupil. I think that we should invest as much dollars as we can in the future of our children, because that's going to impact us positively later on in the future of our town. As you can see, we are lagging behind Greenwich and Weston and Westport, but we're significantly, only slightly higher when we compare ourselves to Stanford, Norwalk. So I think we're increasing our per pupil expenditure at a nice rate. I do think that overall we could do a little bit better, but again, we are mindful of the impact this will have on the town budget and the taxpayers here. We did have some hurdles, as you can imagine, when we created the budget. Inflation is something that we're all dealing with, not only here in Fairfield, but across the nation. Contracted services, outplacement tuition, everything from papers to pencils cost more money. So that is a hurdle that we are cognizant of, and we're trying to combat. The contractual obligations, again, we want to stay competitive. I believe I told the story several times during the budget process, and you know, when we did a comparison prior to contract negotiations with the teachers, several years ago, I was made aware when I was trying to advocate at the state level for better teacher pay. One of the comparisons that I could not use was Fairfield, because Fairfield was not very competitive. So I think we've closed the gap slightly over the next 3 years, and I can say that in 3 years, I'll be in front of you again saying that we have a teacher's contract coming up and we're going to have to be competitive, because as we try to become more competitive, the other districts are also going to increase their salaries and invest in high-quality teaching staff, which they know is important to the success of the school district. And then the unfunded mandates. We hear that a lot, especially at the school level, at the public school level, but it is a reality that we need to face. We had changes again in mandated services for students that can stay through the end of the year they turn 22 years old. So in the last several years, we've seen where a student on their 21st birthday exited. During COVID, students were allowed to stay until their 22nd birthday, and now they can stay till the end of the year in which they turn 22. So this caused an increase of over $600,000 for this school year. We have accounted for that in this budget so that we don't incur that deficit next year. As you know, we've adopted a right to read legislation, and we've changed our ELA curriculum that will be rolling out in the fall, which also continues to be funded in this budget. Resources, professional development, curriculum writing is all something that we need to take care of, set aside funds in this budget to make sure that we can meet the needs as we prepare our teachers to roll out a high-quality English language arts curriculum. And then staffing. As we're all aware, more and more folks are coming into the town, moving into the town exactly for one reason, the school system. They know the services that we provide are high quality, and they seek that out when they look for a home. As Mr. Krasnoff can speak to as a real estate agent, people specifically come to Fairfield. They don't come for the nightlife. They come here for the quality of education that we provide. As a result of that, when increases in class size occur, we have to open new sections, which means hire more teachers. We're also seeing the state level and at the local level a higher number of students that are identified as special needs. We're at a little over 18% now of our student population, which causes us to increase programming and expand programming as we had to do this year after last year's budget was adopted, to open up another classroom at Jennings School to meet the needs of the students that were placed there. But again, there's a cost avoidance, there's a return on that investment. We do have to account for the ending of our ESSER, as everyone else is aware of. September 30th, we have to encumber all those funds. I think the Board of Ed did a really nice job in planning and preparation so that we're not facing a fiscal cliff as a result of the ending of the funding, as many districts are facing, as we hear at the state level during the legislative session. But that doesn't discount the fact that because those services are ending, we've now slowly placed all those services within the school budget. So those are some of the hurdles as we created and sat down to be cognizant of as we discussed the budget for 24-25. So just again, an overview, comply with state unfunded mandates, fund the teacher's contract, respond to the increased needs from our current enrollment, maintain our, I wouldn't say low class size, I think our class sizes could be lower, but I think we do a nice job in maintaining an adequate level and try to offset those with adjustments and enhancements to our in-house program, where this number could be significantly higher. I can probably imagine some of our neighboring towns are seeing asks well over 6%, some well over 8%. So I think we did a nice job in finding some offsets, reevaluating some of our programs, trying to be a little bit more efficient, but also more effective as well. We don't want to sacrifice the quality of programming just for savings of funds. You mentioned the hurdles. I think, again, we do have some strengths here. We have leveraged our in-district programming to better service our students. We have identified a multi-year technology facility and equipment upgrade cycle. We're in the middle of that. We started that last year, and I think that's been more helpful in predicting out what we need in order to replenish and replace our technology cycles, upgrade our facilities, maintain our facilities. Angeles and his department has done a really nice job in preventative maintenance to make sure that we keep our equipment running effectively and not waiting for things to break down in order to replace them and address those challenges. And again, a zero-based budgeting that identified opportunities to leverage existing resources across our schools. Small. So again, the major budget drivers here, as you can, staff salaries and benefits account for 3.84%. Benefits in total is 1.09%. We have a slight increase to transportation, a slight increase to maintenance, because as we know, things are getting more expensive as we try to replace things. Operations and utilities, we see a nice little drop. We're grateful for the rates that we're getting for utilities. We're hoping that continues. And again, special education services, the unfunded mandate, and a little increase, as you can imagine, the out-of-district tuitions. Those facilities are increasing their rates as they also face the challenges of increased costs. So again, there's not a lot of fat to the budget. It's a very lean budget, a very fiscally responsible budget. And it also addresses some of the needs for improvement that we're hoping for, especially at our middle schools. As you can see, that we'll come to that at a later point. We've added a little bit of money here into the district to add some teachers at our 6th grade level to better improve the transition year for instruction and support for our students at Fairfield Woods and Fairfield Ludlow Middle Schools. We've put a little bit of money in addition into training for our leadership team. And we've added a slight number of dollars to increase the level of security at both our comprehensive high schools, Fairfield Ward and Fairfield Ludlow. As you can see, there's a slight decrease in the technology equipment replacement from last year. I think that's, again, attributed to getting on a more predictable cycle of how we're addressing those needs. We're buying devices both at the 6th grade and 9th grade level so that we have more accountability in how we deploy those devices and who they're going to. Again, we talk a little bit about the teachers contract. $4 million of this is just in the teachers contract increase. And that's separate from the natural other obligations that were contractually mandated with staffing. We did increase last year our overall salaries to our paraprofessionals, which we've seen a great return on that investment. We've had less turnover this year, more consistency. And as everyone is aware, those folks usually work with our most vulnerable students, our students with special needs. So to have consistency in those services is critical to their success and their growth. So that increase that the board adopted last year, I think, is paying dividends immediately this year, which has also maintained a staffing level that's been consistent. So we haven't seen any savings in that area. So I think we're budgeting much more on target as well. And then we had some enrollment adjustments and some new staff that has increased the budget slightly. And we're anticipating the insurance number. We haven't gotten a final number yet. I know there's been some talk that this number could be lower, but until we receive official notification, we're going to continue to ask for the dollars that we budgeted for on insurance, just until we can get confirmation in writing that may be slightly less, because I know there's been some talk about that. And again, a slight increase to special education. I know prior to my arrival, the prior year, the board and the town committed more funding to special education and related services, which seems to be working out extremely nicely. We're not seeing major gaps in how much we're spending on students with special needs. I think that's always a challenge. It's a moving target. You don't know if a child moves into the district that has some profound needs that could be extremely expensive. We also, again, continue to see, not just here in Fairfield, but across the state, an increased number of students that have special needs and require special services. So we have to be cognizant that those numbers could increase, but I think our Department of Specialized Instruction has really done a nice job in creating programs that are robust and that meet the needs of the kids right here in Fairfield, rather than have to send them out to other placements that cost significantly higher and have, I think, a social emotional negative impact on those children when they have to go away from their community and away from their friends and family. Let's stop for a quick second, because I know we're kind of been rehashing some of the same key points, and if there's any questions that you may have, I'm happy to.
For me, I'm sure others, on the budget drivers, the page with teacher's contract, 4 million, non-certified contract, 1.5 million. So the 1.7 million, that's not all of the increase in FTE, right? Because the increase in FTE was like 37 or something.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
part of it was internally funded, so the FTE increase, the number is reflective of where the FTE reside, but the dollars were there. So in other words, the 1.7 is the total of the ask for the current year of about 12 staff, which includes 2 for increased elementary enrollment, the 4 for the middle school, the 3 for security that Mr. Tassani mentioned. So it includes that piece, and it includes what we call enrollment adjustments, which were increases for elementary related to class size, an increase to the
CLC.
The CLC, the special education K to director. So all of those pieces are in that 1.7 as well. So there's 3 elements that drive the increase to the personnel services. 2 are contractual obligations. 1 we've separated out, teacher contractual, and then all other contractual. So that's the second number, which is the 1.4. And the enrollment and current year adjustment of 1.7 million includes all of those pieces. So when you look at that page that has the headcount increases, it includes all of those components.
I'm not sure I could understand 100%, but is this budget to budget or current actual to budget?
This is budget to budget.
So from last year's budget to this year's budget, the increase of FTE of something that was like, I forget, like 38 or something like that. Most of that, how is that funded? I mean, that can't be 1.7 million. So you're saying some of those positions were in the budget last year without an FTE?
Correct.
Because they were funded by grants? Or?
Well, there's a few things. So 3 or 4 of them were SLP, so the speech language pathologists, just like the paraeducators, if folks will remember from last year. If we're not able to find them on the in-house, we've got to shift money to the contract. So because we're mandated to provide the services and it's been challenging to find. So for example, the SLPs, significant amount of money was budgeted on the contract side.
Okay.
So the money's in the budget, but this year we're saying we think we can hire them. So we needed to increase the FTE. We've transferred the money, so budget to budget, that's not an increase, but it is an increase in FTE.
Okay.
Similarly with the paraeducators, there's an increase of 7 roughly FTE. But that's a unique result of the memorandum of understanding where we increased the salaries. So we didn't want to have a negative impact to the overall staffing needs, whether it was grant or Board of Ed. And so if we hadn't funded those on the Board of Ed side, we would have had to cut the staffing because there was no money on the grants. So we funded them at that time. So year over year, we funded that 2 years ago. So year over year, it's not a net increase. We're just right sizing the FTE. Because if you had $100 on the grant, but now it's going to cost you $120, you can afford less FTE. But we funded that $20 on the board side. So we're just shifting that FTE to where they are.
The paraprofessionals were in the grant?
There are paraprofessionals in grants, yes. There's a lot in the IDE grant. There's
I'm thinking of
and there's a few in the title grant as well.
I was thinking of the ARPA.
Yeah, 6.1. There's like 50.
Got it.
We did make some adjustments this year. We moved some of the staffing that was in the Title I grant out and put them in the operating budget to make sure that these do not get impacted if the Title I grant's ever reduced. And we put other things into the grant that, God forbid, the Title I grant does get reduced, that we could conceivably have to adjust, we can.
So that would increase your FTE, but not your dollars.
Right.
Yeah, because, right.
I think that was one of the things that when we were at the board level, probably didn't get explained as clearly. So it looked like there was a huge number of FTE, but if that was actually an increase in FTE, not in, the dollar amount would have been a lot higher, as you said, because on average, even if it's just a paraprofessional, salary and benefits at, say, $60,000, if there was 35 people, right? I mean, but some of these folks are teachers that drive it up, so you would have seen a lot higher of an increase. And you didn't, because we just shifted it around.
And we,
Would it be possible to depict this in a chart, sort of the FTE and where the funding, how the funding for that?
yeah, we have
Position.
it with the FTEs, but not the dollars. So on page 161 of your book, you've got the head count. I think you're familiar because we went over.
Yeah, which is.
And we can add the dollars to that too.
Yeah, and where the dollars came from the, from contractual relationships that were not FTE, right? So that would sort of explain, because that I didn't really fully understand. You said that for a couple people when we met, but I didn't realize it was most of them.
Yeah, so I did add a little chart as a result of that to, I think it's 161, am I saying the wrong page? Okay, no, I said the wrong page number. It's on page 158.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Wait, 150?
Yeah. 158, yeah. And so I just added a chart on the bottom, so the four grant reductions / transfers, and then the 6.6, which is, I was referring to the 7 para-educators, so that's about 11 of them, and then the others were costs, except for the offset for the legal, and the net of the legal communications and other, so the net reductions.
Page 160 has the grants.
And page 160 has the grant detail with just FTEs, so happy to be one screen with dollars. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it would be useful to see, like, what's the current year cost of our FTE, and then where that money came from. So some of it is new, and some of it is, reallocation from prior year, right?
Yes,
So.
correct. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Well, I do, but I'm going to wait to the end.
Okay.
Any questions?
No,
Wait
it's
till the
okay.
end of the-
His presentation, he's in the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we'll just continue. So, some of the increases that we've done in this current budget, we're converting, our music coordinator, who is currently a teacher on special assignment role, into an administrative role, so we can get a little more oversight. That's a minor cost of a little over $31,000 roughly. That could be less depending on how much the coordinator now is making, and if that coordinator becomes the administrator, there could be a less of an increase rather than somebody coming from the outside and that person going back into a classroom. That'll all be determined once the budget is finalized and we can post and hire. We have some budget demands because of change again in legislation with kindergarten start age. So our early childhood center classes will be expanded. We're adding classrooms at Holland Hill and Stratfield in order to meet the needs of those students that are born between September 1st and December 31st that parents do not need to now or may not need to send to, and chosen to keep them in preschool rather than send them to kindergarten. Again, another unfunded mandate, and we're not sure what that's going to look like, again, at the end of this legislative session, but because of those students, we want to offer those 4+ kids, as we kind of term them, a full-day program, since they would have been in a full-day kindergarten. Keeping them another year and a half-day program, I think would do a disservice to their growth and development. So we have some demands there, so that's going to add not only some teachers, but also some paraprofessionals, and maybe an increase in support staff, speech and language, OT, PT, school psychology as well. And as I mentioned, at Fairfield Ludlow and Fairfield Woods Middle School, we want to restore the grade 6 teams. Right now, we currently have partial teams. It's a transition year from kids going from elementary to middle, so it's critical that we can provide them, I think, in all 6th graders across the district with the same experience, the same support, and the same teaching and learning. So that adds 4 FTE, 2 at Roger Ludlow Middle, 2 at Fairfield Woods. We estimated that at about $375,000, depending on, if we have brand new teachers, it could be slightly less. In the hopes of hiring more veteran teachers, I think we've budgeted conservatively there. We continue to invest in our American Sign Language program. It's become a very popular class at the high school. So we're adding a teacher to meet the needs and the demands of the students at our high schools that wish to take American Sign Language. We're converting one security staff that's contracted up at Walter Fitz to an in-house person, mainly because of the lack of consistency through the contracted provider. As we're all aware, the students at Walter Fitzgerald need consistency, they need support, and having different people in and out just has become a little chaotic. So we'd rather have an in-house security staff member there, and we've added in the proposed budget an additional security guard at the request of the high school principals at both Ludlow and Ward. Just an extra set of eyes around the building, another trusted adult that hopefully students, when they are having issues, can report things to and feel comfortable that those folks will help resolve any issues they may be having. Professional development is obviously something that we regard highly in the district to make sure our school leaders and our educators have the most updated training, provide services and teaching and learning to our staff and to our students. And we did have some targeted support, and we invested in a program to help with SEL. This was through a committee of folks at the school level, and we landed on this. We're in year 2 of a 2-year contract this year coming up with This World. I think everyone in the room is well aware of our buildings and infrastructure needs. I think that's a high priority here in the district and in the town. This encompasses a number of things, from a new scoreboard, as we saw at Fairfield Ludlow High School. Maintaining our indoor air quality is a commitment not only from the board, but from the town. And then we continue to look at security upgrades and other things at our high schools and elementary and middle schools. In this proposed budget, we're looking at some dugouts and backstops at Fairfield Ward High School. If you've ever been over there, we have a state championship winning program, and we have a subpar facility, I would say, to meet those needs of that athletic program. So we're looking to improve those facilities in the coming budgets. Again, quality of education, as I mentioned, as we began the presentation, people come to Fairfield because of the quality of education for their children. We want to continue to meet the needs of our students and continue with our ELA curriculum rollout in the fall. We want to maintain a reasonable class size, if not a lower class size, and hopefully as we move forward into the future, we can take a look at that as a board and also as a town to lower those numbers so that we can be more effective in how we meet the needs, the ever-changing needs of our students, and keeping up quality instruction. We need materials and technology replacement. We have some targeted offsets in the budget as well. Then I mentioned the technology, school-based equipment, and facility-related maintenance project. Our facilities department did a great job last year in end-of-the-year spend-out and trying to get ahead of some projects, preventative maintenance across the district, things like paving and such. And what does that mean? That means that we have a lower ask this year. Maintain a fiscally responsible budget ask for 24-25. And again, we keep reassessing and reevaluating our programs at all our schools in conjunction with our leadership team at central office and at the building level to make sure that things that were invested in years ago are still producing the outcomes that they had hoped, and if not, we're moving on and looking at other measures to provide those services. And as you can see, we did some advanced purchases for our reading materials, some science equipment. We avoided multiple purchases for instructional software, some things that we saw that were providing duplicate services, and reduction in our copier usage with a print management system that was implemented last school year. If you're not familiar with this slide here, this really just gives us a picture of how we invest in our students with special needs and what that investment produces in terms of cost avoidance if we had to produce, if it was even possible, find placements for all these students outside of Fairfield. We estimate, and I think this is a pretty conservative estimate, that we would save a little over $16 million. I think that number would be closer to $20 to $25 million if we had to find placements for all these children, if we even could. And that doesn't, again, put a price tag on the social emotional pull this would take on those children and their families here within our Fairfield community. We talk about enrollment projections and staffing. I think there's been some discussion that, well, you may see a slight decline in enrollment. We talked about this last year through the budget process, and I'll just reiterate again. It's not about just an overall number, it's about the location of those students. And so we could see a projected enrollment reduction, say at the elementary level, of 200 kids. But when you spread those out over kindergarten through fifth grade classes at 11 schools, that may have a net increase based on where they're located to the budget, because we may have to open up more sections in a given school. So I think that's important to know, as well as when you start looking at the more comprehensive and larger schools, the middle and high schools, a decrease in enrollment of 100 to 200 kids at a particular high school will not impact staffing whatsoever. When you spread that out over the number of sections of classes that we offer, it doesn't give you any real savings that people might think. But I also think that some of these projections are off. We continue to see more and more kids entering the district. Even as of yesterday, registrations continue. We see that at central office for students that are coming from out of state and out of the country and want to relocate here into Fairfield. So I think we're going to start to see the uptick sooner than later in our projected enrollment, and I think we need to be prepared for that as we move forward. Well, and that's the other thing. This doesn't include pre-K, and I think that's going to be a big driver when we start to see the number of students that will hang back for the extra year. And I think that there's been a large number of births that have not been accounted for, because we see a lot of people coming to register and there's a little one with them. So I think as we see these kids registering for kindergarten with a younger sibling, again, they have not been accounted for because they're not coming from within Fairfield, they're coming from outside the town line. So I think we need to be understanding that these numbers are going to continue to grow. And especially at our primary grades, we don't want to see those numbers grow too largely. We need to keep those class enrollment sizes down so that they can get the attention they need and the instruction they need to get off to a good start in their educational career. I think Courtney kind of referred you to the chart that was in the budget book, but this is another chart that kind of gives you a comprehensive look at the staffing changes for 24-25. Some of them are currently in play in the current school year and are just being asked to be budgeted for next year. Some of them, again, came out of different funding sources that we're able to fund or contracted services. And then the increases that we discussed regarding security, regarding the anticipated need the increase to American Sign Language, and the middle school teams being restored at Fairfield Ludlow and Fairfield Woods. And again, I want to add an end here on some positive notes here, because I think it's important for us to understand that when we look at per pupil expenditure, we look at cost avoidance, we look at all these financial numbers, we also have to understand the why. Why do we do this? We do this for our community, we do this for our students. And the investment in our students pays dividends 100 times over when you look at the accomplishments of our students across the district. We had 265 students earn the seal of biliteracy last year. 83 of our music students selected for Western Regional Festival. We had 2 schools of distinction honored. We had 3 national merit semifinalists. We have a grade A rating niche. We have 135 AP scholars, 75 with honors, 119 with distinction, and 83% of our AP test takers earned a score of 3+. So I think these are just some of the celebrations that we can continue to see where our money goes. We have rigorous college prep courses across our district at all our high schools. Over 91% of our students go to post-secondary educational opportunities. We have early college experiences through UConn, Sacred Heart, Norwalk Community College, University of Bridgeport, and Quinnipiac University. And these partnerships continue to grow as more and more students take advantage of our early college experience. At the high school level, we had of our 2023 graduates accepted to over 145 colleges and universities, many of these Tier 1 universities. We have our music programs and our arts programs that are robust, that are producing extremely talented works of art across our town, and kids that are representing us across the region in shows and in programs. And of course, our athletic programs, as we mentioned, are highly competitive in a highly competitive league, the FCAC, the state championships in many of our sports. And when it comes to sports, we offer a number of opportunities. And as a result, our kids we have over 2,500 students that played high school athletics within the town. That's a huge number of kids that participate. We had 46 kids sign on National College Signing Day to go play at the next level. We had 8 FCAC championships in probably the toughest league in the state. We had 8 division championships, 122 scholar athletes, all FCAC, 4 state championship teams, 57 student athletes that were all state recipients. We are awesome, as our board chair would say. Again, the artwork is displayed throughout Town Hall, throughout many of our town buildings, as well as our schools and central office. We have a number of opportunities for our children to succeed in the arts and in music. I'm not going to go through every one of them again, but as you're all well aware, if you go to our town concerts, our Christmas and winter festivals, the Memorial Day Parade, you just see our talented students on display time and time again. And then again, if we don't adopt the budget, some of the folks will ask, well, what happens if we don't adopt the budget? Well, we could see an increase in class sizes due to staff cuts. We could see further reductions to some of our technology replacement if we have to go that route. There could be additional reductions in training and staff development and curriculum writing that we know is important as we continue to update our curriculum and provide better instruction within the classroom. And then who knows what other unfunded mandates could come down from the state level during this budget session that would impact us moving forward. I think some of those unknowns we need to be prepared for because it seems more and more are coming each and every legislative session as lawmakers try to add more onto the plates of school districts across the state, but provide less in order to do those things. Thank you.
You know, I love that you're, all the highlighting things you're talking about, but you know what I kind of always, I've noticed over the last few years that we don't talk about what supports we offer to students who are not going to college or the arts. Like, what are we doing for the trade kids? I remember when I was on the Board of Ed, they started phasing out the whole work-study program and those kinds of things for kids who aren't necessarily going to go to college. And, you know, as somebody who's married to somebody who's into trades, we can't find anybody to work. And there's just no one involving themselves anymore in electrical work, plumbing work, HVAC work. And my husband likes to tease he's going to be making more than lawyers because he's got a very unique skill that nobody wants to do. What are we doing to like
So we do
help
have,
those kids?
yeah, we do have a lot of programming at our high schools in the industrial arts or the unified arts, or however you want to term it. But we have had some robust conversations that have come out of our high schools in creating other pathways. You know, one of the most encouraging things, and unfortunately because of talent that former Commissioner Miguel Cardona, who now is Secretary of Education, we talked a lot about during his short tenure about the college or bust mentality, and I know he's bringing that to the national level as well, that we need to prepare all our students for post-secondary careers. I think we're starting to see more and more of our folks at our high schools recognize the fact that we have some really talented kids that either may not be ready or just financially can't go to college immediately after high school. And the opportunities that we can provide them in the meantime, whether it's, you know, filling a skilled labor job, and we know the skilled labor market is growing fast across the country. As you mentioned, plumbers, electricians, as we add more and more HVAC to buildings across our state and our town, we need folks that can be able to service those. I know, you know, Angeles and I had this discussion several weeks ago. We were looking for an HVAC technician to join our staff. It was almost impossible to find someone, simply because we couldn't meet the compensation package that they could make out in the open market. So our high school principals and I have had some discussions about how we can create some pathways for kids and what that would look like, and explore some other schools across the state that may have some established pathways already developed, and if we can incorporate them into our schools and what that will look like. If that will have a financial impact in future budgets, I think we probably would have to invest a little bit more money. But we do have some programs. I know the auto program and some of those programs at our high schools are thriving. They don't always get the recognition. Wood shop programs, our culinary programs, our business programs are really thriving at the high schools.
Then are there regional schools, technical schools that our students take advantage of?
Some do take advantage of going to Blurt Havens or Platt Tech for those types of programs.
How does that work?
They can do that partial
They would
day.
have,
Tuition.
they would have to.
No, but how does it work within our curriculum? I'm just wondering, like, what else do we offer in our industrial arts program?
Well, we touch the surface. Do we get deep into where there's an apprentice program and things of that nature? Not as of yet, no. It's something that we have discussed and we would like to explore.
Like, we have an apprentice working for us. He's a board student, but he goes to Platt Tech too. So how does that work? Like this, do they take some classes at school and then they're allowed to go to?
Usually the Platt Tech, he may be doing that after hours because Platt Tech and Bullard Havens are full-day programs. So kids apply coming out of middle school and are accepted into those programs, but there's limited seating. And, for some, it's quite a travel to get to Milford or.
But do they still have the requirements at our high school? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, they have to meet the minimum state graduation requirements, but then
They are a student of that school, they
Right.
have the same graduation requirements.
Two schools.
No, one school, they're enrolled at. either-
Whatever magnet program someone goes to, whether it's a tech
Okay,
or.
so they're getting their credit
Yes.
at the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
if they're full-time there.
I understand.
We have part-time and full-time.
But the problem is those programs have limited space and a lot of competition for those.
And they're expensive, or,
Well,
We have to pay tuition.
we pay tuition.
we pay the tuition.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
But,
I didn't know that.
yeah, but the issue becomes space, right? And not only space in the school, but in the program. So if you want to go there specifically for electrical, they only have so many seats for kids that are going to take electrical. So they may steer you then to another trade that you may not have an interest in, so you don't stay.
And then from a planning process, you're talking about the actual content. Starting in sixth grade, every student goes through a beginning student success plan that goes into high school. There's a comprehensive post-secondary education planning process that begins early on and really picks up in the beginning of junior year. So whether that's 4-year college or 2-year college or the military or into a tech program, so that's all part of the conversation with their counselor. So there's plenty of time to talk about those choices and options available to everyone, and part of the entire process every year is to make sure that everyone knows about the other opportunities during school or what the opportunities are going forward. So, as well as the programming and tech items that we offer in terms of those programs, there's also a comprehensive planning process around that.
That's good. It's good to hear. Thank you.
Can I, do you want to start? I was going to ask, I don't think we looked at the very last page of the packet, which is the average outplacement. Yeah, the detailed. And it just, the immediate question came to mind was, would it be an objective, or how much of this page would it be an objective to be able to do within the school system? And, or is this, or like, do the parents who are out, who are,
134 for next year that are estimated to be outplaced across these buckets, correct?
and the reason for those,
Comparison if they were out.
But overall, there's 134, yeah, but this is just a subset. And there.
are there some parents who just refuse to, if you were to create opportunities to not outplace students who are being outplaced, would the parents want to be in the FBS system, or do they demand? I mean, because I remember there was a period of time where, there were a fair number of, there was a lot of pressure to be outplaced, and is that still, the way you described it is sort of the opposite, that people would prefer to be, have their kids in the system?
I no doubt would think that parents would prefer to be in district. I think the kids that we do have outplaced, it would be very difficult to provide in-house programming because they either have extremely profound needs that we have been deemed unable to meet, but I also think that there's small buckets. So there may be one child that we can't create a program for just one child, but that child then can go to a program where other children that have similar needs somewhere else can provide them all with what they need to be successful.
So are you striving to increase the services to capture more?
Yes, oh, absolutely.
That's what we've been doing.
Right, so.
And spending more money to do so, obviously, right?
Right, so I'm curious, so really, was it, how many students are outplaced? You said one?
Well, in this upcoming budget, it's estimated at 134. I don't know exactly where we are this year, but it's higher for this year's budget.
Has that changed, that number, since you first built the budget? Has anybody been outplaced for your
No,
estimate?
so that's a good question. It included on the Horizon group.
Okay.
So where they were at that point in time hasn't changed. So they had, some have come to fruition, meaning needing outplacement, and then there's still a minor projected number. So we always have folks come in and folks leave. They project the come in and the leave. And at that point in time, they had projection for additional that were on their radar for in the process. Yeah. So the short answer is yes, it does account for that. The number hasn't changed much.
Well, because we've had years where we just get hit with a number of unplanned outplacements the second half of the year.
It's very volatile.
And it is, and as we're going through, parents are going through PPT process right now, I can see things changing and just wonder, appreciating that you built this budget back November, December, that you might have new information on that front. And also, Mr. Gerber, I think that, and Mr. Testani, Ms. Jacobson, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of outplacement, what the district has seen over, I would probably say the last 5 to 10 years, an increased number of students who are identified needing outplacement for mental health and social and emotional needs and are being identified as needing these services going into high school, middle school, where in years past, very often children were not identified later on in their school years. You try to provide that programming in-house, but as the superintendent mentioned, we can't provide that level of service, the specificity for some of those needs.
So I don't know if this is possible, but if you were to look at the 134 students, is there a plan or goal of what if you could build the services in-house that you want to in your plan, in your long-term plan, how many of those students do you think we could actually keep in-house, and how many would still, are there, clearly I hear there's certain students that will always need, the attention from a specialized facility,
I think, Jacobson mentioned, first we need the space to do so. I think that is one of the biggest challenges would be, where are we going to put them? We're hemorrhaging space, and a lot of these children then would require specialized programs that would need specialized space. It's not just a classroom per se. So, and then with that, I think Smitali just touched upon it, they would also need specialized services that we may not necessarily be able to provide with the staffing model that we have. So to have extremely intense, behavioral, so someone who needs a therapist, that's out of the realm and the scope of a school social worker or a school psychologist. Somebody who needs psychiatric care. Some of these students are at outplacements that are residential, so that means they're there 24/7. I don't know, those are the type of children that the outplacements are more appropriate for. I think what we do currently with the students that we keep in district, we do really well. And I think until we could build a program that we can do this at the same level of service, the outplacements are gonna always exist.
They're so
So
varied.
we're going down, right?
Yeah.
But we also have a lot of needs just for our gen ed population right now as well. So
For your what
for the
population?
gen ed population. So just everyone, and you know
Sure.
what I'm saying? So, I mean, what you're suggesting, I think would be an exorbitant cost, and require space. And I don't know, I mean, it's an exercise, I guess. But 52 of these are unilateral placements, so just wipe those off to begin with, because those are placed by parents. Right, so now you're down to 84, 82.
So you said 56?
52 for next year. So now we're down to 82. I don't know if for $9 million in projected tuition, we could accomplish what you're suggesting.
Oh, I'm not suggesting, I was asking.
Right, yeah. Or inquiring about it.
No, and the reason I'm asking is because years ago, there was this idea that we were going to build it all. I remember, some board,
I don't know if we could ever said we were gonna build it
not all, but we were going to try to build capacity that maybe other, towns would then want to utilize or.
So can I say, one of the reasons you're not seeing a big increase in the projected number of outplacements is partially because of the
Yes.
CLC expansion that happened last year, which impacts the overall number of the headcount internally, but it's technically a cost avoidance. But if you remember, our prevalence rate is 19%, so that's not 100 and some odd children. So there are a lot of kids that are getting services in district, and it's the executive director of pupil services always his goal is Mr. Desai's goal to keep the kids in-house where they can through the PBT process. So we do have SLPs, we have tutors, we have a lot of services in district that are keeping kids here. But our identification rate is 19%, so that's a much higher number than the 134 that are outplaced. Yeah,
Really
yeah.
the 82.
Well, the 82, because the unilateral placement, so, and then some of the 82, if there's severe medical fragility, we just couldn't accommodate.
So in order to, and also two newer things, like to demonstrate the continuing evolution of the programming. Two very new are the TLC at Riverfield, which is the Therapeutic Learning Center. So that is more of a behavioral. So there's one classroom there. And then also we have 3 early literacy academies. Academy at McKinley Elementary School that is also in its 3rd year of existence with us, and that is to address those with reading challenges that normally before we created the Early Literacy Academy would likely have gone to outplacement. So continuing to build, to your point, we are continuing to add options in-house where we can do a good job in servicing those kids and negotiating that through the PPT process. I just think there has to be an understanding that there's always going to be kids that need such a high level of care that we probably would not be able to do that. I mean, not that we can't discuss it or, but we're decreasing is my
That's not the
point
plan.
significantly.
Yeah, so.
We're decreasing significantly here from prior years. And I think that's a testament to the work that district has done, and Mr. Mancusi, who's not with us here today, and all the staff, that we're really trying to bring in that expertise in order to continue to add things as we can, to your point.
I have an unrelated question. Should I ask it, or do you want to? On the college experience, can you explain how that works, the early college experience? Are those online?
No, those are taught in our schools. They are instructors that are approved and meet a criteria with the college or university. They teach the syllabus, and kids earn college credits. So they leave high school with a number of college credits that they can, in most cases, use at any of the colleges or universities they attend.
Like if you take Lifespan Human Development, you get a UConn credit for that because it's a UConn course.
They're taught by FPS teachers.
Correct, that meet a criteria with the specific university. So UConn
That's one example.
is and they're very specific on who can teach the course, as some of the other colleges have a little bit more leeway on who they allow to teach the course.
There is a bill.
And we do pay for that, correct?
Any questions?
I do, but, I want to think that we need to just, the first selectman is suggesting a $1.5 million reduction to the ed budget, so.
You may explain that, or?
Well, sure.
Yeah, so we were sort of told early on, Mr. Testani and I discussed this as with Board of Ed Chair Jen Jacobson, not Jen Carpenter. We were told to look for a health state partnership program, health care cost increase of 2 to 7%. And this budget includes 7%, so the upper end of the range. And on multiple discussions with people in the state controller's office, they're saying it's going to be the lower end of that range. So that's really most of this amount. So I guess we should be hearing any day the absolute number, but this is information as of late last week.
So what did you cut it down to? What percentage did you use for your reduction?
We cut it down to 3, and that leaves a few $100,000 that you're.
You used 3 as your baseline.
Yeah.
Actually, following up on that, so I know the budget, it's pretty tight, even with the increase of teachers. I think you did a great job, the Board of Ed and the superintendent. Because I thought it was going to be a lot harder. But that is concerning, because I know I dealt with this insurance thing. We pretty much got skewered for even touching it one time with the Board of Ed budget. So I'm surprised we're not getting hundreds of emails like I used to get. But at any rate, how does this impact you, though? How does this, what is this, are you going, when do you expect more info on your end here?
We don't know. If the first selectman's saying any day, we're anticipating maybe in a month or so. Usually around April-ish, we'll get a number.
So how do we handle it if it's not? What's the contingency plan if you hear that it's not what you think it is? What do you what happens?
Well, I'm expecting to hear the next week, which is what I was told, so,
Before Monday's vote?
no, probably not, maybe, I don't know. But if that doesn't come through, you're gonna have to make the case to the Board of Finance.
So can I just understand how much, you said it's a few $100,000. Can you be more specific? You've cut 1.5, how much are you attributing to the reduction in the health insurance and how much does that gap?
I was attributing 1.2 to health insurance, and 300,000 was in general.
Just the general.
Well, it was basically, I'm looking at FTE increase, that is pretty enormous. And, you know, from my perspective, all valid, all worthy, but that would be the type of thing that I would have phased in over a couple of years. I think there were a lot of FTE, a lot of that was done in a single year that could be spread out. So there are a number of positions in there that they are worthy, you know, but I think from my perspective, you know, when you have a salary increase line of 4.4% compensation increase, and then adding that FTE, it would be responsible to spread that out over a couple of years, the FTE piece of it. So there are.
They cut back on their FTEs if we can't make this, if this insurance thing doesn't work out?
Yeah, I would say they'll have to find, well, if the insurance thing doesn't work out, I'd be surprised, but I think, yeah.
Well, it was a challenge in the past, in that we were being told we'd come in at, I don't remember what it was, like 8%. It was about 2 years ago. And at the end of the day, it was much higher than that. So I'd just be a little bit concerned until we have the number. And I would just also say that it is a really tight budget with that in mind. So the changes that we were able to make in the budget were made possible because there are things that were really tightened up. And so it would be really challenging in this particular budget to find additional monies if that weren't to come to fruition. Just being really frank, like the reductions that we did to technology were partially because we're able to do really careful multi-year planning. When we have a multi-year plan, we're able to use some of the spend out at year end. The tighter and tighter you get your budget, the more challenging that is. So on the technology replacement, but it's also equipment replacement across the schools. We've adjusted and reduced. We've reduced the attrition assumption. You know, some places where we had a little bit of room if things didn't come correct, you know, or as we predicted and projected, we've really kind of tightened that. Not to say that, you know, I just don't see where we'd go for the additional 300K.
It would be difficult. I mean, you couldn't phase in the middle school team. Can't phase that in. It's either we put 2 teachers at both schools or not. And I think that's really important thing that we committed to this year. And I think we'd like to maintain that commitment. Could we manage possibly without the additional security guard at each of the high schools? I guess. That's not going to get us there anyway. So there would be probably a reduction in some staffing. I don't know what current staffing that we currently have, but we'd have to take a look.
We also have a pretty aggressive assumption on the transportation, and the board, you know, made some adjustments to our curriculum budget. So
And the
transportation, and then also added in some aggressive assumptions about the revenue for the 4-year-old, the expansion of the CLC class. I mean, the
I wouldn't say
pre-K
aggressive.
classroom. Well, okay.
It was provided to me, the number.
Well, sometimes we wait for a year. It was an appropriate number.
Thank you.
Ms. Jacobson, the number, but just, you never know how it's going to come about. So it was an assumption for what the mix of children will be, whether they're paid, unpaid, and taking advantage of the full day, paid or reduced or unpaid students. We won't know until they show up at our doors, so, for those reasons, yeah.
What are you looking at? How much would the impact be? Because I know you're right, it was much higher than we had thought it was gonna be a couple of years ago. So what are you looking at, like 300,000, 400,000?
For preschool tuition?
No, for if this thing doesn't pan out. what
Each
are you-
percentage is about 300 grand.
Right.
Each percentage point,
So
so
$1.5 million, or is it 300,000? What is it?
So the if we had a 3%, if they came in at 3%, that would be about 1 point.
And 3%, from what I'm hearing, is the high end of the range.
3% would be what, Courtney?
1.2, yeah.
Oh, 1.2.
approximately.
$1.2 million that you'd have to
Of
recover?
savings, yeah, that we'd have to recover, so
If it doesn't come in at 3,
if it comes in at 7
if
instead.
it comes in at 7, then we're,
Then we're covered.
no, we're not.
Well, not with the cut, not with the cut.
If I could I'll just comment on the process, because it just came up. So, we have this meeting, and then, of course, it'll go to the Board of Finance. And, if, say, this 1.5 million isn't restored on this round, and then as we get more information, then we make adjustments at the Board of Finance, if the health insurance numbers come in differently. So just from a budgeting perspective, if there's a reasonable assumption that it could be lower, then, you can carry that in an assumption. And then when the Board of Finance receives its information, then we can reevaluate. It is a process that goes through May, and so
Can I just ask
just
a
wanted to
follow-up?
speak to that.
Can I ask a
Sure,
follow-up,
yeah.
if I may? So when you got, and just, I don't know if it's through you, Mr. Gerber, or, when you got this preliminary information, why hasn't that been sent out yet then?
I can't tell you, I was told it was going to be sent out as early as next week.
I'm sure a lot of communities are in the same boat right now, right? Like trying to
Sure.
address this issue. If they're telling first select people or mayors that it's gonna be at 3% or whatever it is, I don't know why the CBO officers wouldn't have that information at this time. That would
Finalizing.
be
Who said they were gonna get?
unfortunate.
Who said?
Scanlon?
Huh?
Was it
Comptroller?
was it
People who work in the controller's office. So that's the current,
thinking,
pretty good.
thought?
So the thing is, I mean, in the past, as the first select woman knows, you make a cut that doesn't look, that the Board of Finance is not, happy with. This is a pretty solid assumption that if it doesn't turn out, the Board of Finance can restore that amount. So, but I feel, anything can happen, but I think it's high probability. So I feel comfortable asking for it, but I also feel comfortable saying, if it doesn't turn out, I would recommend that they reverse it. I also, looking at the FTE increase and the FTEs that have already been put in that weren't budgeted for, in some sense, it feels like the prior year's budget, there must have been some room in there to make those moves with hiring FTE, and which that's not within my purview. But if I see sort of the fact that there was room to do that last year, and we always feel our budgets are tight at the beginning of the year, but there was clearly room to hire a significant number of FTE last year.
You mean this year?
This year?
Sorry, I'm
That
confused.
we're not,
This
this
year.
year, this year from last year's budget, that sort of is part of my thinking as well, is that maybe there's always cushions that are budgeted for that,
So we have a $2 million gap this year that we're phrasing on some of the pieces, not phrasing, but pausing, because of that. So we do have a $2 million gap in what would be ideal. And we're making that up with utilities, which we've cut significantly in next year's budget, really significantly, to right-size the utilities budget. I keep saying right-size, but to appropriately reflect the utilities budget. we can hope that we have a warm winter again next year, you know.
I mean, I think that there's also the option, obviously, we can make other adjustments in the town budget, which in my opinion, after yesterday, I saw some things that were pretty high in other areas that didn't necessarily need to be that way. And coming up today, where we can make adjustments and cut back in other areas, supplant this money back into the budget, and then if once the Board of Finance hears, or when you hear regarding adjustments, regardless if they go either way, they can then make those adjustments, back in for the insurance costs, but to pass it sort of in hope that maybe somebody will, put the money back in if they need it. It's almost like kind of passing the buck onto the Board of Finance and saying, okay, you raise it, but we're not willing to make any adjustments to our budget to accommodate this situation in the education budget. Seems a little, like not taking responsibility for it.
Well, I mean, maybe you can help me with this. I mean, you cut 2.5 million, right? So what was your?
Because we had found money on purchasing. Mr. Bremer had done purchasing things and found a tremendous amount of savings, and we thought there was additional savings we could find in purchasing, and some with healthcare too, not to this amount for healthcare. But again,
I have to interrupt there, being that I was the board chair at that time, and I was not given the heads up on that $2.5 million cut beforehand.
It was 1 year that gave us 2.2. 2.5.
And it was just a cut. And at that point, the
ask was
board actually, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, we actually adjusted down the health insurance that year. There was not a savings in health insurance that year. Thankfully, that was the year the Board of Finance restored it. Student need coming off the pandemic. There ended up being a surplus in large part due to bus driver shortages, utilities, and unfortunately not being able to properly staff our schools. But there was not small savings, I think in OTPT, maybe $200,000. Thankfully, the cost to health insurance was offset by a savings in dental that year. It was supposed to be an $800,000 that we had to make up, which is part of the reason the Board of Finance restored it. It ended up only being a $500,000 when you netted out dental and medical. So it really was, at the time, not $2 million in savings totally covered. We needed to find that money, and at the time, went to the superintendent at the time, Ms. Laborious, and we really didn't know where we were going to find
We
it.
had ARPA funds that we moved some things into.
We did. We moved money from ARPA to offset. $700,000 for Tomlinson Chiller was, got moved around. So it was not a clear cut that the Board of Ed was left whole because of that cut. Now,
well, it was a reduction, and Christine,
Well, that was the
highest increase ask, and I was on the Board of Ed for 6 years. That was the highest increase I had ever seen a Board of Ed ask for. It was over 6%.
Oh, you
That was
had,
huge.
the Board of Ed's increases were.
we can go back to the average. We can also go back to those years. But I don't want to go back. I really kind of want to look forward to this.
Well, I want to look at facts.
But I mean, maybe we could talk a little bit about maybe mitigating the 1 point, is it 1.5 or 1.2?
Here we go. 203, 204, 8.55% change. 204, 205, 9.95% change. 205, 206, 7.9.
I mean, the last 5 years, was there a 6%?
So
Yeah,
I think.
So can we do mitigation strategies to
You
try
can
to
propose
halfway,
it.
right? So is it 1.2 or is it 1.5?
Can I just ask some questions, just in
Sure.
terms about other areas of this budget? So you had a 20.78 purchasing recommendation for heat. Is that still the rate? Has anything changed? So that, we talk about utilities.
What page is that?
Just, I think it was in, I don't have a page. Just in terms of budget assumptions and liability. Or just when you're budgeting for utilities, some of the rates, the town gives the Board of Ed the information, and going through past budget cycles, at the 11th hour, the fuel rate changes, the heat, the electricity changes. And we don't necessarily know, and it may not be captured in the Board of Ed budget, but it's new information that the town might have that has not passed it on.
This year was a little bit different because Mr. Foley was doing that directly, so we reached out early on to Jeff, the town's consultant, directly.
Is it in here?
Yeah, it's in the gray section, let me find it. So overall, the utilities, page 90, it's around 94, but I will find it in just one second. Utilities, the end summary is on page 91, and the utilities is down 7% in the budget. So because 2 years ago, we did take, meaning when we were planning for this year's budget, we did take the town's rates, and it was the time of an energy crisis, and we were up so high, and we were locked into rates for 6 months, halfway through the year. And we did work with Mr. Foley at the time, and we are budgeted high this year for utilities, which was why we saw savings last year, and then into this year. We worked closer with the energy consultant earlier on this year, directly, rather than going through a second party, just to be frank, and I do think that it's our best, estimate as of this point in time. We reached out back out to him, and we are significantly down on rates, and we use a historical average for the assumption for the usage. So because we've used the historical average, it included the last year's warm winter, so could it come lower? Possibly, but I don't think so. I think we're pretty tight on the utilities.
It was really more of just asking if any information has potentially changed.
We also made an adjustment in our budget, in our transportation as well, last year into this year, and then going forward, we don't have those extra buses that were previously in the budget as well. So we're budgeting on what we're realistically able to staff, not what we're.
Less.
Right. I think that's also reflected in here. So that's why.
What page is that?
The transportation
Yeah.
is, I couldn't find it for you.
When we go back to FTE, again, a lot of it has been shifting. They're not new, and we found some offsets for things that were new based on being realistic. I mean, we could have kept that transportation number at 119, knowing we're not gonna get 119, but let's keep funding it.
It's on page 58.
We also had a lot, again, Angelus and his staff did a lot of work last summer. I think I almost killed the guy, we pushed him hard, but he was able to rise to the occasion, and he got a lot of stuff done. This year, maybe he can, it's gonna be a little bit less, but we'll be ready for next year at some of the projects and preventative maintenance. Unless the town's gonna step in and help us with some tree stuff that, we got salt now dropped on us, we didn't have to salt before.
Well, actually, snow removal, how are we doing this year? Because that, that line item always seems like we budgeted for these major storms.
We budgeted.
I think that it's
Well, we had some-
$200,000, and it was.
We had some ice issues this year that.
Yeah, we have about 5,000 left, right, and you're using it for, there's
We
something
are.
else we needed to use it for.
We're maintaining the
What
building.
page is that?
Yeah, but he had about
106.
Oh, that's it, and our attrition is tightened up. It's just a slightly different methodology than.
It may not be actually, I'm sorry. I'm going between superintendents and budget. The danger of going through one book and then switching over to a new one.
Also tightened up the attrition assumption, so there's not really, I would suggest, a cushion there, in addition. So in the past, for 2 years, not this year, but last year and the year prior, we had about 40 retirees, where we assumed in the budget about 19.
And that was the.
And so that doubled and that caused a big savings. There's a lot of sort of anomalies that happen post-COVID.
That always
where-
happens.
Yeah, and it happens, right? It ebbs and flows. But right now, we're assuming 18. I don't know if we're even gonna get 18 based on our year-to-date. So, you know, that's.
Do you, yeah, do you do an analysis based on actually talking?
Yeah, there's a couple things we do. So we do a regression analysis based on the age of our current population. We do a look back, it goes 10 years, and then we adjust for any fluctuations. Our HR department is out, so Kristen Hardiman is really close with all the teachers, and so we check in with her about anybody that's looking to retire, has inquired about it. So we have a sense about numbers year over year at this point in time, how many have inquired, and our inquiries are really low right now. And our population that aged up, that would have retired, and even the next tier down that wasn't normally retiring, have left us. So, you know, we don't have that. I mean, we lost some of our great talent, but we're also like bringing in new teachers, which is good. Fiscally, though, it's a little bit challenging because we're not going to see that. We probably aren't going to see that $35,000 per person savings on the teachers coming in.
Teachers leave, we're most likely leaving, they're leaving in the special education area, they're leaving in the school psych, school social worker, math, science. So we're not getting those fresh out of college, they just don't exist. So we're getting them from other districts. So there is no savings when a $90,000 teacher leaves, we're most likely replacing them with another $90,000 a year teacher. And the attrition, talking to people, it's basically comes down to a numbers game when it comes to the teacher retirement board. So you have to look at age and years of our staff. If they don't have the age or the years, most likely they're not going anywhere. It's just not a sound model for them to retire prior to age 60 or 35 years. You may stretch it to 55-year-olds for early retirement, but anyone that's not approaching 55, they're not going anywhere. The penalty for retirement from the TRB is just way too great, and it's not worth it.
So I'm sorry, you're assuming 18 for this year?
It says 16.
I'm sorry, it is 16. Yeah, it's lowered. I apologize. We're assuming 16, but at this point in time, like we're in almost March, we would have seen, 5 to 7 identify. We've got 2 or 3, so it's just, we're watching it. We continue, we ask every week for updates so that we can get a real-time sense of the numbers, but,
I gave an incentive starting next school year in the new teacher's contract that if they notify us prior to the budget season, that there would be a monetary buyout of sick time up to a certain number of days so that we can budget more appropriately, but that won't happen until next year's budget cycle.
And you assume 35,000 per?
for a retiree, yeah.
Are there any contracts that are currently out to bid or going out to bid this spring? When I was on the board, there was some talk about going out to bid for legal services. Did that?
Well, we're also looking at a possible hire in-house as well, so we haven't really finalized, but that's not gonna, if we don't go in-house, going out to bid is not gonna save us any money.
Well, I mean, that was at the time, it seemed like there might be a savings by bringing, everything in-house to one large firm as opposed to using multiple firms as we are using now. Just kind of checking my boxes to see other areas where there might be.
Sometimes you go out to bid and rates go up because the market has changed.
And I think very often about our conversations about going out to bid for health insurance and looking at Westport's experience, very thankful that, so kudos to the administration for keeping a close eye on that and keeping us where we are right now, because we'd be looking at a much higher increase, I think, that it would.
And it was anticipated because as a lot of the Fairfield County districts thought to leave the Connecticut partnership, it benefited those who stayed because this end of the state was driving up the costs to the increases.
there's a lot, I am concerned about some of the unpredictability, just in terms of the ECC. You know, both ways. We're making a lot of assumptions about who's going to enroll. And, you know, our goal is to have the 50-50 ratio. That may or may not come to pass. Saw that you started preschool registration. I don't know if anyone's already registered, or any thoughts or feelings, any, way of promoting
Doing everything.
early childhood.
We're promoting it out, we're putting it out there. Rachel's doing a great job. We're getting the word of mouth out as people come register and we see they have a child. We're making sure they're aware. It's just an unpredictable time when people are going to register for school. A lot of people wait till a week before school.
Like, what are you looking at?
Well, I mean, one way or the other. I mean, there could be a cost savings. We're adding three staff.
Okay.
That may or may not be needed if the children don't come, or it could be, a higher staffing, depending on.
We're capping the number of full-day folks for next year. But we do have a number of families already committed that were in the 4+ group. Would have went to kindergarten had things not changed.
Well, that kindergarten rule too, is that impacting
That's
it?
why we're doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing it.
That's a problem.
Because we don't have programming for the ones who don't go to kindergarten. That's what this.
How many kids is that, by the way? It's a lot.
That are currently, that we know, I mean,
Right,
that we would obviously don't know anyone. Mr. McHugh gave us that number, was it?
Oh, no, I have
44?
It was under, it was 80.
I can't
So
remember.
right now, we currently have we have 81 peer applications for next year for ECC. At this number, and
A lot of
32 for full day.
Is a lot of that driven from the state change?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
COVID.
That's why we're doing this at all.
Oh, I see, I get it.
We're gonna have full classes. There's not gonna be a doubt in that.
You said 44.
That's an unfunded mandate, isn't it?
Unfunded
Yeah.
How many applications was it?
81 thus far for ECC for
That's bad.
typical peers, 32 for full day.
Well, and that number could grow based on even children with disabilities who are entitled to services throughout the year.
Yeah, we have the revenue assumption for that.
We do have a revenue assumption to offset the transportation.
And switching gears from that, for field services.
Can I ask about ECC? What typically would be the change in enrollment from sort of this time of year through next year? What have you seen historically?
All I can say is I can't tell you for next year, but I looked for last year, January, pre-K enrollment at January, because that's the latest I have available on the website right now. It was 188. This year, we're at 205 at the same point, so we're at 9% increase, and that's without the 4-year-old programming, so.
Right.
I can't tell you what it will be in June, I mean, at this point, obviously, so in that enrollment projection slide, you were shown in an October 1 count, not an end-of-year count. So when it says 149 in preschool, we actually ended that year with 236. So you're picking up 80.
36?
So you're picking up, 80, 85, 90 students throughout the year. So those charts kind of make me a little batty because they're October 1 counts. They're not actual counts of the kids that we're servicing, but we're in this budget. And there's also kids not in those enrollments that's also in this budget, right? So like the outplacement, right? The community partnership program are students that are in this budget that are not included in that. And then Magnet as well. So there's hundreds more students in this budget than what counts as someone in a seat.
There's also a risk to the magnet budget as well, which bears mentioning that surprised us that the governor, was going to reduce the cap on the reimbursement, so districts would have to pay more, so that's a risk that we're evaluating, but we didn't account for that it'll be additional cost to us.
67,000.
Yeah, if it passes, so.
What is the bill?
So last year, the legislature passed a cap on magnet tuition for districts at 58%. And in the governor's proposed budget, he's clawing back that cap.
Oh.
So in our budget, we account, the superintendent and everyone brought forward us inclusive of that cap.
Oh, I see.
So if that goes away some reason, we would be 67 in the hole at 67,000 and change. I don't have the right exact number, but I know it's 67,000 that we would have to pay more tuition than what we actually
And
thought
it's
we
in
would have
his
to pay.
proposed budget, it was in the budget,
Could be more
Yes,
depending if
Well, I
more,
mean,
if more
right.
kids go to
I mean, I'm just saying,
magnet
budget to budget, that's the situation with that piece of legislation. So there's just like a lot happening up there, so.
I didn't know about that.
For the students that turn 22, the 600,000, so that's for this year, same for, do you have a count? How many kids this year?
9.
yeah, 9 this year.
This year and 9 with, you know.
That would have aged out, you mean, but are staying?
Yes, so that's, that 9 students represents that $600,000 for this school year. And for next year,
It's a good question, because it's budget to budget.
I can find out.
Yeah. He was, when we talk about it, it was assuming that, yeah.
it may not be, depending on when kids' birthdays are, you may or may not have
He was
that.
budgeting, they do know that, because they're
Yeah.
budgeting for the actual current population, but I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah. But.
So, I mean, and
For
also,
next year.
yeah, the community partnership increase
4, and
is
that's why it's in the budget for 4, for 20.
really only $11,500 budget to budget for CPP overall.
Yep, I'm just, the lack of like maintenance projects of this budget, really, I mean, I'm kind of like not, and to Mr. Papa George, and I know a lot of that, just the way these last few budget years have played out, very thankful and happy, and our schools look, great, but,
There's a long list.
and it's posted in your backup? Okay.
It's a challenge.
Just surprised that, surprised at actually just what was moved forward in terms of not to minimize, our dugouts. Did we do dugout work, like not temporary, a few years ago? We did. Okay.
The wind, something or others. The
I
wind-
just remember just that we were talking about dugouts, and I thought that we had done, not to this level, but done something a few years back. The security is cameras, which kind of popped up last year based on the FEMA grant. Is there a plan, just, I apologize if I missed it, just moving forward?
There's phases.
And what the cost allocation, is that in your backup too, your budget backup? Okay.
Our tiered list. The tier 1, tier 2 is not.
Okay, it's in that, in
So
terms
those
of.
projects for the other schools, the other secondary schools are on there.
And do they, these and I'm gonna stop me, I don't want to go too far down this road in terms of tying into technology and the buildings and the district. The tech capital also worries me a little bit, because in one book, it says we're spent out from this year, and then in the Board of Ed book, it's spent out from last year. Do you feel confident in that?
I do feel confident, but that's why it's a lean budget that can afford cuts.
Okay.
And I think, and I mentioned it last year and I'll reiterate it this year, I don't feel the approach, and I know some of my colleagues have a different approach. We ask for X knowing that we'll get cut and we can get where we need to be. I feel it's just a more transparent process to ask for what you need and build a good relationship with the municipal town side to make sure you get what you need. So when you ask for it, they know you need it, and you shoot for the stars and hope you land where you need to be. So I know there's different philosophies on that, but I don't think that's good faith as a partner. work collaboratively with town governments.
For our fields, I know that are we just servicing, there was some back and forth about town fields. I know that we used some of our spend down last year or the year before.
Last year.
Is the budget just for school fields, or are we covering any of the town fields?
No town fields. That was just part of the, we did the work at Sturgis. We used that field a lot. We had some concerns raised of injuries, potential injuries to student athletes because of the condition of the field. So we felt, since we use it the majority of the time, that it would be appropriate to do that. Same thing over at Holland Hill, but there's nothing else included for the coming year that would, require any work to town fields. That's going to be on Parks and Rec to take care of that going forward.
And the board added a crossing guard, correct, at North Strathfield? Just in terms of, not looking for this bigger picture, Mill Hill Elementary School, that's totally bust. I notice, I go by, there's a crossing guard there for a school that we've determined that it really isn't safe for students to walk to school, which is why they're provided a bus. Over the years, there have been sidewalks put in that neighborhood. The last year, through some of the redistricting conversations, we heard from a number of Mill Hill parents sharing that they walk to school. Should we be reevaluating whether or not there should be any walkers at Mill Hill Elementary School or any elementary school that's fully, bused? How often do we evaluate that?
I think part of the problem is just like with every other school bus in the district. At certain times, there are more people on the bus. At other days, there's less people on the bus. But because we can always take a look.
But we're still providing a bus arguably to neighborhoods that could be walking to school. There's a new sidewalk down with the Mill Hill Terrace. There's a crossing guard, I think right at the corner there, where the south, I don't know how many students are coming from those neighborhoods, but if you put a crossing guard down, could you save a bus? And I bring this up, I talk about Mill Hill just because I happen to see the crossing guard there, and I know that they're bust, but as we're talking about having shortages for bus drivers and having all these increased runs and kids on the bus longer and potentially, more kids wanting to walk to school, this is something that we should be looking at. And the town, of course, would be a partner in terms of making sure that the infrastructure is there. And Mr. Gerber, as he looks at complete streets, I think that this is a conversation that probably should be had in concert with our school district.
That there are no walkers allowed at Mill Hill? I didn't know that.
Mill Hill, Dwight, and Burr.
Oh, okay.
Just for safety, I'm just kind of curious.
No, I know, but
And I
I'm
get
saying,
it, but I'm just saying that right now, I noticed there's a crossing guard there, so we're paying for.
Just in case someone.
We have
Because
the
kids-
bus, and we're paying for the crossing guard.
How much is a crossing guard?
$6,000.
It's not.
Yeah, it's very little.
No, and I'm not suggesting getting rid of.
If kids want to walk, you want to have the safety there, right?
Well, and it bears the question on the other side, how many kids are walking? And if kids are walking down the road, should we be having more crossing guards there? So it wasn't necessarily targeting that.
So the school district made a decision to not to provide buses at those schools because of the dangerous
conditions.
Gotcha.
It's really state
Years ago.
guidelines. It's really state guidelines.
I just didn't know. I honestly.
It's really state guidelines.
That makes sense.
So yeah, and also we did add a crossing guard, but we also made other reductions. So I'm sure you're aware we cut just about $221,000 from the initial ask. So with our superintendent, he made a bunch of adjustments himself as well, but so did the board. So.
Right, I have a couple of, I'll email you guys, I have just a couple of line item questions, but my last, just as you head up to the state next week, just in terms of not, our racial imbalance plan, Do you feel that you need to have any additional funding for any sort of, what?
Sure, so if you want to restore the 1.5.
If you could hold off, if you could
Number
actually
five?
delay your
Oh,
vote.
line item, I'm
gonna make a
okay, I mean.
request that you wait till March 7th.
No, well, not necessarily, maybe that's the wrong word in terms of funding, but, there's a lot of just unanswered questions. Oh, but that does bring me back just about,
Are you going up next week?
Yes. 6th.
With Greenwich. Sorry.
Just thinking about the district improvement plan, the racial imbalance plan, there was the redistricting. Last year, we had money for SLAM. This year, no money for SLAM. There are other parts of the racial imbalance plan around school climate and, work around DEI. I can't pinpoint in the budget where work surrounding training for any sort of support for DEI work. I know that it was part of professional development. I saw it in the front matter of the superintendent's budget, but then the Board of Ed budget, it wasn't there.
We're not explicitly.
Page 8, so I just want to know, and Mr. Testani, I warned you last year when we reduced the DEI coordinator for the district, and appreciated your approach to the DEI work of it shouldn't be one person's job, we should be building capacity as a district. But I also appreciate that potentially could take resources, and just want to ask the question of understanding where in this budget you have the support to move that work forward, being that it is an integral part of both the DIP and our racial imbalance plan.
It's all embedded with our professional learning. It's embedded in our SEL work, in our Move This World. I mean, this is creating a culture across the district. This isn't a one-off, and I think we're a separate arm, and I think that's where a lot of the folks that have thought that in the past have also worked that back. It's about creating an inclusive culture across the district, specifically targeted, and one person's responsibility to do so. I think that's where some of the things get lost.
And the offset, yeah.
So, and I don't think that we did, and I wouldn't change anything that we've done. I think we are continuing to work on this through a number of avenues with our staff, especially our leadership teams and our support staff. I also think as we do our work on curriculum, embedding that work in our curriculum writing and our implementation guides is also critical in how groups are represented throughout our curriculum. So it's ongoing. You just don't see it as a separate arm of, I think it's embedded in everything that we do every single day across the district.
Sounds like a more holistic approach.
And can I add too, so when we talk about zero-based budgeting, that's really what Mr. Testani brought to this, is that he took a critical look at everything we were doing so that it's not incremental adds like are done in a lot of Board of Ed budgets or we've done in the past. So it's like we took our baseline, rolled it forward, assumed everything we were doing was great, and then added to it for initiative. No, it's like diving down into everything that you're actually doing for the next year and modifying it to fit, your goals. And so I think that's when we talk about zero-based and offsets, it's hard to point to the specific offsets sometimes because sometimes it's embedded in the work. It's like, you're doing more, but you're also reducing and adjusting other things that you did in the past.
And one of the things that also is you don't want to fall into the trap of always adding, but never go back and reevaluating what was put in place in previous years, whether it's a program, are kids taking advantage of it, are teachers using it, is it effective? And I think as we've kind of peeled that back, we've kind of reduced in areas where we don't see much participation, we don't see usage, we don't see any bang for our dollar, and that's why we've made some adjustments.
And that's why I would just say too, when you're looking at the head count and the overall budget ask, That's part of the reason why, because he's really in 2 years taken a look at everything that we're doing internally, and it's a lower ask than what you would think. You're right. 40 FTEs, that sounds huge. That should be a bigger number, and it's not, because it's looking at the budget holistically and
That's great. I appreciate that. I'm doing the same thing. You look at what you need, and I think the former first select person did the same thing. You look at what you think you need and you budget for it. But I do have,
There's one more question.
yeah, go ahead.
Scoreboard, come on. We viewed it as, come on, we got this,
Are we doing big ads?
this fancy new scoreboard, because we thought that it could be a way of generating revenue, and want to know if there is any plan to generate some revenue from
It's going
that.
to be discussed in finance committee.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr. any additional info on this.
That, and I know that the principal from Ludlow has been working with a parent group that wants to become more involved and try to help out with that moving forwards. So that is
Yeah,
talks
or sponsors.
to sponsors.
DeAngelis, I thought you were gonna say you had a big contract with MLB. Come on.
And it's not as fancy as people think. It's, after it's up, it could have been bigger.
I mean, it looks beautiful, and it's
Can I talk
pretty,
about that?
and it's pretty fancy.
It's a little hard to see from the opposite end of the.
Really?
That's all, it's,
Oh, my goodness.
No, I can't.
could have been a little.
I mean,
I can't go there.
Your last question? 'Cause I actually have something that might take a little bit of time. I don't know, so.
I think, but I also want just to give Mr. Testani that the room rentals, we are charging, the school district has increased the room rental rate for our school district. So in terms of, just want to point that out, and we are not charging Parks and Recreation for use of our school buildings. And if we were, that would have been an additional income.
Significant income.
650, I
Yeah,
think.
but I don't know.
So when I think that we just, in terms of the town school partnership, that is just one example.
Benefits.
Benefits our
For the
community.
revenue, right? So I just want to point out, like, between what the state has done to us and the loss of the federal funding coming up, if you look in the revenue section, we're 1.4 less in revenue than this current year. So that's, I think it also speaks to what the work that was done. We're not only needing to pay for the unfunded mandates and all of the increased needs that we have, we're also needing to cover $1.4 million in less revenue on top of that. So with 2 million to 3 million of increased mandates. So this is very challenging mathematically to do.
I thought the budget, I mean, I actually was surprised with the number. I thought it was gonna be higher.
Well, most districts, I'm sure you can just Google any, I mean,
Just based on the
honestly,
contracts, I thought you were
districts are like
gonna have a
anywhere
higher
from
number.
like 8, 13, 20. I mean, they're trying to cover the ARP funds as best that they can. So I was actually a little worried that it came in as, I was like, wait a minute, I'm a little bit worried. So, I did not say that, that it might be too low, did I not say that? I did,
Look.
I did say that.
Well, you're saying that, maybe then.
I didn't say done, yeah.
You're right, it was too low.
No, it's add, you guys should add.
Should have went high.
It's a hard thing.
Can we,
Can I just, as a housekeeping item, are we going to break after Ed and then take a lunchtime and then come back and,
let's do that. Is someone here that can text Jen? But let's take a
We got a
break.
45
What time?
minute or-
What time do you want to?
whenever you're finished, I guess?
Let's break after it.
Okay.
But I want to go back to page 158 and make sure I understand like all of this and 159, the big book. So I want to make sure I understand these numbers because to me, these are important. So the 1548 FTE in 23.
The 1584.
Wait, sorry, what page, I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy?
59.
159, okay, so.
And then you get to the budget of 1559.3 of this year. And that's 11.3, right?
I'm sorry, you're looking at page 59.
I'm looking right now, 159.
Page 159, column A and column
So
B.
column, the first, on the left, it says actual for 22-23.
Uh-huh.
And then the budget, the original budget, not modified budget, of 1559.3. Where do I see that number on 158, the difference?
You'd add up the BOE, so the difference is on the right-hand column, so if you look at the budget to budget, B minus A, that's 24 to 20, next year's budget to this year's, it's an increase of 24.9 staff, net between the grant and the BOE. But if you look at the total, this is, I think it's not the best chart, but if you look at the BOE, cert and non-cert, you'd have to add those two together to come back to this number to see the variance, because this is BOE and grants. This is it's just a different look. So you'd add up 1063.58.
What, 103 what?
1063.58.
Where's that?
The top of the far right column. So that's the Board of Ed certified.
106. Are we on the same page?
24-25 budget B, the green column. Are you on 159?
I was on 158, I thought you said. 159?
Oh, you're on 158.
Well, the two, I just want to reconcile the two.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the difference is the grants. So if you want to take 150, here's an easier way to do it. 1584.2 minus 49.9 equals the total Board of Ed. And then you do 1559.3 minus 63.15, and you'd see the variance of 38.15. So in other words.
Get that?
So wait, let me.
Just speak slowly, please.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
yeah, thank
So
you.
under the total staff column,
Yeah.
you see full-time and part-time.
On what page are we on?
Oh, page 159.
Yeah.
You see to the right of that, it says 38.15,
On 159.
The shaded gray.
the shaded gray,
I don't,
38.15.
38.15 on, we might have different books. Do we have different
Do you have the
people?
Board of Ed book?
Oh, you're on page 158 of my book.
138.15.
159.
Right here, I see 138.15.
Over here,
Yes.
Oh,
over
I
here.
thought that was from the other,
Yeah.
that's barely legible. Okay, there we go, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like coming through from the other
Yeah,
side.
no, I was just doing it as a.
I'm sorry, I see 39.15, 38.15.
Then flip to this page and you'll see the 38.15. So that's how it comes up. That's just the variance.
No, well, okay, the budget to
It's
budget
B minus A.
for 22-23 to 23-24 is 11.3, right?
Okay, I don't show that here, but.
No, just on the 1548 and the 1559 on page 159,
Total staff.
Yeah.
the difference, right?
Mhm.
So then, for the current year enrollment, you increased the staff by 25.45.
The way that the Board of Ed budgets, and this is just the way they've done it, it's a little bit different when you look at the actuals. So they budget as though you're at 100%. So if I have 100 staff and they're each worth $1, they budget at $100.
Right.
Then they budget a negative attrition amount. So when you look at the actuals to budget, you're not accounting for elsewhere in the budget where that negative attrition offset is, $1 million or so. So you could look at the actuals, you could say, okay, why are there vacancies? But from a budget to budget perspective, you wouldn't necessarily look at the actuals because it doesn't take into account that negative attrition. But yes, and the
Okay.
grants typically, it's our best estimate at a point in time. Things change at different times depending on what time of year we are with the grant.
Right.
Title I, we don't get notified until late. So 2 years ago, we saw a huge drop in Title I only because you qualify based on the income level of your population, and we were just at a threshold where it qualified us for 1 year, so we got $600,000 more, and then all of a sudden it dropped off because we dropped right down below that threshold. So grants is a little bit tricky because you have to know that when you're doing a budget, it's an estimate at the point in time.
I know on page 158, these are spread out through the book. You discussed them throughout the book, but can we just quickly sort of go through these? So general instruction, were those were all class size related?
Are you on 158?
158.
Oh, sure. So so when we look at the certified and certified support, is that you're looking at the page?
First line, 2.6,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then 2, and then 4.6.
Yeah, teachers, that's K through 5 teachers.
But the 2.6 that we've actually already hired, that was all class size related.
Class
right?
size related to this year, yep. Yeah. That's, class size. And the reason you have a decimal there is because the grant shifts that Mr.
Oh, okay. So,
We don't really have a 0.6 teacher in the classroom, it's just,
and this STEAM was also class size?
yeah.
When you had to open a new section at Mill Hill,
Yeah.
they have to get art, music, STEAM, Spanish. So all those increases, PE.
Was there anything of this 5.9 that wasn't class size related? Okay. And then middle school, that was also class size, or?
Based on number of students, choice. So I believe
Oh,
Ludlow Middle School drove the strings and the general music instruction.
so you don't know how many people are how many kids are gonna sign up, yeah.
Unless we just tell them no, and we don't want to do that.
Right, and then high school, were these, I'm gonna assume, was that also choice, or
Well,
were there any sort of additions?
again, we increased American Sign Language. We rolled up another level, same as this year, we're rolling up another level so that students can take multi-year of American Sign Language, just like they would for Spanish or Italian, French. So we add instructor as we add level. We also had a need for a math teacher. And an increase in science per the number of students over at Ludlow High School. That was 0.6. We asked, and that's why this year you don't see as aggressive, that if any asks were needed based on enrollment at the high school, that they would have to find some offset in enrollment in another area. So that's why we don't see that increase. Then you see the CLC expansion at Jennings and the shift of the SLP out of contracted services into full-time staff. So it's just a shift of dollars.
So that's, right, and then certified support, the addition of the guidance,
That's based on the number of students at Fairfield Ward High School.
seeking,
Well, just,
or
yeah,
just the number of students?
And he did some offsets as well in his ask, so he gave up something to get. That's not reflected in here, and we did add some social workers. We all know the reason why for that. A number of, and for the social work services, some of it is tied to special education needs. So a lot of kids do have IEP'd hours of social work that were mandated to meet. But as Ms. Vitale mentioned earlier, the number of kids requiring mental health support, younger and younger, is increasing, as everyone's well aware. If you watch any news program.
Yeah, and I completely remember last year, the conversations during the board, during all the meetings.
We actually did a study, the state put out on EdSite now some data, and I pulled our data. And in some areas, the per pupil ratio to staff member in certain areas, we're doing okay. compared to the rest of the state and to our neighboring districts. In some areas, we're starting to lag behind on the caseload. So we got to take a look at that, especially in nursing. And I know Jill Mitchell, I shared that with her. She's well aware of that. And social work was one of the areas as well, school counselors, that we can do better in the caseload of ratio of students per staff member.
So last year, I can't remember the exact conversations, but did you think that you would be okay with the additions from last year and it turned out you weren't? Or were you planning on
Well, we did get
increasing
some
each year?
grant money, so we did use some of that grant money, but obviously it was only a small portion of the salary and benefits. But I think we're staffed pretty well now. But I think as we look, and now that Ed site, and we get to see some comparisons, I'd like to do a little deeper dive into that. So possibly for next year to get those caseloads more in line with the state average. Not saying we need to be at the lower end, but I think we are a little high at our secondary level with the caseloads of counselors to students. And we're starting to see some of that, the effects of that.
And this might be something just town-wide in terms of providing supports for students, because I think, very often, kids need help, and understandably so. The schools are the place where they look to find that help, because looking for outside providers, sometimes they just are not available. So it's falling on our schools.
Yeah, and really, I was just wondering,
Yeah.
because I remember very clearly, there was some pushback at, I think, the Board of Finance level last year, and thinking, wow, well, we do need this, but I wasn't sure if last year you thought you were getting to a point where you'd be okay, and that you found you actually weren't okay, and that's why you increased it further.
Well, I think it's part of a further conversation that we should probably have at some point, because, school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists have very specific training, and we're tied to certifications and things like that. I think in a collaborative effort with the town, we could probably provide more therapeutic
Mental health.
support
Right.
and not
They're
be
not.
constrained to the certification requirements that the state requires for school personnel, that we can look for more mental health support specialists, that we can maybe, a lot of schools have opened health clinics within their high schools. These are good collaborations between the town, the city, and the boards of ed. Some of those type of things, we can look at some different models to get those services directly in the schools.
Federal funding for it too.
Well, yeah, I
So
mean,
many kids who, they can't even
they can't
find
get,
therapists.
and I think it's a bigger problem,
both.
and it's just, understandably, our kids are in our school buildings every
that's where
day,
they
and that's where
Where they go.
and we're seeing it. We're seeing it in special ed. We're seeing it in the increase in social workers. We're seeing it in the increase of our counselors. The programming that we need, and I think that it's part of a bigger conversation, and it's come up in various, and I think this is something that all town boards will get behind, expressed an interest, so to be continued on that one.
Can I just follow up on that? I mean, I love that. Thank you very much for bringing that up in terms of a broader conversation. And agree, it's a natural place to probably look for some partnerships, but I also think that it's really important that we're not looked at as the sole solution to that as well, because we need to bring families with us and what skills may be needed at home and have a good partnership at home. So I think it is townwide. When you say townwide, I know what you're saying.
Well, I wonder, like, should this be embedded in the schools, or should it be embedded, like, outside of the schools? Like, should this be a service?
Both.
Well, you have services in the schools, but with, like, a facility or,
When you say services, it's not like, let me schedule my 60-minute session.
right.
Right. I mean,
You think that should be in the schools?
I think.
I don't know. I think we need to have a conversation
Okay.
about that and what that might look like, and insurance and things like that. I think for access during school hours is great, or before or after, but also maybe not wanting to have it at school because you're busy and you're on sports teams or whatever. Also outside of school would be helpful through with, possibly
Right.
social services
Okay.
or whatnot. But in other words, the bottom line is growing those opportunities or access to that. Whether in schools or through town or both, I think we would all confidently say could only assist
Yeah.
the need that
So
we
this,
have.
this is important to, we don't have like a town effort around creating this, right? So would the Board of Ed participate in something that a
I
town?
think Parks and Rec is also the Youth Service
Right.
Bureau,
Yeah.
but hasn't really functioned as like what most people think about that too. So there might be an opportunity around the Youth Service Bureau or JRB, just different, maybe just
The
a
JRB,
getting together of the
There's
minds.
just a lot of people that are doing a lot of things that
Right.
maybe.
but none of it's gonna work unless
Consolidation.
the school board's on board, right? So like if we did something as a town with Parks and Rec, like the school system would have to be pretty prevalent in the discussions.
But I think what Jen mentioned just a minute ago, we can't underplay. The wraparound services that need to be provided at the home
Right,
are critical. Because a lot of times, and it's happened a little bit at a time in increments, but now over the last decade or more, everything seems to be viewed upon as a school issue to resolve.
right,
And we do not have the capacity to be able to resolve some of
Right.
the needs, the mental health needs of our students.
Yep.
And a lot of times, that need to include services for the family. And that's why I think it needs to be more of a townwide effort,
yeah.
collaboration.
But you need some continuity, which means the school has to be involved in
And that's
that
where the
partnership.
town has some flexibility on who they can hire and who they can contract with that would also be able to provide services to the rest of the family.
Okay. Can I move to the right side of this thing now? So the program directors under school administration, special ed, but I guess here I'm looking at the performing arts. Was that adjusted is that still there?
We had put forward a conversion of all the coordinators and liaisons for PE, art, and music.
This is the one that came out approved by the Board of Ed. This is, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, this is a slight increase depending on the difference in salary of the teacher that's currently, if that's the person that's hired, and what the new job would pay. Possibly 30,000, maybe not even, depending on where they are in the pay scale, but it's creating a position from a teacher into an administrator that we feel will get more oversight and more staff development, staff evaluation and supervision from the administrator than the colleague team.
So this is just an addition of about 30,000 versus.
Roughly, based on what the salary of the individual, if they are the one that receives the
They're
job.
already a 1.0 FTE, so it's not an.
That doesn't teach.
You see a negative on the other side of the column, so in certified staff, certified support, and the part-time coordinator. So that's the reduction, so this coordinator is being proposed to be converted into an administrator. So
And
it's a
the
minus one,
corresponding
plus one.
reduction.
Halfway down, in high school, part-time coordinator -1.
Okay,
Yeah.
halfway down, on the right.
On the left, under the pink section, halfway down.
Oh, there we go.
So from an FTE perspective, it's a wash, but it cost in the budget about $30,000.
Okay. Thank you. And then next section, like these were all like board certified behavioral analysts. Was that contractual?
That was
That's
shifted from a grant,
Shifted from the grant into the operating.
because the grant got reduced. I don't know which grant, but I'll find out when I do that dollar reconciliation
Okay.
for you. And the ASL is not actually, this is we never know with the ASL person if they're going to be certified or non-cert. So you see a reduction in the current year enrollment under high school on the left side of -1, and then we hired a 0.6 non-certified instead. So it's a net reduction of -0.4 based on
right.
available staff.
Okay. And family and community, okay, that's a negative.
Negative, yeah.
And the finance analyst, that is someone under you? Or-
Yes, that's a conversion from a transportation position.
Okay.
Is that, where is that? Yeah, that was this transportation secretary,
It's
so.
an overall reduction in transportation.
Yeah, so it's a net zero.
Oh, so it's these two that are right on top of each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
And all of those changes actually saved us money. When you look at the four together, it's a savings of about $37,000 dollars. Yeah.
And maintenance, that was something that was cut in the past that you brought back?
It was just an error in the budget, actually. If we went back 2 years, you can see that it was there and then it wasn't there. So we're just restoring it to the level that we thought we needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the three security, the purpose of that is because kids are doing
Well,
stuff in the bathrooms?
One at Walter Fitz is just moving from a contracted service provider to our own in-house to maintain.
Right, you mentioned that, yeah.
And the other two are just one additional at each of the high schools. There's increase in,
Incidents.
incidents.
But they're not carrying guns, so it's not for that purpose. They're not,
I hope not.
well, they're not sort of for a purpose of guarding the school, they're for the purpose of making sure that there are fights and things like that.
We don't really
Call
have.
that guarding
no.
the school.
Yeah, but not
More for,
against the
no,
shooting incident.
Oh, I see what you're
no,
saying.
these more for
no,
incidents
no,
of,
no, no.
kids hanging out in the hall too long between passing time, vaping possibly in the
Right,
bathroom.
right, okay.
Kids, an extra set of eyes, maybe kids getting picked on that you can go and report something to somebody may feel a little more comfortable with.
Okay.
It's good to have that continuity and,
Yes.
let's face it, the kids at the alternative high school need a little extra.
Well, they had that now, they're gonna have a full,
But I mean, just to have somebody there to make
They
sure.
know it's the same person every day.
right.
But we're keeping the guard readers, right,
Yeah.
at the high schools. I wasn't sure with that one. And this.
At the front desk.
At the front, in the lobby.
So the
Sign
same,
people in.
Same people.
those guards, would they be pulled off if there was an incident or a fight or something, or do they?
I don't know, contractually, no, they don't have
Okay, so that's up to teachers and,
the dean,
The
the
deans.
teachers, correct.
okay.
And these security guards, very higher, principal reporting to the what's the chain of command? So the
Well, right now,
principals would be hiring them and the
principals.
principal would be.
Angelus would be involved in the hiring, but ultimately it'd be the principal's decision.
And we used to have these positions.
We have one in each of the schools now. So this is adding an additional,
So this.
just because of the number of square footage in the buildings.
Okay. So there's a greeting guard, there's a security guard, and this will be
An additional.
an additional, so there'll be 3 security.
Kind of slowly going to phase in some of the recommendations of the Fairfield Police Department. Prior to my arrival, they gave a list of recommendations based on their assessment of the schools. I think it's more of a long-term, but we're kind of just inching our way and looking at some of the things that they recommended. We have safe schools. I think everyone agrees with that.
Yep.
Just as an extra layer of safety and security, it's always great to have.
They're
Okay.
always updating, but I mean, we made significant changes to the schools after Sandy Hook when I was in the legislature. And the town received funding toward those safety measures for, hardening our buildings.
Good.
And our facilities plan and waterfall continue
Right.
to do that. Even, yeah.
Oh, good.
And would these security guards, be available after hours, just for sporting events
That's
and
what we're hoping
concerts,
for,
the
that,
prom,
yeah.
just
Yeah.
added support for those?
Yeah, for additional,
Just-
compensation, they would be available there rather than have to look and seek out outside folks or police in some cases.
Well, yeah, we were speaking with the police yesterday, just in terms of that, and.
Police overtime is a lot of money.
Yes.
But they are armed, right? When the police, the police are
Police
armed.
guards are.
So if you have real security, concerns about an event, you would have
We have an MOU with the police department that we are required to hire police officers for events based on capacity and those kind of things.
right.
That's why we have the ticket gate sales that does, for the events that require security, that's offset with the gate tickets.
Right,
For
okay.
those events that need the security, not all events need security.
But that's,
But as security,
State rules too.
as police overtime increases, our gates, money is pretty flat, we don't charge.
Okay,
Yes. We
then.
don't want to raise the price of spectators to come view their children or their classmates at games, but
Right.
unfortunately, police costs continue to rise. And
Okay,
Would they be trained in any sort of restorative practices?
Oh,
Or any
absolutely.
sort of,
Yeah.
just in terms of supporting?
everything that we
Well,
would
just in
expect
terms-
from our deans or.
no, is that what you mean?
Well, just, this could go down just in terms of school security, about keeping an eye on children, and in terms of risk, keeping an eye on kids and kids that might be struggling very often. School security officer who's in the hallways and just sees kids outside of the classroom setting very often. It's just another set of eyes that maybe if a kid needs some supports.
We give them all the training they need.
Kind
We
of.
also like to, we want them identifiable, but I think also how they're dressed also presents a level, a certain approachability from students. We don't want them looking like guards, so to speak, but more or
Okay.
less.
Building these teams inside high schools. is-
I'm good. Are you okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think, so we're gonna take a break. Good. So come back, what time? 45 minutes, so 20,
Expect us to be the magic.
hey, I'll let Jen know. All right, you guys ready? Yep. Okay, we're coming out of recess, and we're going to start with the town clerk. Hi, Betsy.
Hi, everyone.
Page 40.
I'm just, before Becky goes, I'm just gonna, because her budget's kind of the first one with revenue, but there used to be revenued by the department in the beginning of the book, and then we would go to the expense side, and like people would have to flip a lot, so I just moved those to the actual departments. And then there's also, on page 41, you'll see like a key revenue drivers, which just kind of goes over what the revenue, what some of this revenue is and methodology for budgeting. So that was, that's something new this year.
Can I just say that's a huge, like, I really like that.
Okay.
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Sorry, that's all I have.
Want to go over revenues first, or would you rather
Yeah.
expenses?
Revenues, then expenses, yeah.
Well, my big revenue driver is the conveyance fees, and as of close of business yesterday, I'm at 1.466.
Close of business yesterday.
I checked.
I know, yeah, it's like PTSD over that for conveyance.
So I'm cautiously optimistic about budget this year.
Inside joke, right?
1.466 is where we were at close of business yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, recording fee estimate for next year is down. That's just because of lack of activity, lack of refinancing. But the bright spot are my certified copies. That revenue is up. And then just the minor, on the key revenue sheet, I just have, minor revenue for various licenses.
Should we go through expenses first, or do you want to ask questions on?
I'm good.
Okay. Any questions on revenue, Brenda?
No.
Okay, let's move to expenses.
My overall expense budget is down. I have a new assistant town clerk who was hired at a lower rate. So the personal services lines reflect decreases. Was my printing, binding, and photography line was substantially reduced, and that was moved into the new line for information technology. That's for basically my records management system. Otherwise, everything else kept at the same levels.
Any questions?
So for automating these records, that's just, it's all done through the management system?
Yes.
Just that process?
I think we're good. It's like this every year with you. Yeah. Thanks, Betsy.
Thank you.
Discovery Museum online, or? Is the Discovery Museum? Oh, hey.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
97.
Good, how are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you so much for having us today.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, you want to take us through what you're asking for?
Erica, before you go, I'll just, we're on page 97, and the request that's in this budget is to go from 34,500, 40,000, and it's a $5,500 increase. So maybe if you could just speak to the increase in the programming, and then the board can ask questions.
Absolutely. So essentially, after Justine LaSala joined as program director for the K-12 learning STEM programs in Fairfield, for the public schools, we have noticed that she came to view the space and look at all the programming that we've been doing, and we did an audit on the previous year's engagement here, and what we ran into was we were running out of funding, and we still had teachers calling. So we do offer the same discounts across the board, but when the when the pot of money is done, then they don't get to take that no cost opportunity. And just to put it out there, this is all strictly Fairfield Public Schools. So this money will underwrite field trips for those students, but we had just for as an example, the high school is now coming to us because of the elevated resources that we have here now. So there are 63 students who will be taking a class in our planetarium, all the astronomy courses that are being offered, which is, by the way, really awesome that Fairfield offers them. Not everyone does. And we're able to subsidize, we're able to support that with the resources that we have here. This high school need, alongside the growing interest in our Challenger programming for the middle school, was eating into the budget that the elementary kids had available to them year over year. So we were trying to find a way. That number was suggested by, I guess they came to that number after Shannon Moss, our program director, had meetings with Justine, and they thought that might be a good place to start. And that's where the request for increase came from. That was the impetus there.
Yeah, and when we discuss this, just to summarize, this is essentially helping to pay for programming for our children.
Yeah, their field trips, and we're subsidizing their STEM education, and with particular focus on middle and high school now, because that's where we're seeing a lot of gaps. But we don't want it to eat into the elementary kids who love coming here for their learning labs. So,
any questions? Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Hopefully we'll stop by and maybe sit in on a class.
Oh my gosh, yes, you're all invited anytime. I love it.
No, and
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the services you provide to our students, especially, with the science standards changing. It's so important to have these additional resources and supports in our community.
We're so happy to be here for you. Thank you so much, everyone.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
And next we have Amy Barnow from the Audubon Society. Hi, Amy.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. What time of day is it, right? Thanks for having me. I've got Trisha Cavalis here too. Trisha's been a longstanding fixture in our Audubon community and leads our educational programs.
So you want to walk us through what your increase?
Yes. So as you may recall from last year, we asked for a capital campaign support to go towards the renovation of our aviary, our birds of prey compound, and we're super grateful for the support for that. That is in addition to, and this year we are looking for expanded work to build out our programming and educational signage. At its core, however, is a request for the continued support for the programming that we do for all of Fairfield County third graders. They come to our facility here. Again, that's all third graders in the town of Fairfield, and that is as part of their science in nature school curriculum. And so we follow the NSS, which are the state-founded science curriculums, the next generation science standards, and we teach that part of their programming here. We work really closely with the schools and have been doing that for many, many years, and that's all led by our trained educators. So 30,000 of the 75,000 that we've asked for would be to continue that foundational work that we've been doing for many years across our school system. The extension for this year is to help us build out educational programming for people of all ages. So 20,000 of that extension is really to build out programming for both birdcraft and our fur facility, including adult lecture series, workshops and speakers, monthly workshops and speakers. In fact, we're starting one in a couple weeks on pollinator plantings. And then the additional 25,000 is for the installation of a story walk at the Birdcraft facility and interpretive and educational signage at both Birdcraft and Burr. We are on a real mission to make sure that the thousands and thousands of visitors that come to see us every year have educational signage by which they are learning about what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're experiencing when they come to our facility. Oftentimes they are not, necessarily connected to a program. And if they're coming to visit our facilities, we want to make sure that they leave smarter than when they arrived, and that it all works in concert with our mission to protect Connecticut's environment. So that is in short order what we're looking for in terms of support this year. Thank you.
Any questions?
I just want to say it's nice to see you.
Is that you, Brenda?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Brenda.
I've got to come. When are we going to be done with the aviary? I'd love to.
Oh, we should have a bird on our. We should have a bird in the camera right now.
I know you brought a bird.
It is. We are moving along. It's been a slower pace than we would have liked, but it is. We've got. Ground is going to break soon, so we've got. There was a lot of details that went into the preparation for the project, much bigger than we expected, but things are coming together really well, and we're super excited. We will have a really fun ribbon cutting and grand opening as soon as it's done.
Well, it's exciting, and it was a pleasure to support it and move it through the town boards because it is such an asset to our community. And I would just say publicly, if you haven't visited the Audubon, it's a wonderful place. It's amazing. I was a volunteer there when my son was in elementary school, environmental awareness captain. But really, such great programs, really good stuff.
Thank you, Brenda. We
Very
need
lucky
more
to have you
environmental
guys.
captains. We need all the environmental captains we can get these days. So,
well, maybe I'll come and do a training.
You should.
I might like to do that. Sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
You should. I'm actually going to follow up with that. We have a master naturalist program that's right up your alley. It's really cool, led by all of our.
I would love that. Please send it to me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good. Any other questions?
Newsletter. They need, some
Environmental captains, yeah.
environmental
You
captains.
get to spend time with kids, you get to teach them about the environment, you get to bring cool animals into the school.
Yeah, so send us, if you want something publicized in our newsletter, send us the information. If you want, people to sign up to be environmental captains. And also, obviously, you're going to let us know as you get closer to the ribbon cutting for the aviary. You have all the funding? The funding was sufficient that you received for that, right?
We don't have all of it quite yet. We've got almost 300,000 in hand, and we are looking to round that out so that we've got extra funds to support the long-term care and maintenance. So we are going to do a really cool campaign with. I'll send you images when we're actually working on the prototype right now, but if you've been to the aviary, we have those really cool cutouts, what are they called? Silhouettes of our big birds of prey. So the kids can stand against a, bald eagle, wingspan, a bird of prey, an owl. So they're really cool, and they've been iconic here for many years. So we're actually going to take those, make more of those same silhouette cutouts, and then much like places do sort of buy a brick where you can put your name on a brick, we're going to do that with the wing silhouettes and put that up along the barn and all around the inside of the new fencing, so that it's a fun way for families to spend $100 or $1,000 and put their name on a wing silhouette. So it's going to be, and it will make it look really cool inside the aviary. So we're about to launch that program. But in the meantime, there's just a lot going on, as I'm sure you can imagine, including some really exciting bills that are coming up in Hartford this year to help us protect our aviaries with, lights out bills and rodenticides and all sorts of things. So there's a whole lot of ways to get involved and get educated. It all matters very, very much. So super, super grateful for the ongoing support from the town.
We were just talking about that.
We're talking about,
Yeah, about the lights out. We were just talking about that at the meeting, I think yesterday.
Because of Flacco?
Yes. Well, just how our town buildings are lighted, and we could do something to be part of the solution.
I would love to work with you to come do a presentation and you know, you always hope that there's a silver lining to a tragedy and so many people followed Flacco the owl in New York City and loved
It's
him.
terrible.
The fact that he flew into a building is just so tragic. And if we, you know, if there's one thing that can come out of that is if we can really leverage that terrible incident as a way to educate communities about the unnecessary excessive nighttime lighting. So, and just other things that we can do. You know, you can come to our store and get the little you know, the little things you put on the window that help reflect for birds. So there's a lot of things people can do at their own homes. We'd be happy to come and do a presentation on that.
Maybe they could meet with, James Ryan or somebody to kind of like talk about ideas, or John Cattell.
Sure.
That would be good.
Brenda, who should I follow up with for those names?
Bill.
Bill, you want me to email you? I will.
Sure.
Great. That would be wonderful.
They might be able to offer some.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about this internally with, you know, in a couple of different meetings. So, yeah, you're not the only ones concerned. I mean, there are a lot of people concerned about this. And what we've been discussing is, you know, what we can do, what the balance is between, you know, some people want lights for safety, but do they really need the levels that they have, or could they be, you know, could the timing change, or the automated, you know, some sort of automation that would make it better for nightlife.
And honestly.
But anyway, we can talk about this. Let's talk about this later. I have Amy came in, you know, we talked about all the various programming, things like that. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. But
No.
all set? Okay, thank you. We're all set. Thanks, Amy.
Good to see you, ladies. Take care.
Enjoy the day. Thanks for everybody's work.
And it's thank you, Amy. Take care. Center for Family Justice, I think I see Mark.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Mark is
afternoon.
here, and I have Deb Greenwood is right here. She's going to start us off.
Hey, how are you?
As you may, I'm sure you know, and if you don't, we're the agency that provides the free confidential support to those being affected by domestic violence, sexual violence, and children being affected by abuse. We have seen a 25% spike throughout our towns and cities. That's also a statewide number. Nationally, it's a 40% spike post-pandemic with the amount of individuals that are going through abuse in their lifetime. Why we're asking for additional support has really been our numbers that have gone up in the town of Fairfield, and the great partnership that we do have not only with law enforcement but the other nonprofits, as we work very closely to getting victims to survivorship, especially our children. A strong focus for us the last year, as well as going into the future, has been prevention education in our schools. And we've already several of your schools providing some of these free supports on healthy relationships. And we met with Superintendent Castani, as well as some administrative staff, to look at what that might look like as well into the future. We've expanded our prevention ed department here so that we will have the work with the kids and the principals in the school.
Excuse me.
Really appreciate your hard work and all that you do for all the communities around here, and the expansion of your services and your new infrastructure. It's just incredible, and thank you. And I had a chance to speak with the team, so any questions for?
No, I would just say that Deb is, you know, obviously a rock star and is doing just amazing work and has taken the center to such different heights. My mother used to volunteer and work. She worked at the Safe House with people who were, you know, in danger, and then volunteered years later. But even she said, you know, the transformation that happened under Deb's leadership was just incredible. You've done really such a great job with the center. You've you've expanded the opportunities, you brought the justice piece to it so many years ago. You're just really doing a great job. Very, very lucky to have you both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Brenda.
Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we
Echo
hope-
that. Thank you so much for your service. And we had the Board of Ed here earlier and just talking about just some of the, mental health challenges and how the last few years have been incredibly difficult for our children. And it's heartbreaking to think that home is not a safe place for every child. So appreciate the work that you continue to do and the education outreach, and happy to continue to support those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you all.
Any questions, or, I think we're all set.
Keep up the good work.
Keep it up.
Thank you
Looking
so
forward to
much.
seeing you
Appreciate
soon.
everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Next we have FairTV. Where?
46.
I'm sorry, what?
Page 46.
Is FairTV online?
I spoke to them, I think they may be on, but I can just go over there.
Okay.
I can just go.
Okay.
So we're on page 46. I worked with the FairTV to just go redo their budget page and include some new links. So there's a pictorial of what the FairTV logo looks like in case people are looking for it on YouTube and they want to tune into some of these live meetings. They provided some information on how the YouTube's doing since we put our meetings on YouTube Live TV, and like I said, they're accessible to the public. The only notable change here is just a decrease in the manager fee. It's because we had a long-standing manager. He left, so this is the fee for the new manager that's there. And then a broadcast server that's $30,000, and that broadcast server is just a piece of equipment that they need to replace to keep this going. And in the budget summary, I do note that they've applied for a grant, but we won't know about the status of that grant until April. So when we find out if they receive that grant or not, it would be, theoretically in time for at least the RTM budget vote, and then it can be, if there's a grant for it, then it doesn't need to be. So any technical questions I can direct to the manager himself, but I can answer any questions if there are any.
I mean, I had a chance to speak with them at length, so go ahead, yeah.
Was there any other equipment requests that didn't make it into the budget?
No, this was the only thing that I had from them as far as equipment. If there was equipment, then usually we'll just, like I said, break it out. I think a couple of years ago there was a laptop, so I know in the past they've just tried to replace, just certain, like have a replacement.
Every once in a while, we have sound issues, and I'm not sure if that's a broadcast issue, sometimes with FairTV, or just there's been a lot of just changes with the equipment and the cameras, and just want to make sure that.
Yeah. I think part of that's just the Zoom rooms are a new technology, and so I think there's like a growing period. So.
Yeah, then they went from WebEx to Zoom, and have been just such a vital resource to our community, and just want to make sure that they're getting the things they need to just keep on providing the service that they provide, because they really do enable so many of our residents who are not able to attend these meetings to tune in either live or at a later date. I do want to ask which town board is the most popular in terms of YouTube views, but I guess I could just go and check it out, But thanks for that update, and I have no other questions.
We get a lot of questions about the Board of Ed building technology, the conference room there, and I know Dave Kelly's been very frustrated. There have been some issues dealing with, the vendor. Get that fixed. He's aware of it, but they've been struggling to sort of get people in, help them fix it. Any other questions? Okay, I think we're all set. I guess I'll look at you, Frank. We're all set. Thank you. If anyone's on, drop off. The next is Sands Cleary, the Health Department.
Sure. Page 187 in the budget book.
In terms of, and to answer, Christine, your question, popular on YouTube, the health department hands down. Most YouTube views of any department. So.
Well, a sense of humor, don't you?
In terms of revenue, we just went with the 3-year average, so that's pretty much standard what we've done for the last several years. In terms of expenses, we have taken $5,800 in the line items, reduced $5,800 and moved that to other line items that we're seeing some exceedances. So in terms of total dollars, we're even on that in terms of non-payroll line items. The only payroll item thing that we're working on is funding 2 part-time nurses for the new private school in town. But that'll be done with a transfer from our seasonal flu account, since we think that's going to be somewhat of a temporary situation. Covenant school.
Yeah, why would it be temporary?
How should I put it? This services that were provided there, we suspect may not be needed long-term. So it's a very small school. The conditions of the particular student population require full-time nursing.
Okay.
But if that population changes, we think we will go down to simply screening coverage.
Oh, okay, got it.
Oh, sorry, I just want to piggyback off, because Sands mentioned a transfer, and I did note it in the budget summary on page 187, at the bottom there, where that transfer is being held, it's just in the miscellaneous health revenue account. You can see there's like an 8,000% increase. That reflects the transfer needed to cover these 2 part-time positions. It's coming in as a revenue, and then it's leaving as an expense, so it nets out.
Hey Frank, I'm sorry, so on 190, there's a hourly nurse that has a FTE of 1 but no dollars next to it.
Oh, okay, that's just that's a printing error. Oh, no.
No,
But
that-
actually, I think that that number was supposed to be 0, because I don't believe part-time, I don't think there are any N5 nurses.
Okay. So would the 1 go to 0? The 1 would go to 0? Okay.
Yes, yeah. And you could see total, yeah, I'll check on that. I think it's just a little bit of a admin error on my part.
And then the transfer that you just mentioned, can you go over that again? Sorry, I didn't quite.
Yeah, so for clinics, and Sands could go over kind of how the balance is built up in this fund, but we get money for doing various vaccination clinics. So there's been a balance that's built up in there, just because we've taken up in more revenue that we've expended. And so this is just a proposal because this is something that we don't expect to live in the budget for a long time, we feel that we could use the balance. It's an appropriate use of the balance. It's for health purposes, and it would be appropriate to use that to offset the cost.
That's right, I remember this conversation.
So it's not, we're not asking for additional taxes or anything like that, or revenue.
It's a fund balance that grows from that vaccine clinic. Fantastic.
What is the balance in this seasonal flu fund balance?
It's a couple $100,000.
I think it's is it 700,000?
700,000. Before this quickly. It's currently 700,000, okay. And the issue of, it would be great to get your team out of the trailer. So this is the year, this has got to be the year we do it, okay? Into permanent space, if that's all right.
I think they would welcome it. While they like the view down there, it is an older building that has lots of issues.
Yeah, okay.
Can you share some of those issues? I know.
We looked at this pretty extensively. We were hoping that we had talked about possibly moving them into a portion of the senior center where Child's Garden is. And we were gonna, each year, we were thinking about ending the lease agreement with Child's Garden to move them in, and also to expand the senior center to give them more space. But it is frankly very expensive. obviously, as you know, anytime we put money into the senior center because of the age of it and the fact that it has asbestos floors and it has PCB and the caulking in the windows, so, and the 50/50 rule, so it's a very tricky building to work around. As far as like every dollar is really, you're only getting maybe 50 cents or maybe less for your bang for your buck because of all the issues, but we wanted to move them too. It's just a matter of where and how much that costs, and it's.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
I guess you will be updating the Board of Selectmen as you move forward to possible locations for, I mean, we're not, that would come out of a capital budget in terms of.
And I'm right on here.
Just in terms of
Well,
funding for.
and the answer to this, I think that's why, there's a balance of 700,000 in that seasonal flu account. And the part-time nurses are, maybe 50,000 hours a year, so, depending on how long I think stands expected, I think that was something where through the process and, through talking with Bill, we would plan to strategically use some of that balance so we could offset the cost of making improvements to that portion of the building.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Next would be the first Selectman's office, Bill Gerber. So, talked about some of this yesterday, but so any questions?
You want to present it or briefly talk about it?
Sure. So, I mean, it's really it's probably easier to talk about this in combination with sort of a piece of administrative services. But where I think I need my office to be is a full-time chief of staff, what is a part-time communications person, which is in the admin services. Part-time is 30 hours a week. It's expensive, but without benefits. We have Jen Carpenter, who's essentially running the office as the deputy chief of staff. We have a constituent services person who fields and responds to most of constituent concerns, and then elevates them to at a higher level when she can't answer them. And that is essentially the way I'm going to structure our office. So there's not a significant amount of change here, but I think in total, and what was discussed yesterday, when you look at this piece plus admin services, there's an increase from mainly from the communications director standpoint. But what I've identified as a huge need, we have a lot of issues in town hall. We are not a well-run town hall. We've got great people who are not given the tools to be really successful. And so the examples are, some very obvious examples are capital planning, payroll services. We lack some forms of internal controls that we need to implement. We lack cash management, the ability to manage our cash appropriately. We don't do cash flow analyses. We need some form of operations expertise and leadership to actually implement the changes that we need. And I think while First Selectwoman Kupchik's, some of her ideas were right, that we weren't right-sized, we are missing the expertise to be able to actually modernize Town Hall. We are currently, we don't have the capacity to implement the changes that have to get implemented. And quite frankly, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about the future of this town because we are in a situation where if we don't get modern systems and processes in place, something bad's going to happen again. You can see the fill pile was the outgrowth, the fill pile issues was the outgrowth of poor systems and controls. It's not just about individuals who are wrongdoers. It's about individuals' ability to do things and not be, and without the proper oversight. It's very, very difficult in the current system to catch problems or to assess problems or to do a lot of different types of analyses. So what I'm asking for is to give me the tools to make this a high-performing town hall. You're not going to see it on this page, but part of it you'll see on another page. Right now, the Chief Administrative Officer role, I wouldn't call it that because I view that position is covered by myself and my Chief of Staff, who is going to work full-time as a Chief of Staff. So communications is really is an all-consuming job in this town. If you have a Chief of Staff who is working on communications, I don't know how much percentage of her time the former Chief of Staff spent on communications. It had to have been significant. That's time that's taking away from management. So that may be why we didn't make more progress on many of the issues, but I can tell you we have not made significant progress on many of the issues that have been identified, and I know there's intention to fix them over time, but they have not been fixed. So I intend to fix the problems in Town Hall. It may take a few years, and people might not like a slight increase. I mean, whether, a $90,000, position sounds like a lot, but without it, we're either not going to have communications or we're not going to get some of these things fixed. And I would like to do both. I think it's important to do both. I think but many thanks to the former First Select person, many people now really do expect strong communications. So it's always been my intention to continue that. But strong communications without some of the operations and attention from a Chief of Staff on management leads to lack of management. So I'm going to try to do both. And that's really, when you look at this and my administrative services line items, the combination of the two, I think, are going to get me to where I need to be to lead Town Hall into actual change. Actual change means you've got phenomenal people in their functional areas who are working full-time, sometimes on weekends. They can't take the time to put a new system in place. And we've got a great IT group who are IT people. They're not functional people. We're missing that bridge between IT and the functional groups where we can actually make significant operational change. And that just hasn't been, it hasn't been done. It's barely, we've done a couple of things. We have an online permitting system. I assume that was a step in the right direction. That's one thing out of maybe a list of, a long list of things that need to get fixed as quickly as possible. So that's where, it doesn't really, you have to look at the two pages together, but that's where I'm coming out. Any questions?
I appreciate you, acknowledging that there was a lot of broken systems. And I hope you do understand that you coming in is a very different environment than what I came into.
Oh, yeah.
The baseline is unrecognizable.
And I would like to add, though, when you made your change in your structure, and I think you substantially increased your budget, You didn't see me complaining about it. I stayed away from that because I thought it was the right thing to do to let you structure your office.
So at any rate, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you acknowledging that running a town is a lot of work. I would, however, just like to point out that my chief of staff was not just a communications director. Actually, we did it together. I spent pretty much 24 hours a day doing the first selectman's job. I edited newsletters on the weekends. I posted on social media. I did a lot of the communication myself because I felt as the chief elected official, I should be the communicator, the lead communicator, because that's my job. However, I did ask Kathleen for a list of the job descriptions in January because I was asked repeatedly from boards, elected officials about job descriptions. And especially when I hired the CAO, which was well vetted because I looked at all other towns who had them. And whether you call it a CAO, a COO, or Director of Operations, it's an extra hand to help you in your office and help manage the many, many operations that are existing in town government. I think the CFO is really the person who is supposed to be managing the financial aspect. That's what the Director of the Chief Financial Officer is supposed to do, and then report to the first select person, and they manage an entire office. But I would just say that I did ask for the job descriptions from the HR department.
Did you get them?
They were the job descriptions written by my administration. They say select woman throughout all of them, and they were the job descriptions of my chief of staff, my CAO, and so I was able to manage with Jennifer, a chief of staff, and one part-time person and a CAO, and communicate and do all of those things. And we did make significant changes, but again, we had COVID, which was a major derailer of any really progress because we had a state of emergency. And also dealing with the effects of the public corruption scandal. I do feel that I don't feel it's appropriate for town government to spend almost $100,000 for someone to post on social media and communicate. That's the job, I believe, of the first select person and the chief of staff, who is the direct report. I've got a lot of feedback from residents who think that it is a political position and not a government position. And I think that's the role of the first select person. I would also question 30 hours because I know we have someone in a park and rec department who does things. We have someone in economic development who are making far less than this payout. $60 an hour is a very high rate of pay. And my understanding when I was in office, the HR department repeatedly told me that I could not hire anybody for more than 19.5 hours. That was the strict rule for a part-time person, that if I had half an hour over that person would have to be a full-time person with benefits. So I don't know what's changed in the standard, but my understanding is under the THEA contract, you cannot hire someone part-time for 30 hours a week. That makes them a full-time person. So I think that's something that does need to be discussed with the HR department because that's not the advice I was given.
Yeah, I mean, that was the original feedback that I got, and then the HR director realized that was not true for this position. We can get you the details on that. Also, we do have job descriptions. I don't know why you don't have the updated ones, but we can definitely get those to you.
Because to me, a lot of if you look at the PR, the PR person is similar to what my chief of staff was doing in my entire office. There isn't a job description for the first select person, but the first select person needs to be the lead communicator.
Well, I think this is where we differ, and maybe because of our backgrounds. I know you have a constituent services and PR background, and but the way I look at it is you believe you made significant progress, and I disagree with that. I think you made some progress on some things. I think the town is in many ways in really poor shape. I think, and
Poor, very poor shape.
and I don't think you made a lot of progress. So I am really, what I'm asking for is the opportunity to make more progress than you did. And part of that is like really urgent, scary, for me, stuff that makes me very nervous. And it's a wide range of things that maybe, honestly, my background is very different from yours. I understand that you understand certain things that I don't, but the risks that I look at, I don't think you understand, and I do. You talk about a CFO managing the finance department. I haven't seen improvement in that finance department. I see individual performers who are phenomenal, but I see a lot of risk. And so what I need is, and it's not a CFO who necessarily puts in a new system. It's a CFO who might identify the need for a new system, because I've been a CFO like multiple times. So it's not a CFO that puts in a system. He doesn't sit down and install it and work on it for months at a time and then code the accounts and all that. That requires it's a partnership between staff in those functional areas and IT. There needs to be someone in the middle. There needs to be operations people to actually make it happen. If you've worked in companies, this is a big company, and it needs, there's a reason why our payroll is broken, and it's always been broken. There's been no progress on payroll. I want to know why. I would ask you why. So, and I would ask why we keep having mistake after mistake. It is not HR's fault. It is not finance's fault. It's because we've never had an individual go in, map the whole thing out from beginning to end, and just make it happen. And so if we don't do that, I don't know, I don't feel safe that this town, that the assets of this town are being actually looked after in the way they should. That's my call, and that's why I'm asking to do this. You may think that I should be, instead of doing that I should be sitting at home posting on the weekends. That's not what I view my job as. I view my job as leading this town to become a very high-functioning town, looking at the areas of risk, getting those risks off the table to the extent that I can. That's my background. That's what I'm going to do. I am not going to be a social media poster. I'm not even going to write the newsletters myself. I think that is a waste of taxpayer money. So that's just the way I look at it. You're entitled to your opinion, and I appreciate that. I believe you're completely off base, completely wrong on this, the way you view it, but you are entitled to your opinion. That's the way you did it. I'm not going to do it that way.
No, that's fine, Bill, and I'm sorry if you think I did a horrible job.
We have issues that haven't been addressed. They have to be addressed.
I 100% agree, and I was in your position for 4 years and took over a way different operation than you took over. So believe me, I'm well aware that there are a multitude of
You did hire some good people, and I thank you for that.
Statement. There was multitude of problems, and there's only so many hours in a day to attack everything. And when you have a mismanaged government that was like that for 20, 30 years, it's really hard to unwind it all. But you
agree.
do your best to get it done, and changing operations has to happen. And you also have a union environment, which has has an impact on that. However, I think your COO position is going to, be similar to the CAO.
It is not. It is not going to be.
But I don't.
I know what your CAO did.
I don't.
I have access to everything that he did. I know what he did. Okay.
I just said they'll be different, and this defensive and rude discussion that I have experienced from you over the last couple of months.
I've experienced from you as well.
I'm asking questions. I'm not being disrespectful. But you are, I feel, being disrespectful to me, and I wish you would please stop.
I'm trying to make a case for why I need this.
You can make a case, but you can do it politely without attacking me or disparaging me.
Well, I have to talk about the
I'm
situation
asking
that
about
I'm
a
in.
PR person that the town of
Well,
Fairfield
we could not do
has
PR.
never had in the history.
We never had a CAO until you came along.
Right, and you're keeping that position, just a different name and a different job description, but you're keeping the staff, right? You're going to have an additional staff member, which was criticized. And I agree,
I did not criticize you
I'm
for that.
saying
I thought it was logical.
lots of people criticized it.
That's fine. And lots of people criticized
But
me for
what-
this.
But what I'm saying
You
is,
raised the bar
you
on
should have
PR.
the COO.
Set the
I
bar.
think you should have the COO. I think that running a town is a lot of work, and you should have additional staff. I don't think that the town of Fairfield's residents should have to pay for a PR person. It's
But they
so
were paying for
I
a PR,
don't
they
know.
were paying for a PR person.
I just
It was
have
you
to-
and Jackie.
You
They were paying for you and Jackie to do
To
PR.
communicate, it was a small percentage of
But they
time.
were but you were,
Maybe I'm just
you were
a good
using,
writer and I can get it done
you
quicker.
were using your time.
Right.
To write newsletters that were 50 pages long, or sometimes 30, 50 pages long.
Okay,
They were
Bill,
very, very.
You're raising your voice.
No,
You're raising your voice.
You are too. You were using
Bill,
your
Bill,
time.
Bill,
Okay.
okay, let me just try to.
Well, wrap it up so I can talk.
Perception is. Okay, so if Jackie sends an email out to the department heads and says, send anything you've got going on, and she plugs it into a thing, that takes 2 seconds. She didn't write it, right? So I don't know what perception you had that we were like all sitting writing newsletters, because that's not all we did, trust me when I tell you. It was a small percentage. It was effective, and we had coordination from the other departments, which was very helpful. But that's neither here nor there. I think that a PR person for $100,000 is a lot of money, and I think that it could be utilized in a different way that actually interacts or helps, as you said, the management of the town government. I just think it's a bad look for our town to have a PR. That's more like, I don't know what other town government has a PR person. But that's I think your COO is a good idea.
You're calling it PR. Okay, I get it. You've said your piece. I understand what you're saying. Now let me respond. She's not a PR person. She's a communications director. Many towns have communications directors. We have a communications director in our Board of Ed. We need to communicate. And you viewed your job as the CEO of the town, and your chief of staff's job as the chief of staff of the town to spend significant amount of time on communication. That's not the way I view my job. I don't think that's value for money. I don't think it's value for the space.
That's your perception.
That's my perception.
It wasn't a
So,
significant.
what I'm saying is I do not want to spend my time on communications. I will go and communicate, I will guide communications. But there are things about communications that aren't just sending out newsletters. For example, United Illuminating comes into this town, and the only communication that people got from this town hall was that there's going to be upgrades to facilities for years. That, I view, if I had been here, I would have made sure that the communications that have gone through the communications director would have actually been substantive and raised the alarm bells on the issues here. Our communications director not only did that, but she also, the first week or so, first couple of weeks, spent all her time trying to organize an effort to fight United Illuminating. And that's not something that I saw, under the prior scheme. Like, we have real communication needs in this town. It's not PR. The way she's not out there pumping me up. She is out there often, highlighting what people in this town do, what the conservation director does, what the tree, warden does. It's not pumping, you make it sort of sound like it's for me. There's very little pumping up of me. I mean, it's mostly the people that work here and letting people in the town know why they're paying taxes. And, what does the tree warden do? What does the conservation director do? We're going to add what various people who are paying, functions in this town do, like in DPW. It's not PR. That is insulting. I know it's, you may think that it's not, but that's very insulting. It's not about me. It's about the town. And I don't want to be spending all my time doing that, because I need to fix mountains of problems. And I have the skill set to at least know how to fix those mountains of problems. And it's going to be hard enough as it is. So I'm asking for this position, like you asked for your position. I remember you making the same sort of cases. I didn't complain, and I agreed, and, I'm just asking for support for this. Now, if we got rid of communications altogether, fine, but I do think there's an expectation now, really partly because of you, which is great. I always thought it was great. There's an expectation for communications now that is far greater than it was before you took office. And I think people would be really upset if we didn't have that level of communications.
I agree, and, just to touch base on some of this stuff, I think you can do a whole lot of things and multitask. If you recall, Jackie had 2 small children. She was out for an extended period of time on maternity leave, and lo and behold, I still got a newsletter out and communicated with our community. It's just, balancing your time. I understand it's very difficult to run a town. Believe me, I know. I just finished doing it, and I get it better than anyone. It's hard work, but I do feel that it's just not a good look. I do have concerns about the 19.5 versus the 30 hours. I think it sparks some concerns in other departments where we have people who do similar things for their department. PR, communication, right, in our Park and Rec department. We have someone who does it also in our Economic Development department, that is promoting our businesses and all of that. We make far less than this position. So I think there might become a little morale issue there.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen morale. I've seen people lining up to
I don't think people are going to
work
mention that they're uncomfortable that someone who just got hired is making way more than do.
Can we end this? Because I get it, I understand, I hear where you're coming from.
And I do want to just, for the record, note that I've got a lot of feedback from the community regarding, a temporary CFO making $170,000 when we have a chief of police who makes $174,000, who's a 24-year veteran with the police department, and we have very qualified, smart people in running departments who don't even come close to that salary and who have extraordinary expertise. So that's a very big concern.
Well, that shouldn't be a big concern because that is for the future CFO. This is a temporary CFO.
We're not speaking about finance right now.
That should be.
I let you, can I just have a moment? You both had your opportunity to speak to this. I think that it's getting, it's not about Jackie necessarily. I think it's getting too personal and we're looking back.
I agree.
I think, and I don't think you necessarily should compare, the challenges that you faced are different than the challenges that are before us right now. When you took office, I think that there was a good faith. Yes, you got pushback from elected officials, but at the end of the day, you got the staffing that you needed in order to move our town forward through arguably some of the hardest times we have faced to date. As not someone who has held the first selectman's position, I have heard from both of you that systems in town are broken, that they need to be fixed, that they are potentially putting the town at risk, they are potentially costing us money. It's not about the people doing the job, it's actually making those people work harder, would like our staff to have a quality of life and not have this level of stress, and want to give them the tools they need to be effective for our taxpayers. I think that part of that does come from leadership. Both had different skill sets. I think the communications role is important. I would like some clarification. The hours, 30 versus 19.5, get clarity on that, make sure that we're being in compliance with the union. Arguably, I could see that being a full-time position. Faced this a little bit when the school district hired a communications person. I don't view it as a PR person. There is internal communications. There is communicating with the community. There is building up, not not for nothing, public relations as a town is a good thing to have. There's communications with town boards, there's communications with our state delegation. And there have been instances in the past where there have been communications failures. It's not just about a newsletter, it's not just about social media. I would like to see the communications that were put forward in your administration with the newsletter, the social media, a lot of people with the lack of local news decreasing over the years, good or bad, people do use those avenues as a means of communication. I think that needs to continue. I would also like to see greater communication from the first selectman's office just about key initiatives that are going on to other town boards. If there's a problem at the state level that we should be aware of. UI is an example. More communication maybe than with the universities, with our Chamber of Commerce. I think that there's an opportunity here to build, which is why I will be supporting this budget. I think the Director of Operations, well, may be different than what Mr. Bremer was doing. My understanding, he was addressing, Penfield and the fill pile. A lot of that stuff has come to fruition, and now there's new things that had been identified. So I'm going to trust Mr. Gerber as our first selectman to, identify the people that he needs in order to move this town forward. The wheels of government run very, very slow. Some of the concerns that he is raising now, I'm sure you probably know full well what they are, and probably was on your to-do list to address them as well, but there's only so many hours in the day, and you are not budgeting a pandemic in the midst of it. So appreciate that. You should not take it,
No, I get it.
moving this forward as any way of a, so personally of what happened in the past. And that is it. And administrative services, I would just, for Frank maybe, I think it should go into the first selectman office's budget, because that is where these people are working, where they're reporting to. I would ask for, updated jobs descriptions on these positions with a little more just specifics. If you see the role growing from what is in place now, I think that would be valuable for the Board of Selectmen to have, and definitely for the Board of Finance and the RTM as the budget moves forward.
I think that's a good point, and I just want to give you a little history on the administrative services piece. So when we first came in, they were called switchboard operators, I guess, or something like that. And they used to be actually down here in the lobby, and they would answer the telephone and, switch people over to, where's building, where's this, where's that, or switch somebody who's called. What we did, I guess eventually they brought those two part-time people up to the first select person's office. And we felt that obviously we didn't really need switchboard operators, or we needed somebody with a little bit. So we took those two part-time positions and melded them into a higher level part-time position. But we're told very clearly it couldn't be more than 19.5 hours. So what we did was we took that money to hire somebody who had more technological skills, who could help with constituent services and also assist with the newsletter activity, punching in Bunny Hop or whatever thing somebody sent. But that's why it was in that line. I don't know, it came from back in the day. It was.
I'm sure it's like, as you said, things just
do it, man.
And you're right, I don't know why it was there, it was just there forever.
I mean,
and
it just
left there.
continues. Sometimes I get it. You don't necessarily.
But maybe it's not,
making.
you bring a good point about maybe pushing it into the first selectman's office, because it really is a first selectman's office job.
It
Their
is
house
now.
there.
You want to say something, Fran?
It's just, you guys, it's, Bill had actually said, and Christine had said, oh, shouldn't this be in the first selectman's line? And I said to keep it there just because it has the history of that line in the past few years. And usually, and what ends up happening is we would have put it in the first selectman's budget, and then there's like $0 last year, but there were we actually spent out of that line for the first selectman project. So either way, it's like a messaging thing if things really change. But if it's everybody's preference, then, you know, it's noted and we can always, but you'll just lose the history of that line kind of held at. I don't know how long because I only came here 2.5 years ago, but that's the only argument I have for against it, but I'm not really
I mean,
tied
you
to
can
it.
move the history over, right, or no?
No, in
Because it's-
the accounting, it has to live there.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
But
tied
it's not
to.
a lot of.
All right,
yeah,
I mean,
It's not a lot of
that's all
money,
right, yeah.
so we could move it.
But I think it makes sense to put it where it actually is.
And that's
Well, or
where,
maybe it's even, I mean, or just in the budget book or when it's
I mean, it
presented,
doesn't
but it just,
Do that, right?
and it's not it was not, don't take it as a criticism,
No, I don't-
really, it was, and I get like how, you know, the
No, it's
history
just
of
where it is.
the line.
I think you're right, though. I think it should be in the,
Go ahead, Mr.
where
Becker.
it should be.
I just say, yeah, this did come up, it was that procedurally, it was cleaner to book the way it is and see the history year over year, and then make the transfers either to Board of Selectmen or Board of Finance. From our perspective, it ultimately is probably the preference to house their positions and dollar amounts, house them in the appropriate place in the book when the final book is printed. It's just that, you know, as Frank said, you know, the history, a lot of the part-time component has flowed through this account. I actually think we could go back, but I feel like at one point the constituent, there was a half FTE sitting in the first selectman's office probably 3 times ago.
Procedurally, the way it could work, if everybody just wants to put the money in the first selectman's office, then, you know, that you guys can vote to add money there and take money from there. And then when I publish the final book, it'll just show up in the first selectman's office. And then next year, that's where it will be.
okay,
So that's procedurally how it will work.
yeah, that makes
Do you
sense.
see, yeah, I mean, in
It's
terms
just
of,
form over substance.
well, I'm just in terms of
More accurate.
the organizational chart of the administrative services positions,
Yeah, and,
like right now, they're
Yeah.
not,
yeah, I agree,
I mean, I just,
yeah,
Is there one?
we all agree, so.
We lived a little bit in there first, I mean, there's like an intern type.
Well, yeah, I mean-
It's always existed, but
Yeah.
that can flow through that as a part-time.
I mean, I think it would be important for us before Monday to have the actual job descriptions, because right now, if you look at the ones that I had that were forwarded to me, because they're mine, they just used mine. And underneath, Kathleen wrote under revision, under revision, under revision, so I never got the revised one.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
But I think it should be, we should be able to understand, is there overlap? You know, are we paying big salaries for people to do the same job? And what if the role, in fact, of the chief of staff has changed dramatically, where the department heads don't have that access to a chief of staff anymore about everything happening and then bringing it to the first select person, you know, if that has changed, running department head meetings and all of the other things that a chief of staff does, that they're supposed to do. You just, any chief of staff, pull it out of, you know, any other town. It's just pretty much standard, right? I mean, if it's changed, we should know that. Everyone should know that, right? The public should know what each position does.
Absolutely, it hasn't changed except for the writing the newsletter piece of it. I think the general, but certainly a last read of the newsletter.
But even the chief of staff in typical, like we took it from other towns, it has constituent work in there. It's constituent service, it's, you know, it's
Well,
you know, wearing many hats.
But we both have a constituent, you had a constituent services person.
But as the size of this town, right, you need more than one person.
Right, you had, so we have a constituent services person, but it's a person who is working 19, part-time, going through emails, talking to the people that they can talk to, but as you know, there are some very tricky emails, and then those get raised up to
you.
To me, or to Christine Brown, they require, or to David Becker, or, someone else. So I don't think that's changed. I think the major change is that we've, your chief of staff spent a significant amount of time on communications. Our chief of staff is not spending as much time on outward.
She actually did considerable amount of time in communication. We all took part in communication. I was mostly, but I don't know if there's a perception that it took more time than it actually did. It didn't. management was the number one job of the chief of staff. Communications came
Well, we-
second or third.
We have a lot of issues, and not solving the issues,
100%.
not solving the issues has a exponentially higher potential cost than the dollars that we're talking about. And
No, I agree.
and so I see, so
You know,
I don't
weekly staff
see,
meetings, talking about collaborating with the departments, finding out the problems, looking for solutions, that takes a lot of effort. That's the chief of staff's job, to hold, to put agendas together for
we have
weekly
to.
staff meetings.
So my view is we need to solve the problems much faster than the pace that was happening. And I view risk reward of that as being, the amount of money we're talking about for this is minuscule compared to the risks that are there, and they need to be solved like within a short period of time. Some of them are very complicated, but people need to actually make these things happen. And you may not have had actually the people in place to actually make things happen. I am maybe more leaning towards, actually deep involvement in actually making some of these projects happen, like personally, and that may be part of the issue, is that I can't be spending my days, I know you worked hard, I know I'm working hard, I know I'm working weekends, I know I'm working till midnight. So that comment doesn't resonate with me, that you worked really hard over the weekends, because I am too, but I'm not trying to spend it on communications. I don't think that is good value, because when I see broken systems that could cost millions of dollars, many millions of dollars of issues, and in some cases, many, many millions of dollars of issues, they've got to get fixed, like quickly.
I 100% agree with you.
Right, and I'm deeply involved
I
in.
misunderstood what I was saying. I didn't work very hard posting on social media. I take a 10-minute break to post something about, a snowstorm or whatever it was. I would give people information, or if I had an emergency management meeting over the phone because we had a terrible storm approaching. I hope I didn't misspeak in that you
But
or you
you and I are
misunderstood.
very, very
What
different.
I'm saying, it doesn't matter whose skill set is in this job. It requires a lot of work and a lot of time. All I'm suggesting is that for the public's sake, that we are afforded the opportunity to see the job descriptions, which, and I know you say it's not a lot of money, but this is one of the best things about our town, and one of the things that is most attractive if someone who grew up here, is that we have an economically diverse community. And we have a lot of people in town who would say $100,000 salary for 30 hours a week work is pretty damn good. They'd love it. And so it is a lot of money.
Well, I think it's 93.
Well, it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but
and
it's for a
so-
person who's
Right,
like a
but what I'm
real
saying is that I
professional.
think we have an obligation to the taxpayers to explain to them what we are spending that money on. So if it's $93,000, what is the job description? What is the chief of staff's job description now? Is it different, and how is it different? Can we just see it? And I think the whole community should see it, because this board has to make a vote based on facts, not on what someone says. We need to see what those job descriptions are, and then gauge if we think they are important enough to vote in favor of them. That's all.
100%. Yeah, I thought you had them, I'm sorry.
So that's really all I have to say.
I think, anything else? I think that's fair. So we'll get you the job descriptions, and that's it. You want to move on?
So for all the positions in the office? And can they also be posted, I don't know who does that. Frank, if you do it, or your office does it, though? So that we could be part of the backup of the budget, so people can know, what.
I don't know, is that standard, or?
All backup get posted, so if it's distributed, it'll be posted to the website.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Before Monday's vote?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Planning and zoning, Jim Wen.
page 56, and then ZBA will be page 54.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, I just want to thank Frank for his accessibility in the way he has improved this process to make it less painful. So I appreciate Frank's accessibility. My budget is fairly straightforward. The revenue for TPZ is based on a 3-year average. I just call out in the notes what you don't see in our revenue stream are the inclusionary zoning fees that we collect, which the 3-year average has been about $460,000. That goes into a revenue fund, so it doesn't show up as a revenue. The non-salary related line items is an increase of $693 over the last fiscal year. It's a fairly flat budget. We'll walk you through those lines, but if you've got any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Hello, Mr. Wynn. Now there's a hell of a department head right there. Thank you. Very smart.
Well, Jim, I've got a question on revenue.
Yep.
Why did you increase subdivision applications by $100? No, just kidding.
That's a good one.
Any questions? Anything, any color you want to give us towards, what's going on in town and the changes you see this year that,
We have released, I know there was a fair amount of feedback that we received from our initial draft of the POCD. We have released to the Planning and Zoning Commission online 2 weeks ago a revised draft based on feedback that we received from the public, from the commission themselves, and from other boards. We're looking forward to restarting that discussion with the commission in earnest. We had an election in which we had a little bit of turnover amongst the commission, and they're now fully up to speed and group, and we look forward to commencing that in the first week of April.
when's the filing deadline with the state? Or when do we have to?
We're not under any deadline pressure.
Oh, I thought it was like every 10 years it had to be in.
It is, so it would be 2027. But we did, the P&Z did an update in 2017, which was not a comprehensive update.
Right.
It piggybacked on the Metro Cog's regional plan. It was an opportunity to update the first, the statistics and background information that Metro Cog pushed up for us. 2018, the commission stated, hey, we need to take a more comprehensive look at this and went at it in a more broad fashion with the introduction of some ARPA funds. COVID kind of paused that made it pretty difficult to engage in realistic public engagement. And since then, we've been able to bring on a consultant to get this finish line for us.
That's FHI student. So have there been significant changes based on your feedback from TPC?
Well, structurally, no. In the text, yes, we softened up certain things. There were some pushback about certain elements of the plan. We reordered the chapters appear because we think it makes a more logical. One of the biggest criticisms we received is that the initial draft didn't have an introduction or an executive summary that would help someone kind of coalesce what the big ideas were before they delved into the plan as a whole. So we have written that to kind of present the plan a little better. Having gotten that good feedback, that we think we now have done a better job introducing the plan, so a reader reading that first summary and introduction has an idea of what this is.
You're not going to, are you going to need to bring them back? Is that any further work with them?
FHI is ongoing. There's 3 pieces to the contract we have with FHI. It's not shown in any of this because it was an ARPA project.
Oh, right, okay.
There's also a comprehensive rewrite of the zoning regulations that's part of this. They've restructured, they have a draft of that for us that we've presented to the commission, but that kind of got put on the back burner pending the discussion of the POCD. So what we want to do is see where the big goal and policy plans are for the POCD will inform the next step of the update to the zoning regulations. So from a timing standpoint, the ARPA deadline to spend the money is going to be our deadline, more so than the statutory deadline to adopt a new POCD.
But you can, okay, can you encumber that?
It's fully encumbered.
So it's the deadline to spend it, not to encumber it, okay.
Yes, yes.
2 3/4, yeah.
By the end of
That's-
26.
26.
Yeah,
so
and
you're right up on that.
we certainly hope to, that at least would be my personal goal. But
I know you're
whether that happens or not remains to be
Doing it
seen.
forever.
Pretty exciting stuff.
So we look forward to re-engaging with our commission to get that over the finish line. But other than that, I'm pleased with the direction of the commission and couldn't be happier with the staff that I have to back me up.
All set?
What's that?
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Technically,
Zoning Board of
ZBA, which
Appeals
is one
is on page
page.
54. It's a very, the only change here is very minor. There's a $500 bump in fees, page 55, in fees and professional services, mainly because we've had an uptick in appeals of ZBA decisions and the court transcripts that are required that from that process. So that's pretty flat.
No questions.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Jim.
Good to see you, Jim.
You as well.
Everyone, Jim.
So conservation, page 66.
Probably walking down.
Okay. Can you text them?
Not nervous, but.
I said you're early.
I know, but I'm not nervous.
No, not you.
There we go.
You're late, Bishop.
Well, I was watching Jim, I didn't know I had to go twice.
Oh, you were watching on TV? What, 56? Oh, no. What page, Frank?
It is
66.
66.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I want to take a second to thank the Board of Selectmen and especially the Finance Department for working together collaboratively to prepare and work on our budget on behalf of the department, and also just thank the Conservation Commission for their support moving forward. Do you, Frank, you wanna?
Yeah, I could.
So you want me to?
No, I can go over, I do want to go over 2 changes. So just some permitting data on the conservation page. That's from Tim. Budget summary goes over the proposed natural resource specialist, proposed new position. Major change on the discretionary line item is that there was a purchase of a truck in their capital outlay last year. There was no request for capital outlay this year. And so on the revenue side, I'll just jump to there real quick. You'll see on Tim, on page 68, it's the page I'm looking at. Last year, where there was about $56,000 in revenue budgeted there. You'll see 0 this year, but you'll see the revenue line just below that is $128,000, just about. So we consolidated those 2 revenue lines. So that revenue kind of just moves into there. So that's the only notable change on the revenue side. Expense side, there, like I said, there is a new position for regular payroll, natural resource specialists. I believe it's going to be proposed as a PETA position. The salary is shown on page 71 for that position. It's about $78,000. Remaining changes in this budget is just moving some of the money around to true up some of these lines as, you know, operations go on. You spend a little bit here, you spend a little bit there, so you'll see some increases and decreases. But by and large, only a notable change in the expense side is, like I said, reduction in capital outlay due to the removal of the truck and then the natural resource specialist. position that's proposed. And if Tim has anything to add, but I think that hit all that.
Yeah, thank you. Did all the work for me.
You want to talk about the specialists?
Yeah, so this budget year, there's a request for a position I created, like Frank said, the natural resource specialist. I have the job description that's been reviewed and approved by HR and PETA. And really the goal is to fill the current void in the department of a lot of the activities that were previously performed by a position entitled the Conservation Administrator. There's a lot of, between the two technical staff, myself and my wetlands compliance officer, there's, that void to complete certain activities that aren't wetlands related really fall onto me, because Sarah's focus is permitting and wetlands compliance. So to do everything else in the department related to our purview really comes back on me, and I think that extra set of hands and technical expertise will fill that goal, and as well as create a level of redundancy on purpose to keep the permitting process moving. If Sarah's sick or on vacation, all permits in this town cease because they're waiting on conservation. So as Pat would know, without that planned redundancy, run into an opportunity to stop business and have a lot of angry residents and contractors doing business here. So I expect this person in this position will be able to handle wetlands, be able to handle conservation, shellfish, and other tasks that we do in the department. And I think it's a critical piece. In the memo I generated dated January 18th, I kind of explained a lot of this, went back in the history back as far as the 80s that I could find records of that supported what the department staff was at the time. I think this one extra position will get us in position to operate smoothly and efficiently. With the recent, not so much recent now, but somewhat recent change to the online permitting system, it's, at least for me, my opinion, I don't see that we got very efficient in my department. With the addition of that, it might be different in building or engineering or TPZ, but I think by removing the human interaction over the counter that we used to have with long lines down the hall on the second floor, a lot of things that are submitted online aren't complete. So it creates another level of communication online or over the phone, or having to schedule a separate meeting that would have been resolved prior. So it's more work, essentially. So that extra person, I think, will help as well. And also, I think to just to circle back on what Frank touched on, as of July 1st, the regulations that were revised last year included fee restructuring that Brenda's administration had supported to have more fair and appropriate fees for wetland permitting in line with other towns and appropriate for the activities went into effect. I don't think, at least I could comment to where we are budget-wise as far as revenue, that we're pretty much on track as to what we projected. So no impacts there. We have a couple big applications coming right now, which we might end up exceeding those expectations. But typical what I say every year as far as when I get revenue questions from the board is, those fees, our revenue is based on wetlands fees. Those go up and down based on what people decide to do that year. There's a lot of houses, there's a lot of, high-rise buildings, there's a lot of pools, decks, whatever we have no control of. So that, we constantly see that fluctuation. And also on that memo, going back to 2018, I just tracked in a simple table 2018 through 23, as of January 18th, just the totals of permits that come through the department. And between 2020, 21, and 22, you see all of our permits, that's both wetland type permits and shellfish, exceeded 500 total for the year, calendar and fiscal adjusted, which was unprecedented compared to the 2 years prior in our current year. So what that shows me is during COVID, as we know, everyone had tons of time, extra money. They spent it on their house, pulled a lot of permits. Now we're kind of back to pre-COVID volumes. So again, that just shows the fluctuation up and down. I think that's my revenue and expenses.
Well, I'm just going to say, credit where credit is due. It was a very good hire.
Wasn't he?
And,
It cost a lot though to get him, did you know? We had to have a hiring firm.
He's
very good.
And
You get good results.
Exactly, but Tim, we talked about adding this position last year, I think.
Last year, yep.
Just to have, like you're saying, because we reorganized that department, and Sarah's was a part-time person. She's so good, right? I mean, she's just great. She's great.
But what a great mix of,
if she's sick, if she's not there.
Got it.
And I just want to give some credit for working on the permitting, because it's hard to understand, but it was really bad. And he put in so much effort and time to rework it, because we were really not being fair to the community. We were way out of line. We were way overcharging. But he went through the whole thing and did a real thorough deep dive and worked with the Conservation Commission and came back with a very good set of new regs and things that I think are so beneficial to our community. So I support getting that staff.
I just want to say that what I like talking to you about is, I think some people may have the misconception that you're pro development or something like that. What I believe, and I've been telling everyone, is that you are practical and you go by the rules and the regulations. And so I think people will feel a certain consistency and they know what to expect when they come now. And the other thing is that I just love your passion for wetlands and vernal pools and things like that. So we have the right balance now, I think. And this particular person, the demands on your department are going to go up, and I'm sure you're going to play a big part of it as we develop our resiliency master plan over the coming year. You're probably going to be dragged into that quite a bit, I would imagine, for questions about dunes and restoring the dunes and restoring the wetlands and stuff like that. So thank you in advance for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, appreciate it. I do have shellfish too.
There's shellfish.
Shellfish.
Event coming up, a shellfish recycling event.
There is support fundraising event on the 7th. Shellfish, unchanged really. They do a great job. I'll just vocalize that at this point. This town has one of the state leading municipality for shellfish commissions. The state Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Aquaculture looks to this town and our commission for pioneering efforts in shellfish, shellfishing as a municipality. So I know it goes under the radar a lot, but we're, town and its residents should appreciate that we do have that in this town. The guys do a great job as volunteers, so just put that out there. Their budget is unchanged. there's a chance that might change for next year when they're due for a new boat. The wood boat is, we're keeping it alive with Band-Aids and bubble gum, but it is functional, so that might be a discussion for next year, but their budget, revenue, and expenses are unchanged.
There is this existential question as to why some zeros to zero are negative 100%. Yeah, cool. Any questions? Or?
Now you get a DIV/0. I think is what's Excel wants to do.
You didn't want to have show the error. Any questions? All right, I think we're good, Tim. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next up is building, page 175.
All right, hello. I want to say thank you to everybody. I don't know how to follow Tim here on that, but I'll do my best. But I do got to say, it is such an honor. I'm coming into my first year as the chief building official here, and just absolutely love this town, this job, all the support I've been getting. All our departments were working really hard. The permitting is really working out. I know it's a little different for Tim than us, but as far as us, we do run into some of the obstacles, but I think we're getting it down to a pretty good system where all my staff, we're fully staffed now. We have all of our inspectors.
For permitting, you mean, or?
Well, just for inspectors, for the permitting process, it's streamlining, it's starting to go a little smoother. And everything has been, it's been running good. Right, we do have some projects, and I can.
Yeah, so I'll just go over similar to the other budget with conservation. Included, Pat gave me some data on kind of some of the permits and how you can see the permits they're getting and how they change year to year. Not much changing in this budget. There is this overview of the key revenue drivers and explanation of why we dropped the building permit revenue number a little bit. It's one of the larger non-tax revenue items in our budget. On the expense side, the most notable changes are reduction in special departmental supplies. That was kind of a line that had some expenses because the building department's office got remodeled, so FY24 it had about 10 grand in there, but we didn't expect to use a lot of that. Instead, we reduced that special departmental supplies line, and we shifted it to some of the areas that were spending higher and we projected needed it. And then on the overtime earnings line, Pat's fully staffed. There was one vacancy for a large part of, I think, last fiscal year and part of this fiscal year. So he's got a full staff, so we expect that overtime to come down. So if you look at prior year actuals, it's a little bit below the FY23 actual and kind of in line with FY22. So, we increased it to reflect some contractual changes, but we believe that that's an appropriate number for that. The building, I work with Pat on developing the building permit revenue number.
170.
It's not, it's dependent on one project, and the town is on, with revenue is essentially on a cash basis of accounting, so he could have a large project that could hit in 1 year, like a dormitory or like, the skating rink the hockey rink at Sacred Heart. He'll get a lot of permit revenue from that. It's only one permit, but he's gonna get a lot of revenue from that, and that can skew the budget from year to year. But just, with the rates being higher, we expect to see maybe a little bit of decrease. So Pat can go over if anybody has any questions of some of the bigger projects, but I think that was all the high level stuff with his budget.
Yeah, we do have some very good size, a lot of apartments coming in that are in the works now. One on Bronson Road, there's one on Black Rock Turnpike. Bronson Road is just getting to the permit process, so I anticipate that's going to start within the next 2 to 3 months, where we're going to start generating 100 unit, yeah, 9.
Starting it?
Well, the permits are in.
No. Oh, so he's going to build it?
Yeah, oh yeah. So there's that. The college is kind of they're on and off with the dorms, and, you know, we have a few projects coming up, but nothing big like Sacred Heart, we're just finishing up the dorms. Fairfield U, we have Faber Hall, now we're doing that, now it's a dorm. But a lot of, you know, smaller stuff that is a 50-50 where you don't have the trigger pulled yet, that we're hoping, you know, Fairfield Prep, they're gonna do arts and recreation, you know, some sophomore housing, they're gonna change some buildings. So we're just waiting on a lot of that. There's a lot of residential projects going on, a lot of houses, some big ones going on Sasko Hill. I have one big project there now, just the building alone is $6 million. So things are moving ahead. We're starting to see some shift from the major large projects to where we're getting, you know, more developments, and we're really aggressive on our permitting fees to make sure we're getting what we're supposed to get. Doing our best, and I anticipate we're going to be right where we're supposed to be.
So 1.9, that you're not shifting from the current revenue projection, that's sort of still, you still?
No, I'm going to stick with where we're at, and I think I'm comfortable that we can do whatever we can to make it there. And, you know, I got a good hope. I'm hoping that some things are going to break and things are going to turn, and we're going to make it.
Somewhat beyond your control, right?
Yeah, but I do my best.
The market.
And that's what we're based on.
Yeah. Any questions? Thank you, Pat. Yes, next is Adam, purchasing.
Page 107.
Didn't see that.
107.
Purchasing, 107.
Thank you all for having me here. My budget's pretty easy, so I don't know, Frank, if you wanted to talk.
Yeah, the only thing in the payroll line is just contractual. Adam's employees are all within the THEA union, and they have a current contract, so those are all contractual. He's fully staffed. I believe at least at the beginning of this year he wasn't, so he filled the position in there. That's really all I have for that. Like Adam said, not much going on.
I will say, just adding on to that, I'm excited to move forward now that we are fully staffed. You know, so just sort of shifting positions up, and then we're finally at a full team of 4, and I think we've got a good team going, and find some real efficiencies now, and improve our internal customer service, but also in the sense that we're an internal customer service organization, but also that we're public facing. So I think a good year ahead.
How's the backlog created by the delegation of, that seems to have eased up?
Yeah, I think the police department kind of took the initiative to really do a deep dive on what the impact was going to be on them, and that's kind of, you know, helped me think about how to look at this. And so I was just meeting with Dave Kelly earlier today, you know, because IT is going to probably have a number of things in the same boat, you know, annual subscriptions
that can be renewed under a customer, you know, under sort of contract terms.
Yeah, so I think just, you know, it was a rough transition, but I think we're figuring it out. And
Hear what that is?
What we voted on for, actually you didn't vote for it, but it was the delegation of the $10,000 less than 1 month authority, but anything over that had to sort of come through my office for signature unless they came under master contracts. So there's been a real push to convert some of these ongoing sort of one-off, or they're not one-off, they're recurring, but they weren't under sort of a master contract terms.
Right, I'm wondering about that because it seems like that's gonna increase our legal fees a lot. To have a lawyer have to now look at all these master contracts and seems like it's sucking a lot of departments' time having to do something they were doing typically normally before. Now it has to go through a lawyer and purchasing super involved. I mean, when you say rough, Adam, what do you mean by?
Oh, just, I think, I think that the effort that the police department put in was valuable in that now it's helped me think about this, but it was probably a little bit overkill. So I think that there are just a handful of departments that have especially a lot of contracts that this will this will apply to. I think maybe we're very concerned and now we're just working through it. So yeah, I mean, there will be more contracts that need to go to the town attorney for approval or for review. But I think we'll continue to. What I wanted to say was that on a different subject, but with the passing of the new purchasing policy back in the fall, we're just sort of waiting for the final document to get the okay or to get printed. Purchasing is planning on holding a series of trainings for all departments, and I'm hoping that through those we'll not only go over all the changes to the purchasing policy, but really get a handle on how we can streamline these contracts that might now be swallowed up in this determination.
Right. Bill, you were saying something about you thought that the purchasing policy that finance passed was a draft and that you still need.
Oh, we're still working on it,
So it really needed some work still.
There was a lot left open in it in terms of templates and amendments going through, and there was not, we sat down, we had one meeting, we're gonna have another meeting soon with various people involved, Board of Finance and Chris DeWitt, former Board of Finance member, is still continuing to help on that. And it's a matter of,
Joe Centofanti.
yeah, Joe
Paid a lot of
Centofanti.
money to him.
Joe Centofanti is part of it, and it's a matter of making what was sort of an idea of what, like Adam's helping make it practical. So there are certain things that should fall under master contracts, and so that we don't need to approve, as long as they fit this. Adam's like sort of giving us drafts of master contract forms that in the future we will be providing to people, saying you're going to use this form, so that we don't need Phil to review everything. So it's really just trying to get control of purchasing and organize it, because it was in the past a little bit loosely controlled.
Yeah, I mean, with all the purchasing, and Adam, I know, was trying really hard to make it more, like you're saying, user-friendly. And I think there was a disconnect between people who don't do it, writing a policy that don't really understand how it really works. But I'm glad to hear that we'll be able to have like a master thing where we don't have to use legal fees for every little subscription and digital library stuff. And
yeah, looking at that was the rough period of basically trying to get this under control. I think it was a little bit of a shock, but it made people, at least it made me and Phil and Adam aware of all this stuff out there that's happening, and then trying to organize it and make sure that now that we're aware that they fall under a system that would not require the attention that it did. I think it's a process, but we do have you had a history of sort of issues with purchasing. So
well, that's good. I mean, that's good to hear that it's going to
be
very complicated, and
it's complicated, and I met the feedback, again, another really good hire.
Yeah,
So
and
Adam,
there's no line out his door like the building department used to be like, because all the department heads were like, oh, wait to see Adam, wait to see Adam.
yeah, we feel really fortunate. I get so much good feedback from everyone that, okay, now we've got someone who gets it, you know, so.
Good job. I'm glad you got your extra person, that's really good. Yeah.
Oh, you're up next. Administrative services, you don't need to talk about my stuff, but, what page is that?
48.
48?
48. Yeah, I think we covered the full.
All right. I mean, that really was the big.
Is there anything there that you want to talk about?
Not really, this is our mail and courier services, it's just an outsourced function, I think we.
Most of the budget, I was gonna say most of the budget.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, we kept it flat and,
Nothing substantial we talked about earlier.
All right, any questions?
No.
All right, thanks, Adam, take care. Human and Social Services, Julie DeMarco.
Page 193.
Hey, Julie.
So no big dramatic changes this year. The only change is the revenue that we are now collecting with fees and membership dues for out-of-towners. We are using more of that hopefully to pay for our instructors. So the very, very bottom of our budget request is the 58,760 is that, are those fees, and we increased that number to 40,000 to spend on our instructors, and you need some from roughly 12,000 from the fees and professional services where we had been paying them. We did ask with the Human Services Commission an increase for our instructors of rate of pay, so that it's reflected in that increase. There's a range between 60 and 100 depending on the training and the experience and the class size.
Any questions? Any questions?
Was the provided energy, heating, utility assistance totaling approximately $74,000 to Fairfield residents, was that through ARPA?
No, that's energy assistance, that's Operation Fuel.
That's a program from the state.
Yeah.
And
those are numbers as of November, where we're higher now, closer to 89,000.
So, can I ask about ARPA, even though it's not just in terms of your department? Because I know that there was still money allocated. The Board of Selectmen had a discussion about stuff that we're not really sure is going to be encumbered and used. How are you feeling about that, that funding?
I think
What the child?
There was child fund, and there was also, I thought, the COVID relief.
Those have been
Did we transfer those?
Yeah.
Never mind.
And the child's, I think there were some questions at the RTM meeting and you answered them, so, yeah.
Okay.
I can forward you the RTM backup if you need.
Yeah, I'll check it. I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah, there was some,
I heard-
they weren't able to sign, they weren't able to,
Yeah, but they didn't, we had restrictions on what that could be used for. We wanted it for mental health counseling for Fairfield residents. And we restricted it to Fairfield residents, including the marketing too, and they didn't feel as though that was something that they could do, so they didn't sign it.
oh, That was okay, I didn't know the reason why they refused to sign the MOUs, because they wanted to do outside, like regional or something?
Well, we specifically wanted services for Fairfield residents with that, with those funds. And that was not something that they felt that they could do.
Okay.
John Kynes.
Yeah, people have been asking me about that. I actually, when you told me that.
Part was small, and then the second part was could they use.
It's really odd.
Yeah, it was a two-part.
Right, so it was without regard for being able to pay counseling without.
Really odd. Well, it was kind of strange that they backed off of that, right? Yeah. Okay.
We've been having a lot of discussion about that. Yeah, we've been having a lot of discussion about that today.
For something else for mental health.
Yeah.
Right.
Just, that's a shame.
Not that we don't know a lot of.
You have organized a youth advisory board or commission or?
No, we have the collaborative on youth mental health with police. Yeah, it's with police, with some social workers, and with us. We have a monthly program, weekly, it's bi-weekly Fathers Forum.
How has participation been?
It was slow in the beginning, but it's really grown. We get, between 30 and 40, depending on the speaker.
That's good.
It is good. The next one is March 6th, and it's on the impact of social media on mental health. That should be great.
And that's funded through your budget, or?
It is. We share the costs with all three.
That's part of the youth services.
It's not. It's completely separate.
Oh, okay. A lot there too.
So that's part of fees and professional services.
Yeah, but the budget line I've been using for that has been education and memberships for fees and professional services. It hasn't been particularly costly,
Right.
500 was one.
Oh, okay.
75 was another, but it's not just 100% on social services. It's a quiet budget.
What's your membership now? On that?
About 6910 is what I looked at this week. And active members is probably closer to 3,800 or 40. Some people are just signing up once, and that would be additional. It's good.
Have we changed the fees for programs for seniors over the last, I've gotten some questions about that because we're knocking doors, that people were just, that Zumba used to be free and now they have to pay and.
It used to be free. When we were coming out of COVID, we researched and studied best practices of the state senior centers, and we were one of two or three that didn't charge fees, or if charge membership, some charge membership but no class fees, some charge class fees and no membership. So we are on the very low end of the $3 a class. And it's been working. We have scholarship money available for today that you can't afford it. And we make it a very easy process to ask for that because it's uncomfortable to ask for help. And we do charge an out-of-town membership now of $25.
How much per class?
$3.
There are some seniors that are taking a lot of classes though, so it may.
Zumba day.
Pickleball.
Pickleball is so popular.
Are there any wish list items that didn't make it into the budget that you're hearing from your constituents?
No, we have, there's things, we have the bathrooms, the last set has started, and we have things that we could upgrade in terms of the kitchen and, other improvements, but until that work is done, it's taken over a lot of the building. Until that's done, it's hard to have a picture of what we really need to do and when we need to do it. So, I think we're good.
Well, when does construction start on the outdoor part?
Great.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, Anthony, thank God, is coordinating that because that's not a strength of mine.
Right.
We were talking earlier about your building, and I was telling them that, the challenges involved with it because of the age and the asbestos and the PCBs and so much work just to get a little thing. It costs so much. Frustrating.
We're all set.
Great, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
Tax
Ross?
assessor,
Yeah.
page 1.
See you, Julie.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. So my budget's pretty much unchanged except for two items that I'll point out. The first is IT software. That has an increase of 21,422, and that's because of mostly because of a reclassification of the near map subscription from these professional services to IT. So that was 18,000 that moved up. And the rest of the increase is just your normal subscription, annual subscription. And then we have the fees and professional services, that's up 225,000, and that is primarily due to the upcoming reval. So we've had a placeholder number of 850,000, which we've spread out over 3 years. 150 in the current budget, 350 in this budget we're working on right now. So that's a $1,000 increase. And then we have 22,000 for a service to do sketch check, which will take the MetroCog aerial that's flying this spring and then take our sketches and verify the sketch to the imagery. So if there's any discrepancies, they will point those out and fix them. So we'll see what we find.
MetroCog's doing that?
MetroCog is doing the flight. They did just like they did in 2020.
Right.
So it's a year before our reval this year, which is good and bad. It gives us a extra time to do the sketch check portion of it.
How long does that process take for you guys?
Yeah,
Do the
it's
sketch
going to be
check?
interesting. It's fairly new service. It's just coming about as being a popular item. The other thing that's budgeted is 30,000 for street level images. So the goal is to have 360-degree images, so they will take pictures as the car proceeds down the street. It'll also include LiDAR data, which allows you to measure from those images. So we'll have multiple images of a house, so you can kind of look at 3 sides if you have a clear view of the house, and also measure. They have some other technology that might benefit some of the other departments.
Reval this year? What is the reval?
Reval is it will be effective October 1, 2025, but that will be for the July 26 tax bills.
Under your, hold on to your belt. You have no idea how mad people get.
When's the RFP going out, or has it gone out already?
The RFP is out.
Yeah,
and
it just went out, right?
It went out a couple weeks ago. It's going to close next Wednesday. So we should have much more firm numbers come the end of next week. And hopefully we'll have the selection done before the budget.
When is your office, when are you gonna, when are the people gonna start lining up?
When are they going to get a notice?
When are you gonna have people start lining up in your office with their torches?
December 25. No, it'll all be good. Everyone's going to love it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, yes, they loved it so much last time, it was so much fun.
So Ross, it's not 100% like dollar, related for the budget, but it would be useful if you could explain to the public how many people you expect to respond to the RFP, how many people are capable of actually doing this work. Because from our discussions, I think people have the public has this perception that there are 100 companies that could bid all over. There are really only like 5. One of them is sort of disqualified because of the system software they use, right? So
Sure, I would expect there to be 3 bids on the project.
You don't have to get into the
Yeah, I won't get into
companies, but.
names, but, you know, there's one company that does them. They primarily only bid on companies that use their software, their CAMA software. The other three will, one has the software that we use, and the other two will work on that software. There's a couple other smaller companies. One of them, I think, has since closed shop. So there's realistically, there's only 4 that could handle the town this size. And one of those, like I say, doesn't bid on this project.
And the bids are they, is this part of like a national, like is there a national company that would come, or are these mainly Connecticut?
There's national companies for sure, and some of the companies that Vision is is national. I mean, they're primarily East Coast. They are in multiple states. But typically, the other companies you don't see any of the companies outside of this region bidding on the jobs. I'm sorry, Tyler is national.
Tyler's national as well?
Tyler is also national, and they, I would expect them to bid. But you don't, that's the extent of it.
I mean, it might be worthwhile for us to tell people, you know, maybe in our newsletter that this is not, you know, there are not hundreds of companies that do this or are capable of doing this, and it's pretty much the same group, and so no need to have conspiracy theories about why you're seeing the same companies. That's just, unfortunately, the market, yeah.
I think some of it, you don't see the companies outside of Connecticut so much because we are smaller. You know, we think of ourselves as a big town in Connecticut, but when you get outside of Connecticut, we're small. You know, when you get down into Florida or the South or the West, there's hundreds of thousands of properties in a community that they're bidding on. So, is it 21.5? You know, to them, we're small. So it may just be the
whole
scale that they
sheet
don't.
we had done when we went through this that might be able to be recovered.
Right, it's a county-wide.
It's explaining what reval is, what it is, why it is, state statutes, all this stuff. Because
Thank you.
people really don't know and they get really fired up. If you're doing it to them personally.
Fantastic. Any questions?
Nope. Thank you.
Just while Ross is here, because he provides some of the numbers for the mill rate calculation sheet on page 5. So if anybody has any questions about that sheet, it would be a good time.
Yeah, so does that get updated in May, or is this the number that we stick with?
No, it'll get updated. So pretty much as close as I could be to the mill rate meeting, I asked Ross to give me the grand list, and then that's the number that they use at the mill rate setting meeting.
Just the grand list is an ever-changing number. So, you know, we sign a grand list at the end of January, and that's the number we all work with, but for mill rate purposes, we can use a number as close to that point in time as we can.
Good luck to you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
I'm gonna have to do that over again. Seems like that 5 years comes quick.
It came quick.
Thanks. Take care.
You're next, David.
The collector's on page 116. Sensor.
Hey, everyone. Hey, David.
I want to say today is actually my 7th anniversary with the town.
Happy anniversary. Thank you for your
7th of
service.
2017, so I think I started a month or two after the other Dave K.
Oh, no kidding. Really?
December.
Yeah.
That's really strange.
Right around the same time.
K started within a couple months of each other?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm after all these years, I'm extremely fortunate, and I'm very grateful to be here. It's been a pleasure. I feel like I'm giving a going away speech. I'm not.
Well, the town, let me
just want to
just
say it's been 7 years, and I this is my 3rd municipality I've worked for, and I can't think of a better place to be.
The town is very lucky to have
Yeah,
Dave. He is really great, awesome customer service, great organization, great with his staff. You're awesome, Dave.
Great temperament.
And he has the flair for costumes. Saying.
He always does the best Halloween costume.
He has the best Halloween costumes every year.
It's the one time of the year where I either put a smile on the taxpayer's face or I put this guy is crazy type.
We always keep him guessing though.
They might come in not too happy and then I put a smile on their face when they see the costume. So.
He's really good.
All right, anything you want to?
Sure, so I'll start on the expenditure side. My budget is pretty basic. The majority of my increase is due to contractual wages and step increases, so well over 50% of my 2.8% increase is due to salary and wages. Other increases are just due to inflation and whatnot, but the majority of anything else in my expenditure side is just basically the cost of postage and printing to send out over 80,000 bills and collect $320 million. So that's, the bulk of what my budget comes down to is the printing and mailing of the tax bills.
So we've been talking about saving money and increasing the efficiency of your staff so that they could work on other things by decreasing the frequency of tax payments.
Yes.
And it was brought up years ago, and I think the RTM voted it down. I can't remember.
Yeah, actually, my first year here, I started in February 27th, and then on in early May, when the budget was set, passed, a position was cut from my office. It was kind of my welcome to the town, and the feeling was, okay, well, if we're not going to restore this position, let's try to find some efficiencies. And so one of them, the initial thought was, well, let's reduce the quarterly installments for property taxes, for real estate taxes. One, it's inefficient. We're billing 4 times a year. And I've worked in other municipalities where the town managers, they'll say, well, a real estate tax bill, whether you pay it in 2 installments like the rest of the state, or the other 150 towns in the state, or you pay it in 4 installments, it's a type of bill where you either have the money or you don't. I don't think, the feeling, I don't think we're, certainly we're helping people by breaking into 4 installments, but I don't think this is like a make or break where they're not going to be able to afford their property taxes because we suddenly have cut it in half. And I just feel like we're only one of 12 out of 169 municipalities that still bills in 4 quarterly installments in order to, and most towns are going to do what we do to save on postage is we send out 1 bill and then it's incumbent on that taxpayer to remember every 3 months, which most do because it's a dollar amount that's in your head. You're not going to forget, you budget for it. Then you have to pay it every 3 months. So, you owe a bill in April. Next month or in 2 months from now, you're going to owe a bill that we sent back in July of 2023. And the tricky part there is, yes, people often forget. And then my hands are tied. I am governed by state statute where you're late and there's no way around it. So I have the uncomfortable situation of having to charge them interest even though they just forgot because they didn't get a 4th bill in the mail. And it's the toughest conversation in the world when it's someone that says, well, I've lived here for 40 years, I've never been late, look at my record. And that's where I feel. I say, I wish there was something I could do, but unfortunately I have to treat that person the same as the person that's late every year.
So 150 out of 100, we're one of 19 to 12 towns that do this.
So we talked about this, and I remember we were going to do a rollout where we were going to let everybody know, like lots of publicity, and then, so give them a year and say, okay, this is the last year we're doing this.
So the tricky thing with that is we just started, I discovered this wasn't being done, but 12-142 of the state statute says that the legislative body, when they approve the budget, It's more just like through a roll call, they just call it off and they approve it. You're supposed to state, okay, this is the budget and taxes are gonna be due this many installments for motor vehicle, for real estate, personal property, and then they approve it. But that's in May, a month and a half before the tax bills go out. So my concern is I would love to have like a notice a year in advance that says, just warning everyone, this is about to happen, but then we run the risk of, well, if the legislative body, if the RTM does not approve it.
I think we just have to manage that, because we shouldn't be an outlier on this because it has significant operational impact. The taxpayers are paying for the people that are lining up four times a year, and basically your whole office is involved in that process, as opposed to doing all the other customer service stuff you should be doing. And there's no reason to be the outlier on this. I think people would get used to it. So why don't we work on a way to inform people subject to the RTM approval, and if they don't approve it, we can't do it, but they can be ready at least.
One of the most critical things I thought from this was during COVID, because we were one of the outliers, one of 12, the governor issued a state mandate that said that we had to choose to allow deferred taxes, meaning you have 30 days, now we're going to give you 90 days, or you have to reduce your interest, one or the other, or a combination of both. We chose deferment, and what happened was April 1st taxes were due, didn't have to pay until July 1st, which meant I couldn't really file my liens until after July 1st. So our collection rate, which usually is around 99%, was like 97.5%. Most towns that collect twice a year, they're finished doing all their collections by February or March, right around this time period, filing their liens. They're going through their budget process, and they already kind of know where they stand. I have no clue what our collection rate is until like maybe middle of June, which is 15 days before the fiscal year ends. So it's a little risky in that regard. And then just other things like the governor's mandate continued into the following fiscal year, but then there was no guidance for when I collected taxes in October, because no one really collects taxes in October. So it was very confusing, because taxpayers were saying, well, don't we have 90 days? And I said, no, you don't, because the governor didn't issue additional guidance for this month. So it was just extremely confusing, and a lot of people did not pay their taxes.
There's a lot of executive orders that didn't have a lot of guidance. It's unbelievable.
I know.
You know.
So let's.
But could he do it?
Let's
What's
do
the
it.
statute say, Dave? Does it say that, for example, it has to be that notice you're saying, that vote? Can it happen does it have to happen at the budget? So the RTM would say, and next year.
It's technically supposed to happen every single year, even if you choose not to change it. You just state, this is the amount of taxes we're collecting for real estate. And
So wait a minute, so according to the statute, you wouldn't do it this year because you haven't given people enough time, but you would send out notifications to let them know it's gonna hopefully be next year.
We could do it this year, but I would be worried, probably for the same reasons as you are, that, people might need to actually put money away, so you need to give them a year so that they plan for it, yeah.
I think one way that we could introduce the concept is, right now, we're only one of 20 that collects motor vehicle twice a year. Most collect it once a year, much smaller amount than real estate. Over 80% of our taxpayers pay it in full in July, because it's the exact opposite. It's, I'm gonna forget in January to pay this $200 bill that you just split into 100 and 100, so I'm just gonna pay it in July. And that's a lot of work too, because then you have to think about, you have people in town that live in apartments, maybe it's a short-term rental, they move to another town, car taxes are collected in arrears, so I'm sending a bill in July based on the previous October. They're only gonna pay their first installment, and then I have to fine them for their second installment because they moved out of town.
Don't be shy, let's get this nailed down.
My feeling is, let's introduce the concept this year by reducing motor vehicle from 2 down to 1. I don't think most people are gonna even blink an eye. Then, it's not gonna be a huge impact.
But let's, maybe at the RTM meeting this year, we discuss this and let them know it's coming.
Does the motor vehicle have to be done at an RTM meeting too?
Yeah.
How does it work? Paul?
Whether you change the installment.
What's the statute again?
12-142. You're basically just stating at what you just state what the taxes are and at what
I
extent.
remember this being so complicated, but we should definitely do it.
Doesn't sound like we can't do it. Yeah, definitely.
Can.
So one option could be to bring this up earlier, even at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Bring this up, maybe even, we'll let them know, and maybe even have them weigh in with a sense of the body, see if they would be open. to
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Ask them if they would. That would give an indication, and at least as we start to phase in.
Yeah, yeah.
That's an approach.
Yeah, 'cause- so in my past experience approaching the RTM, what they're most concerned about is, one, obviously, the population that does not escrow their taxes, that may be on a fixed income, expecting them now to adjust their budget because they are paying their taxes every 3 months and they've gotten used to that concept. And then the other concern is initially the feeling was, well, that's only 45%. So let's just go for this. And then it was, well, hold on, the other 55% that escrow, it's only a one-time thing, but for the first year, the banks that usually estimate the taxes based on 4 installments, they're going to readjust to 2, and it's going to cause, it's just going to put their escrow funds out of balance. But, that is typical. I mean, you have a mill rate change, and then they do an escrow analysis, and then your mortgage payments could get adjusted based on, whether the mill rate went up or down.
That's the way to do it. Let me do it in one shot.
Yeah.
And they're gonna read that.
If we're trying to make the town more efficient, this seems like
And it's a 1 year.
really.
It's going to cause a difference in their escrow for 1 year, and then the banks will adjust. They'll know that we're now twice a year, and they'll estimate according to that.
All right, and then the other area that we talk about is, tax sale, which is going on now for, you started with 12 years in arrears, is that?
Yeah, so we're in the process of conducting a tax sale now for this current fiscal year for properties that are 12 years and older. The feeling was we need to pursue this because per state statute, I can only collect for a period of 15 years. So it doesn't mean that the property taxes are just completely waived after 15 years. It just means someone owes 16 or 17 years, I can only collect the most recent 15 years, the 2 oldest years that just get completely wiped out of the system and written off. Because the state says I can only collect 15 years or less of taxes. So the feeling is anything that owes 12 or more is at risk, and we should be pursuing it because when you do tax sale, generally it's a pretty quick 6-month time frame, but there can be delays such as like if the person subject to the tax sale files bankruptcy, doesn't necessarily take them out of the sale, it just delays the sale. It means we have to put them back in the sale at a later time. So, the concern is if they owe 15 years of taxes, they file bankruptcy. It doesn't matter if they file bankruptcy, if it exceeds 15 years, we have to waive those taxes that have exceeded that amount.
So I expressed to you my concern that by not being more aggressive, like earlier on, do they realize that they're going to lose all the equity in their home because the rate is 18% and it compounds, right? So you get to a point where they have no equity left in their home for whatever reason, if we just let it go.
And that's another concern of mine. I'm not a realtor or anything, but I don't think we're at that point. But that could be a reality for many of these properties if we don't act. I never want to be in the situation of, and I've had that happen where attorneys will call me. I had a situation where someone said I'm handling someone's affairs due to medical reasons. I had no idea they owed these taxes. I'm trying to sell their house. They're unable to communicate with me, but I had no idea they owed this much money, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to put the house.
We have no flexibility, right? State statute, right?
If they come to me and say I can't sell this house for the amount that's owed, there's really nothing I can do. So it doesn't do anyone favors if we just
Letting it sit there and 12 years, 10, it's just, they're losing everything.
And, I'm of the belief if I feel like when you have properties that are 12 years or more.
Okay, we should probably move on. I just realized we only have an hour left, but this, we've talked a lot about, but I wanted people to know that this is an issue and that's really gotten.
Follow up, because it is a good thing. We were going to do it. It should be done, I think.
All right, thank you so much, David.
I IT is up next on 122.
Okay, other Dave K, your IT director.
And when's your
Hi,
anniversary?
Dave. Thank you.
What did you take care, Dave?
Yeah, I started in December of 2016, I think. So the IT budget is largely a maintenance budget from year to year. Most of the changes in our budget are based on estimated inflationary increases of our year-to-year software agreements and hardware maintenance agreements, and things like that. This year, it's a little bit difficult, it's a guessing game what the increases are going to be this year because many software vendors are coming in at many times the rate of inflation in their price increases this year. But the budget has an estimate of what those costs will be. I think we've added a little more just in case. But sharing with my colleagues in other towns, many of them are being hit with larger increases than expected as they're all starting to renew their contracts right now too. So generally, IT pays for anything that is used centrally by the town. So at Munis, we pay the phone bill. Any kind of software that's used by a majority of departments is funded through my department. But as other departments come through, they may have an IT budget to help cover or pay for software that's more or less unique to their department. So that's the difference between IT and what gets paid from a department on the outside.
And you've been really helpful to me with looking at, capital planning modules and things like
We have
that.
another one next week, right?
Thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Any questions?
No, just that, Dave is obviously we're very lucky to have Dave as our IT director. Did an awesome job for us during COVID and continues to do a great job.
Just the rollout of the new website and this, my own knowledge in terms of updating the website. Is there a town webmaster? Is moving forward with that, this is somewhat new, and are you seeing any surprises or challenges or need for additional resources to help?
Yes, maybe not. The town does have a webmaster. Mary Mao is the municipal librarian and webmaster for both the library and the town. So she splits her time between both sides, and she's the primary go-to person with all things web. It is a new website. It went up just as there was the administration changeover. It's a challenge getting off of something that you've been in out of a system you've been in for 10 or 15 years and getting it, converted into a new system. The new system works differently. Some people like the way it looks and works better. Some like it less. It's a change. There is a bit of a challenge in the customer service ticket system that's embedded in the new website. It's a relatively less capable system than the one we're used to. So we may be looking to see if we can augment the system with either go back to, we can actually get the old system we had before, or we
You alert?
Yeah, or we could cast the net and see what else is available out in the market. Might do the trick. So yes, there are some growing pains on the new site. Part of the implementation was that the website vendor did airlift a lot of our information from our old site to our new site. But there's a lot of fixing and editing that has to happen. And that's kind of what we've been doing the past couple of months.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with any additional questions.
Oh, just one clarification I overheard earlier today. The 501 Kings Highway Zoom room. That project is managed by Board of Ed IT.
Oh, I know you were helping though, weren't you?
Well, we work together, and I see Nancy for lunch every couple of weeks, and we compare notes and whatnot. But there are 3 Zoom rooms in Board of Ed spaces that are being managed by the Board of Ed IT department.
I think I thought you were in charge of it because you were telling me about some of the vendor issues or the,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, it's the same vendor, same project, same RFP.
Yeah.
And actually, I had the vendor across the hall yesterday. We were tweaking and tuning the audio in this room while you were having your meeting to try to bring up the levels a little bit. But we can hear Frank's mouse clicking every time.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm teasing. But it's very sensitive now, so it's picking us all up quite clearly. We may regret it in the summer when we open a window and the air conditioning unit outside kicks in, but we'll see that.
You set?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Mark?
So, yeah, Mark, so community economic development's up next. If we could move Mark tomorrow, preferably maybe for the first time slot. He's not, he had a
Yeah, sure.
conflict. We ran, he was supposed to be here before 3 and then he's got a conflict today, so.
Okay. So we have registrar.
So, yep, registrar, page 51 is up next.
Are they on? Matt's on. I see Matt. Matt, can you hear us? You're on mute.
I can, if he's gonna log on, I can go through their stuff and then they can log on if they want.
Sorry. That's okay.
Wow, Sans is listening to the whole thing.
Alexis has it in his office.
Matt Wagner. Is Kathy Politi on?
It was earlier.
FairTV 2, what is that?
It's upstairs.
Do we move on to Kathleen?
Oh, they can't open them?
I mean, if they're not here, we should just cut their budget to 0.
I second.
Legal's up next.
All in favor?
Be done with it.
All right, yeah, that'd be good. What's up next?
Kathleen Simpson
HR and then legal.
Oh.
McPherson.
I wonder if Phil is coming remote? Oh, Matt's here. There we are.
Kathy's on her way in too. No economic development?
They're not here today. We were too slow.
We came over
spent too much
I
time.
asked too much questions for Board of Ed, it's my
We saw
fault.
Dave Kelly on the screens.
51?
Hey.
And a clarification, Mark's asking.
There we go.
Correct on that.
The end of the day?
Okay. Registrar of Voters, page 51, 52, 53. Take it away.
So we haven't changed a lot in the budget. I'd say it's a presidential election year. There's always sort of high volume customer service needs for us, higher volume of mail, higher volume of sort of seasonal hours, the handful of registrations that we have coming in. A big driver this year is the introduction of early voting, which is a new service that the state is beginning this year. We're going to have our first taste of that for the April primaries coming up, but a much larger amount of early voting services coming in October, which we'll be talking about the months to come. Obviously, there's been a recent change, the sort of dimensions of which we're still grappling with a little bit, which is the reduction of our full-time staff line. So I imagine we'll probably be in discussion with you about that, as we have been with each other earlier today. I'm not sure if we want to get into sort of a extreme detail, like the line by line type of stuff, but sort of happy to answer any questions you have.
I'll just say it on a broad strokes that from the budget that you submitted versus the budget here, I believe I took out the money that was for the primaries and I put it into the contingency account. Just because there's a chance that they may not happen. So that was there. I just put it into contingency account for the elections. There was a transition of one position that went to the engineering. We went over that in the engineering budget. There was supposed to be some additional money in their seasonal payroll line to make up for that transfer of that full-time position. And so there is money available from the position request in the library that I'm sure Scott will go over when he presents. But there'll be money left. There'll be some offset in part-time savings. So although I forgot to put it in the Registrar voters budget, I believe we could take the savings from the library and shift it over to the seasonal payroll line in the Registrar voters. So I think net, it's not going to be a change, but that was just something going through and adding these positions that I had forgot to factor in. So, and I can give everybody this.
Yeah, I think it's really a burden to our department now, because Holly had 20 years' experience, right? And we're gonna have such an uptick in volume and in work and in responsibility. Essentially, we went from having 2 election days a year to 23, right? And that's a huge increase. And it was really valuable to have a full-time employee, I think, and have the office open full-time. Because as you know, Matt and I are part-time.
23 days because of early voting?
Yeah, 14 for the general election, and this is a presidential year. If we have an August primary, that's 7 days.
Listen, we talked about this earlier with our engineering budget came up about moving Holly's position into the engineering department, which needed a full-time admin, but I expressed my concern during the engineering discussion, budget discussion. I think this is very concerning to not have a nonpartisan town employee being in that office to answer voters' questions, to be available all the time and not just part-time. And the 2 part-time registers are elected officials. They can come and go as they please. They have no set hours, not regulated by the town government in any real way. And we have a registrar's office without somebody there. And I think it's a problem. And I didn't even think of what Kathy just said about all the early voting that the legislature passed. And so now it's going to be even more work there. And how are we going to make sure that our residents, when they want to go there and vote, there's somebody going to be there?
If I can, I'd say that I don't see our department as having inherently less work than something like a assessor's department or a tax collector's department. I think that what you see is a range of what the service, and we got to hear a little bit of you discussing this with the assessors and the tax collectors as well, which is that if we're able to reduce the amount of work that you have to do kind of administratively, like the paperwork type of stuff, that you can provide higher service levels to the public. And I think it's a discussion that we've had with different town boards over many years about whether, the office is full-time or not. We hear things like, oh, you guys only have to work 1 day a year. But the amount of preparation that needs to be done to have an election be successful is really a year-round activity. And getting to the point where someone is able to operate independently of the registrars, which is, in October, we're called out of the office to nursing homes for likely a lot of attention will be spent for early voting. Having a resource where someone is able to be there in the office, I think, is really valuable. And I think, we heard in our budget discussions, it's not a full-time position. That was something I know that had been conveyed to the Human Resources Director, is that I think that you could look at it that way, and at a bare minimum, I think I heard it said, that this job could be done in 3 hours each week. That at a bare minimum, that may be true, but that actually, I think if you want to provide services to voters, if you want to proactively register people, if you want to educate them about sort of what's happening in the election and what their opportunities are, I do think it is really valuable to have a staff resource that is able to do that.
Really, registrations with the Department of Motor Vehicles, we get online registration, address changes continuously throughout the year, and it's really a steady flow, and then it increases with canvas, correct? So it is a steady flow of work.
Am I hearing you both advocate that you don't think this position should be eliminated?
I'd like to see it be restored if it could.
I'm just thinking about our budget meeting, I just think the conversation, I remember the conversation being a little bit different, that seemed like the part-time was going to be adequate, but now I'm just hearing something different, so I'm just a little surprised.
That's what I was going to ask. I thought.
When we first presented to you, we thought we were going to have a full-time secretary still.
But
Right, and it was after we had presented our budget, it was removed.
But we had asked, can it be something that can be done with a part-time position? And I thought the answer was yes.
We could have 2 part-time people that report to us, but I do think it is important to have someone who is really not involved in either party, who's always constantly impartial and always in the office. And are part-time, so then do we switch the office hours to part-time, and is that really what we want for our residents?
You have someone part-time now, right? Or
Very part-time, yeah.
like how many hours a week?
Anywhere from 4 to 8.
4 to 8. And how about you, Matt? Don't you have someone?
I've been using an assistant registrar on the order of about 20 hours.
20 hours a week as an assistant registrar, but
So is
they're
that-
not here. Where are they?
They'll be in our seasonal line.
Deputies
and seasonal and assistants.
So what's in the disparity of one using 20 and one using 4 to 8? Like, is there a certain amount of deputies allowed to work? I don't understand, how does that work? Like, how much is a deputy allowed to get paid?
A deputy is $22 an hour, and assistant registrar is $16.
Is there like a cap, like the deputy's only allowed to work so many hours, or is there
No.
not?
No, there isn't. It's just based upon, and my deputy has another job, so that's why she works less.
Right,
So your deputy works 4 to 8, and you have an assistant registrar.
We both have assistants and deputies, and it's just, we utilize them as we see fit, essentially.
Okay.
Right, but I think there should be some rules regulating how many hours people work, because.
Right, that's why he went over budget, and I was still within budget.
Because it should be accordance to part-time rules under THEA, like 19.5 hours, right?
I mean, I don't know how this. I mean, you were a deputy at one point.
Yep.
As well, yeah.
Did you?
And I guess I'll say, you know, Bill remembers this, Brenda, you'll remember this as well. You know, my advocacy has been to add a position to say, you know, I think that we could provide enough additional services that a second full-time would be justified for the office. I met with a very similar response from both administrations with that proposal. So I'm definitely not of the mindset that, you know, doing it with part-timers.
To be clear, though, there was never a I mean, I know there was a proposal last year, but there was no proposal for an additional full-time person this year.
No, not, and we bring to you a budget that we have a consensus about, right? So there's advocacy, and then there's what we present jointly to you.
But one of the things, just going back to when we sat down as administration with your office, working through what even that full-time position was being utilized for between two registrars, where seated, where how many hours allocated, how many entries. I mean, we got pretty granular, and it became evident that it was largely not being utilized in the way that maybe at one time, but it wasn't at this point. And so what we looked at was, we have from a town side overall, looking at all the head count, that we have, you know, a full-time, position. We had another location that needed full utilization of a full-time position. And then in discussions about, you can each have a deputy, you can each have several assistants. They can actually, if you appoint them into those roles, they can do certain functions. And the idea was, and I understand that from a transference of funds, it's not as evident in here, and we have a plan to correct that dollar-wise, but that we were going to give you the pathway for more hours on a regular basis with people who were in those assistant roles, to be able to flexibly, each registrar then be running kind of more at sort of maximum strength there.
Yeah,
and more effectively.
I was pretty adamant, though, about keeping Holly because of her experience.
So.
It's the presidential election year, there's 3 elections this year.
And I think there's a couple things. There's individuals and then there's positions.
Yeah,
right?
let's
So
talk about
specific on position. Yes, I believe it's often hand in hand, and that individual had a level of experience. But from a utilization, that was not. It was just looking at the position. It was no longer being utilized at that maximal amount. So it was not functioning in the office always. Being, you have both parties in there, you're running at full steam. It wasn't doing that anymore. So we were looking to give you those tools, and on the town side, we're looking at a position and headcount that's not being maximally utilized and a location that needed it. So
can I just add, like, do you have a budget for a deputy to work 19 and a half hours a week, or would that break the budget? Like, if both of your deputies worked 19 and a half hours a week, would that break the budget?
It would break what's here, certainly.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
And again, so the goal is and we're going to have to ask for the transfer. So we have access in another account. That was an error in closing out between the 3 departments, between all the part-time lines. And also, just to go back to we can address the 19.5. It came up earlier about 30, or then with even elected, what the hours are. But
it's an average over the year.
Yeah, well, and if it tracks certain, if the responsibilities track certain positions, it's one thing. If it don't track other positions, there's another bucket. And then there's also, the registrar's office, even just within your 2 positions, tracks state statute. So there's a few moving pieces there. So it's, we believe that we could add in that line and get to that staffing level.
I don't think, though, that addresses the issue, though, Bill, of partisan people being the full-time staff in the office, right? So these are 2 party-affiliated elected individuals. Their deputies are partisan deputies to an elected official.
Do you view them that way? Do you view your deputies?
They're partisan. I mean,
But like an independent, like you could have a partisan employee as
I
well.
hear what you're saying, but I'm saying to the
Right.
public, right? If you're Joe Smith and you walk into the registrar's office, you want a town of Fairfield employee helping you, not somebody who's chosen by a Democrat registrar or a Republican registrar. Like a normal, like, employee. who
But
just
they could
helps
be
you.
incredibly I mean, that's the thing, is if I'm hiring or you're hiring, like they may be, I never viewed the assistants when I went in as partisan. I don't know, I
I
mean,
just think it kind of, I don't know, I think it gives a bad look.
is that, well, okay.
The town, I mean, the town could also, you could hire the part-time employee, and it doesn't have to be a deputy or assistant. I think that's the mindset that we're thinking, because
Right.
that's the current part-time structure, but it doesn't need
Okay.
to.
But then it would have to be coordinated with the two registers about time, right? Because you don't need a whole bunch of people all there at once. So then there needs to be a calendar of sorts. You know, I'll be here from 8:30 to noon, you'll be here from, and then the part-time person slots in.
It complicates things immensely to have part-time. That's why it was nice to have full-time, so we come and go as we please. It was much easier to do. I mean, we both have other jobs as well, because we're part-time. So that's what we were facing now, because I was asking him, well, what's your schedule gonna be like? And our schedules are gonna be the same, and then the office is gonna be empty for some time each day. So that's not really.
So you're saying hiring a part-time person with not real firm hours. So you're gonna say to somebody, you can work this many hours this day and this many hours that day, and it's always gonna be confusing and not
Right.
scheduled, so the
Right.
person knows what to expect.
That's why, when we had a full-timer there, it just smoothed things out and more efficiently, I think, that way.
Hire somebody with no schedule.
If I can.
Why would they be no scheduling? A part-time, you could have scheduled their hours.
Yeah, but what if that person chooses to work from 8 to 2, and these two are there, but they're not there from 2 to 4:30?
But why, if you're hiring them and you say you've got to work hours, then they,
Yeah, but is it gonna be constantly changing? What person's gonna say, oh, we'll tell you your schedule every week on Friday for next
I
week?
mean, I would assume a lot of our part-time employees have
They have set
schedules,
They
like,
do.
right.
But when you have two elected officials who can pick any time they wanna work there.
Right, I mean, but you're
tend to
you're
work the
adults.
same
You're adults, you can figure it out.
I mean, you'll remember from the state capitol, Fair Work Week proposals that always came around, like, a lot of workers experience unpredictability in their schedules, certainly, so.
No, I know, but I don't know that many people would be jumping up to work a job where they have no structure. If they need a kid, pick up a kid, or they have no idea what hours they're working, I mean,
Right,
it's
that's
a
fair.
little weird.
So your deputy, has that deputy always worked 19 and a half hours a week? Is that?
My deputy has another full-time job and will sort of escalate hours a lot around an election and then drop
Okay.
off to very nearly zero.
Right.
I have an assistant I appointed who's happens to be a Republican that I've been using for sort of a lot of the filing and paperwork type tasks in the office. So.
Kathy, you have a assistant that works 4 to 8 hours, and that's it right now? But you can up that, we're saying you could up that to a,
But she has a full-time job.
but that's a person, but you could, I mean, if we gave you the hours, then you would figure out who could do that job, right? I mean.
I have to hire someone else, but it does, like I said, it does get complicated because my schedule fluctuates with my other job as well. So, and I think Matt, I asked him for what his schedule would be like for this week, and he didn't really know. So, it's very confusing, really. So that's why it was nice to have a full-time person. For some stability.
From our meetings, I think I understand how people have taken away a message that the utilization of our full-time person was minimal, right? I remember the comment that, it's gonna be done in 3 hours each week, and that stuck with me from the meeting.
That was one task.
Right, sure.
Right.
But so I understand how that could be the takeaway. What I hear from the finance staff is that there is a number that we haven't seen that we're talking about for seasonal to use for part-time. And maybe I think what would be beneficial would be for us to have that conversation with them, having to try and imagine what the dimensions of that would be here at this meeting. And then if there is gonna be, it sounds like there's gonna be an amendment to the budget proposed regardless. And we can do that advocacy and math and sort of game out what that would look like in those different scenarios, between now and when you do your budget vote. If that makes sense.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, what?
Well, we need to know how many hours that
Yeah,
we
we
have.
just need to, the original concept was that there was part-time money in the engineering that was gonna transfer over to the budget. Just in rents adjustments, it didn't, but we also had money in the library that needs to be used because of the teen piece. So we're we have it available still within the budget. I mean, it's a net, so we can work on what the exact number would be that you would need. But
Yeah, and we can discuss, is that gonna work or not work?
Sitting somewhere else, it just needs to be in, and we can work through what those rates and hours would be.
But that still was what gives us one part-time person?
No, it would be, well, they were gonna do assistant, you could do up to.
The hours.
It'd be a bank of hours that can be applied towards multiple assistant registrars. You can appoint several assistants. And one of the concepts was simply to not just use a town part-timer, but to actually have assistant registrar voters from both parties, in that they can do some additional, there was some additional things that they can do within the.
Empowered to do registration and stuff.
Exactly, there's some other items. on the
Difficult to
assistant side.
find, though, people that have
Right.
part-time hours versus hiring someone.
And qualifications, and I still go back to the problem I have with some people who are elected, and not just a straight-up staff person who has some credential. I mean, I'll just give you a little history. Years ago, when Denise Merrill was the Secretary of State and I was in the legislature, her staff went around to all of the legislators and asked us if we would be inclined to vote on a bill she wanted to put forward that would eliminate election of registers. And that the towns would hire people who were qualified to work in a register of voters office, nonpartisan, just someone who goes in there, has the qualifications. And I said, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. And lo and behold, for whatever reason, I guess there was some stuff in the background, the majority party decided not to ever have that bill come forward. But, I mean, her staff explained, you've got a town where you've got a 93-year-old woman who literally is the register of voters because their party loves her, and she never shows up there and does any work. So the bottom line is, I just feel like our town should have a person who is employed by the town of Fairfield, that's been vetted by our HR department, as a person who has capability, who understands how to use a computer system, who understands how to use the Secretary of State's website to check voters, and just goes in there and does the job for the town of Fairfield. Period. Doesn't associate with either register. They help them, but they're not like their person. I think would give more confidence to the average everyday citizen that the town of Fairfield's protecting the office that ensures their ability to vote. I mean, if that makes sense.
It's the constant there, because honestly, the registrars can come and go. You don't know whether you're gonna be placed on the ballot or not that year that you're coming up for election. And then you've got someone brand new in there and nobody really to train them. Then someone in the other party really needs
Like a constant person, someone who's stable and just an employee.
I mean, that could work out really well, or it might work out really horribly too. I mean, so I hear what you're saying. I mean, in theory, it sounds, it makes sense, but So we're not gonna vote today, so we're not voting on anything today, so let's talk about it.
We'll see what the seasonal proposal is like and what the cost differential is between that and sort of what we had had previously and what makes sense as the best path.
How many people do you figure visit your office every week in person? Have you been tracking just in terms of traffic into the office, times of day? Is it first thing in the morning?
I would expect it to be a lot once things start rolling, because it's a presidential election year.
And the early voting stuff, it's gonna.
And it was nice because
Maybe it's a seasonal.
we need someone to do payroll.
And it just, if it's not really, if it's, right, I would,
I mean, that's an idea. I don't really know much about it.
I mean, I don't know in terms of,
Hard stop at 5? Like, is that a hard stop? Okay.
I'd say that at this time of year, when we're far away from an election event, you're talking about probably a dozen walk-ins a day and a number of phone calls. We often help people looking for other services as well, right? So
We don't need to vote on it.
okay, all right.
so that ramps up. I think it would be interesting for you to get that information for departments townwide and would ask us all, track for a week what your walk-in service is, and you might get an interesting insight that way.
Yeah, I just am curious because your work is scheduled around events, to some extent. Unlike arguing some other town departments that it's just,
Sure.
gonna just stop because we are short on time.
Yeah, but we'll definitely have to talk more.
When absentee ballots are happening, a lot of people stop in. Yeah. Because they need to be registered first and then go and, get their absentee ballot on.
I mean, I think it would ebb and flow, and I could be totally wrong, but I would think just based on how close you are to an election, certain times of the year would be busier than others, and granted, I totally admit that other town departments probably could say the same thing.
And Kathy referenced before how we now get a sort of a steady stream of online activity tied to the DMV that sort of, in one sense, reduces the seasonal fluctuation because we're getting a few dozen a day of new voter registrations where people might have registered right before the election otherwise. But then it also generates additional work, people who might not have needed to change otherwise. We might get 3 or 4 voter registrations that are identical for them that we have to process sort of multiple times. So we have less seasonality as a result of that, but also kind of a higher baseline.
We should probably move on to HR because this is a big one.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. What page, right? 84? 86. Peter, hey. We may go past 5, just for everyone who's online. See this going a little later.
Okay,
The
there's.
hardest working person in the,
Thank you.
85.
We don't have a lot of big shock or changes here in terms of we have no extra headcount. We have pretty much the thing that, and Frank can speak to it more with the insurance. When property, things going up with those rates with insurance. But
Yeah, I can, once you guys are done with the operating side, I can.
yeah, well, that's what I mean, that's what I'm saying, but I think the operating side, if you look at it, it's pretty, and Frank, you can, I think the only thing that we had, was that legal expenses went up, somewhat, and we base that on activity from the prior, year with the, fire union, arbitration and some grievances, and we did have to do a few more, external investigations, and they cost a little bit more. But the other headcount and our basically hasn't really spiked up.
We haven't, that's been pretty steady. I think we do have some activity in the system side for time and attendance.
That's true,
that we've been evaluating throughout this fiscal year, which is our commitment. And we're pretty close to finalizing the first wave of evaluations. So we'll be getting some rough numbers there. And I think that's tracking, as I know we were in front of the Board of Finance at some point months back for carryover appropriation, that we're tracking inside that number. So.
There's it's working on some demos right now with stakeholders that are involved with that time and attendance piece, so.
Different departments.
Yeah, different levels.
Yeah.
MPW, Parks and Rec, especially because of their seasonal spike of activity and the nature of their geographic dispersion and generational. And library, we thought would include them as well. So just different types of areas to get a flavor for how would it play in their space? Does it make sense? And if so, how does it resonate for what their needs are? And great comments, good participation. We have a second one coming up this week, actually, on Thursday. Kronos. Everybody hears about Kronos. Well, we're having them in the building. So, but we're excited to learn more about their side of things.
On the, in case anybody has questions on that, or I could just go into the insurance.
I have questions on Freedom of Information Act request.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Just
Yeah.
like,
I like to push that out, right? Freedom of information, yes, okay.
is there a way to keep track of, like, do you keep track of the time spent on that, or?
Good question. We started more logging. Our HR paralegal does log her, manually her log, but also we don't have anything built in, I don't believe, with our, with the time, next request we have, which is great, the software, it can track what you're doing on the system, but a lot of our stuff, unfortunately, we'll get there eventually, is like in the basement, where you gotta copy the records and then redact it. So we are tracking that because we have someone right now, that when we're using it, they can track how many hours you're taking to do that type of task. Because it's just this hours of work and the volume of, the redacting costs.
Is it basically a full-time, a full FTE?
I think it could be at some point. I'm thinking that, look, we're hoping to get our FOIA up on the cloud, the requests and the responses. That may bring in more. It may also help stop people from asking for redundant things or say, hey, there's that.
It's already there.
Right.
Just look it up.
And I think,
Giving them the tools to ask
Right.
potentially more.
Right.
Be more open in certain ways that would allow them to be more targeted in their requests, potentially.
Yeah, I do think though that like the police is a different section, they've got lots of staff on that, that's a whole different animal, but I think that what I would say is that as we get more transparent, the hope is that we'll have less activity. Because a lot of it is not simply just giving a record, it's reviewing it. And the emails, the other thing, people ask for lots of emails, so to review a lot of emails and then make sure there's nothing in there like a social security or, which shouldn't be in there, but or some sort of confidential thing that might be considered, or bank account number or something like that. Most of it's not there, but again, you have to take the time to go through it. So I think that I would like to see, I've told the HR paralegal, you've gotta, Peter and I try to manage our time better, you gotta spend, part of your day on FOIA, but we need you to do all the other tasks that we hired you for. Because it is turning into full-time for her, it has been. And again, I don't blame anyone for asking for things and a lot of things, but, it just, the charging really hasn't really brought anything significant, for costs.
Right.
It doesn't really balance.
We didn't anticipate it.
So all this,
Yeah.
all this while you're rewriting basically all the policies.
Yes. Yeah.
You're looking at payroll time and attendance systems.
We're looking at hopefully modernizing or innovating something with the payroll. We got to do that.
Right.
And we have a lot of training deliverables we're trying to roll out. A lot of that we can handle internally. The employment handbook's almost there. I always say that, but we're almost there. And the
You've gotten, the legal fees for that are in the legal budget, the
yes, I did. We had a review of that. Yes, and also our policies, making sure that that are part of that. And then we have some of the training that's going to be done by legal. That they can do, and then the bulk of it we can do. But there are certain things that are out of our
Yeah, not our
It's like,
expertise.
I would not touch DEI and that.
And then there's transitioning the pension to third-party
Yes.
administrator.
Yeah,
Which
and,
is, you're only through one piece of it.
right, we still need to get through police and fire.
Have you finished employee?
No.
No, so we're,
It's very, every time you think, there's just, you find, and we'll have a report on that, but there's so many,
One-offs.
like data that needs one-offs and
Yeah.
data that needs to be.
Agreements made.
Agreements, side deals, and also just miscalculations in some things and that's the beauty, the good thing about the traps and treasure, right, of outsourcing. The great thing is that, oh, good, we can outsource. The problem is getting the data there and then you're finding all these other kind of weird things.
I mean, the enormity of it, so I'm just worried if you have enough resources, so.
With the amount of contracts we have up and coming.
That's true too. We have 4 contracts.
Workers' comp, risk management side has been very, very taxing in many ways.
Yeah, we
There's
have
a lot going on.
Yeah, we have the risk management for the town too. So if someone puts a claim in for a broken vent, like, someone hit my mailbox, it's the stuff that are non-employee related plus the insurance, which is kind of strange too, that
Yeah.
we are assessing property insurance for the town and the Board of Ed included.
Yeah, and that's probably not in the right place. And
Probably
so-
not. And then we also, like, the other thing is that I forgot that part. Luckily, we have our fabulous labor relations specialist, Joanne Quartamash, but we are keeping contracts in-house to negotiate. And we think that's very important for relationship building and to, hopefully get to yes. And having that ongoing, relationship internally. Plus, we do have a labor relations specialist who's very well seasoned in it, but it does take a lot of bandwidth to do contract negotiation.
How many are upright this year? You're in the middle of negotiating?
Yes, we have, we have Public Works that just opened, nurses, and the ECC, the dispatchers.
Christine, at the beginning of the.
I saw it in there.
Yeah,
With the dates, I wrote it down, just.
And so that,
I mean, I worry that, because I just talked a lot about, and our office is going to be helping with it, but the enormity, the amount of work that needs to get done, is going to require more than you probably have in terms of even like systems implementations.
well, the payroll piece is gonna be a lot, and we know that that's not something cheap or easy, because even to do the data, we're gonna have to hire outside sources to help us get through that data.
Right.
And make sure it's clean and, accurate if we're gonna, even if we keep it in-house, and clean it up, or if it gets outsourced. It's a huge lift to get it.
So-
Yeah. And I think it needs to be done anyway, because Munis has a lot of incorrect data in it, like, hire dates, even titles.
Supervisors.
Yeah, it's just,
Requires a lot of ongoing maintenance, but also
Yeah.
some things that just haven't been maintained over the years. And so we're looking to do like a phased approach to refresh that data. It's going to require our department heads to be actively involved and provide us with that content, because we can't go to a system. It is the system.
That's a project, it's going to need project management.
It is.
yes, we could use a project manager for that, but then the coding too, the coding is either not there or obsolete or it's nonsensical.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's another, having those codes that are accurate. And the thing that we keep on talking about, why is all this payroll functions in HR? Like another thing, like why, it really, we don't have the accounting background. I mean, Peter's really good, I know that too, but we don't have that, that bandwidth with the accounting piece to even audit ourselves with.
Yeah. I would say we're at a point in complexity where
Yeah.
for both risk management and those parts of payroll, obviously you're responsible for the, inputting, the initial like onboarding stuff, but,
We're actually responsible, which is strange to Peter and I, we're responsible for also the rest of it up until, which is not normal to me.
Right.
Like the account, I call it the accounting piece, where you're doing the calculations and all that, so it's like, that's another bandwidth that we have.
Okay.
And so you have one person doing that's doing all those functions, and so we have to figure all that out, which
which we don't really want to waste too much time with that.
No, not here, but I'm just saying that
Yeah,
some.
no, we don't want to waste too much time.
Right.
In terms of, that's sort of the feeling of urgency, that's one of the areas that I feel a lot of urgency about. We
Yeah.
might need to bring in some external resources, we definitely need operations and
And I think,
project management.
I think the auditing functions too, like just because of looking at some of those things, like someone expert in payroll, best practices. And I'm not, just thinking about that, like what's our best practice and knowing what that might be good. We're hoping to with, it seems like a lot, but you're right. I mean, but I'm not even sure how much we need yet until we decide where we're going.
Well, part of what we have to do, and it's similar as building on what Kathleen said, it's really about just assessing where do we want to focus? And then we have to assess how bad is it? And that, we need help with that because we can't see
So
it.
we're gonna be meeting, we're all gonna be
Absolutely.
doing the work streams, and we're gonna get it done one way or the other.
Yeah, it's been, hey, it's the time and attendance will help a lot for everyone. That's an easier one. So
Right.
Yeah, and we have that, at least we have some control, we have some money there, and that's good. So, but you're right, there's a lot to go. But see, the more you, like we find, the more you build it, and the more you're better at it, the more it comes on your way. So that's a,
So, I mean, this obviously shows the request I had made, I think, 2 years ago to add money to this department and was denied by the Board of Finance to do it, which delayed the amount of work because I was seeing what you're now seeing, that there was a mountain of problems and we didn't have enough staff, or appropriate staff, to get through all the monumental problems that were created over many years and no one ever fixed. Coding problems, this problem, that problem.
Right.
So, obviously that delayed it because you need staff and you needed extra people. So now you finally have a fully functioning HR department, probably the first time in, I don't even know how long in this town. But there's still a lot of big issues that need to be replaced. For example, and you're learning that now, when we transferred to Milliman, all these things were coming out that had to be rectified in that department, and a lot of issues that the HR department was bringing to my attention. And I know you're aware that they were putting together a report that I had ordered when I was in office about all these things going on that no one knew about. And I hope that, once the HR department is finished with that report, that it'll be given to the board and to the public because it'll be very eye-opening.
Absolutely has to be.
About what was going on. But yeah, there's, listen, when you start from nothing and you have to build to get to a place, but there's a lot of complications involved in that department. There's a lot of things. Did we ever, we appropriated money for Munis to come in and do some fixing?
we did. We're trying to get the problem with that is that trying to get, again, it can't just be us doing the deep dive. You got to get the payroll people, the other, it's like two things there.
Right.
And I'm not sure, again, Peter, and again, I'm not as being as, Peter's probably the expert here, Megan is too, knowing like what we need, but also knowing if what we're keeping and what goes on. And whether or not is it worth the fix? It's like to me, it's like a jalopy that, putting duct tape on and things are,
I hear you.
and I think, but is it, there's other pieces. If you outsource, that's a huge issue and it could cause even more problems. So
Just updating our Munis system is what we needed because it was so
Right.
antiquated.
But you also, we know too that there was not a lot of excitement about it, from people who like it because they have it. But it's just, and I think at a time it worked well.
But like when
we've grown a lot.
When we sent Ayana to the training, the Munis training, she said our system was not even anything they were even training people on. Like their Munis, everybody's using more updated Munis systems.
We're not
She
using
went
the
there to
payroll
get
module.
trained.
We're just not using the modules.
No,
So
but also the Munis system itself is not.
Payroll module? Great. Well, we're not using, a lot of it's too heavily manual. It's way too heavily manual, and that's part of the problem. It's just, it relies on, and frankly, one human.
we don't get updates? We don't get updates?
We did, I mean, that was before, there was an update to Munis after she went to that. So
But they were just for like the
I think
dashboard.
the major issue is that we don't use modules that,
Well-
right, like,
Fully utilizing things that we have.
Yeah.
Which came up even with the, call that the capital.
capital plan, we've got a capital
Yeah, it
plan
may not-
module, and no
it may
one
not be
has
the-
learned how, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it may or may not.
It's a lot of work to get this stuff up and.
Yeah, well, the other, yeah, the
Tremendous amount of work.
that last renovation, first of all, it was just, we weren't involved with it. It was strictly finance. So, and then what I understand is all that they did is because I guess that the cloud couldn't keep they had to do the upgrade, the dashboards and upgrade. So it really wasn't an update of Munis. It was more of like just getting it updated so it wouldn't crash. But it's still,
But that's not, but sending someone to training
No.
for a day, it's a major project to get Munis payroll module up and running, enormous project, right? So you're gonna have to like make sure everything's entered in a way that you can then use it.
Well, it has to be right.
It has to be right, so it's a major project, so we're gonna have to talk about whether or not you have the resources to
Yeah, and Eric.
happen, or, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're adding a director of operations will help with the project management piece, I would assume.
That's one of the many
But
things that this
it
person will have to
sounds-
run,
Do you think there's just enough staff to this department?
There might be, you haven't asked for more staff for your core functions. I think some of this stuff might be consultants working with the
Yes,
director of
I agree,
operations.
I agree.
So,
There's also questions,
We're not sure
the
yet.
payroll piece has been obviously a major item and, you know, obviously, Peter, going through the, working through this flow, and part of it's getting a baseline. It ties between HR and finance, so there's sort of questions as to when because that question's, you know, it certainly has come up, but part of the question then becomes, where do certain responsibilities ultimately get placed between the departments? And I think that my observation has been that there's items in HR that actually probably should be upstairs, but then you then have a question if you have the right sort of amount of headcount. Even within HR, there's other questions that we've come up with, like risk. Used to be a full-time, now it's, you know, not to put up another can of worms, but I mean, risk is now, Frank is doing some of the financial calculations. And, you know, Peter is doing a component of it, but then also using outside, yes, a consultant. But even that landscape is changing some. We used to point to Kerma more. There's things that Kerma is sort of pricing themselves out or exiting, so that's getting a little bit more complex. But to be at the stage heading into this budget to say we need another person doing this in this department or that department we're early on that. So, you know, maybe you fast forward a couple of months, then those answers would be there, but we don't want to just say, we need another person here, we need another person there.
No, but we do need a short-term solution because the end of the fiscal year is coming, and that was it's always a nightmare. It's always awful because it turns into, because all the stuff that the payroll can't do, it's a lot of mistakes, the retro pays aren't right, all the things that go through. And it's heartbreaking to me. It's like the worst time, and it's like every year I was like, over my dead body, is this gonna happen again? And then walk over my dead body, and then you have like, yeah, right, I mean.
Yeah, and then is there a legal position or not,
have
but
to
within
fix
HR.
this stuff.
Yeah.
It's a project management is gonna be key. We need to chart it out and get it fixed.
Yeah.
Can I just ask about you were saying earlier, the legal services budget was, you projected to be, your projections are based on the arbitration and all the grievances we had, but we're not foreseeing another arbitration and.
No, hopefully not. We were just saying that if we had to look at it, like we're basing it on the grievances we're getting, and we've had to outsource a couple of investigations, which are, you know, they're expensive to outsource them hourly. I don't anticipate that being a regular thing. Let's hope not.
What line, what is it you're asking for?
No, the
you're talking
legal.
Legal is in legal.
Yeah, sorry, legal. I'm saying that,
legal.
I'm sorry, legal's in legal,
We
but
don't have any legal.
we were thinking that, we're just kind of anticipating some of that.
In legal?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Got it, okay.
But labor relations was, because of some of the high level of some of the grievances. We had
Right.
to- Right.
All right, well, thank you for,
Well,
I know it's been tough.
yeah, well, though, we've got a great group. I'm always
You have a great group.
very grateful to have a great team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brenda
Yes, and
hired a
thank you,
really
Brenda.
good person and a couple of really good people.
Well, thank you.
Brenda gave us a lot, basically they came in and they said, build a team, and I was luckily to get really
Yeah.
good people.
You did hire.
Took a lot of heat
good
for it.
people.
But it's
And,
good they're there.
But I mean, under Brenda's administration, this administration, we do get a lot of support, so we really do appreciate it.
We appreciate it a lot. Any questions?
Nothing, I guess just an update for you as this, as you move forward with moving some of this work forward, if anything changes budget-wise in the next 3 months before this heads to the RTM, just would ask.
Yeah.
Because it sounds premature for us to do anything right now.
Yeah.
But want to make sure this department has the support that it needs, because we've heard a lot of HR issues just coming to light the last few years that are concerning, and we want to correct.
And we'll keep on bringing some more issues for you.
This could be like, the regular Penfield updates, like, once those go away, like, we could have regular updates on how these projects are going.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Legal on 75. You see the breakdown.
Is Phil on the line?
Yeah, Phil is.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Can you say something so we know we can hear you?
You guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
You want to talk about your budget?
Sure. So the largest changes are, well, the biggest change is United Illuminating. We've projected 200,000 for the upcoming fiscal year related to that litigation. There's a lot of undetermined factors related to that. That includes the potential lobbyist fee. We don't currently have one, but we expect to have one. That would range probably between 60 and or maybe 40 and 120,000, depending on how long in the fiscal year we have the lobbyists detained. It's anticipated that we're going to do charter revision. There's 100,000 budgeted for that. Other than that, the budget is pretty similar to last year's budget. The total number is 575 if you exclude the change for charter and United Illuminating. I have a different characterization of some of the work, but I think it's really more a matter of opinion. I think there's a lot of things that were characterized as litigation in the prior budget, which I really don't perceive as litigation.
Can you speak up a little, Phil?
Sorry, I said that there's a number of things in the prior budget that I would not consider litigation, which I think were characterized as litigation. Tax appeals are down because we have fewer tax appeals. We have resolved or are in the process of resolving a few that were down for trial. The remaining tax appeals that we have are likely to be tried. So that's why the number is still significant, because each trial is essentially a significant expense. Labor was touched on just briefly by Kathleen. That's really driven by the department's use of labor attorneys and employment attorneys. They're working on the handbook that will require legal review. There are a number of investigations. My firm is not doing all the labor and employment work, just to be clear. I mean, investigations have been done by Rose Cowler, for example. That law firm has done investigations. And conservation, most of that work is related to enforcement and land acquisition. There's a few proceedings for land acquisition. That's the estimated amount for that. Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Your mic isn't working so hot, but
So Phil, would you say that that the $300,000 increase in the budget is solely based on the lobbyists and UI costs? From 24 it went from 565 and now it's being projected at 875.
So if you back out charter and if you back out United Illuminating, budget would be 575. Because that's 300. So.
And that's definitely, Bill, getting done? You're gonna establish a charter revision commission this
I
year?
think we have to. I mean, even just for the things that people opposed, if you strip them out on the last round, the other stuff is worth doing, so,
No, I encourage you to do it.
yeah.
It takes a long time to put one together.
Yeah, oh, yeah, no, this,
And it takes
not,
a tremendous amount of man hours.
yes,
It's
yeah.
unbelievable.
On United Illuminating, that line item includes not only lobbyist fees, just to be clear, it includes attorney's fees, expert fees.
Right. Right, so the experts are in here, which we are definitely gonna need, right, or most likely.
No other questions for me?
Is that on top of the money we appropriated? Because we did a separate appropriation for when we thought we were having a lobby firm that pulled out. But is that money still active that we appropriated, or does it have to be reappropriated to a different lobbying firm?
We voted on a contract,
Right, we did.
which was, and so we need to enter into a new contract, but it was never like appropriated, it was just, it was a monthly fee.
Okay, and we
yeah.
voted also to give the group, the
Yes.
neighborhood group.
Yes.
What was that again?
37, wasn't it?
37,000. So they just, Birch and Moses sent over an invoice today, and so that's getting processed. So that payment's being.
Birch and Moses, okay, yeah.
Yes, it's a payment directly to Birch and Moses.
Right, we paid them
All right. I mean, I don't know if I can say it, but I mean, I don't know if you can tell me if it's not appropriate, but now that the siting council has, pivoted to what we were asked, well, what my administration was trying to push is go the other side. But they don't have any plans, they're not showing where they're gonna be, so how long do you think it is before we get to know what it's gonna be, to be able to actually weigh in?
Well, we're hopeful that they will involve the town in the process. There's a number of problems with moving the lines to the north of the tracks. That's not necessarily a good solution. So there's a lot of engineering that needs to be done to alleviate issues with that plan. It's our hope that they will involve us and our experts in that aspect of the process. But I mean, the only information we have about that is what UI said publicly, which was, they're looking at 9 months to design this thing because they don't have a design.
So we can't even weigh in because we don't know what their design is gonna look like.
We can't weigh in on their design because we don't have it, but.
Right.
We can only push them to.
And work out and give us the opportunity to comment as they develop the design. So my expectation is that we're gonna be involved in the next 9 months as the design is gonna be developed.
Right, so I think just sort of my brain is saying, okay, 9 months, maybe it's longer, then it takes time and all of this. I mean, should we actually be putting it in the budget now? Or should we wait and to see when they actually show us a plan in 9 months that we can comment on? Maybe ask for a transfer from Board of Finance for whatever the bill's gonna be at that point in time, which could be going into the next year.
Well, this number was prepared with the expectation that this is how it was playing out. I mean, the next phase in the process would happen in this fiscal year. We're going to have an appeal taken to Superior Court, which is litigation that may involve experts and will certainly involve legal things. The lobbyist piece is a known. We're going to be doing that until we have a resolution. And then separately, at some point when UI finishes its plan, it's either going to file a new docket or it's going to file its D&M plan with the Siting Council. As soon as it files its D&M plan, we are full tilt litigating that plan before the council. So that could happen, if you project out 9 months from now, that's November, that's this fiscal year.
Okay, and when are we going to Superior Court?
In March, we will file.
Oh, okay, well, that's good to know.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Attorney Peters.
All right, so next, we have public comment.
We don't have the, can you move that?
Can
They can just sit here.
People usually stand
public-
there.
Would you like public comment?
Yep, I want public comment. Do you want me to go here? I'm fine to go to the table. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
All right. I mean, that's where you.
All right, I have two comments. One's about the voter registrar's office and the other one's human resources. You definitely.
Oh, your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer Damon. Do you need my address or no?
Sure.
348 Lakeview Drive. I was born and raised in Fairfield. I've seen this town grow immensely and slowly fall apart. Registrar of Voters Office, you definitely need somebody in that office full-time because Matt Wagner is spending money on human resources with his contested case that I just listened to 2 weeks ago at the FOIA Commission. He also still has a case in SEC. Personally, I think he should be on administrative leave until everything is figured out. And then that's going to leave you with one part-time registrar of voters in the office with no one there answering the phone. In the 22 election, you had Governor Lamont take out 6,900 absentee ballot applications, and another outfit in Southport take out another 3,000. So if you don't have a full-time employee there, who's taking care of all of that? You have two part-time registrars that the temperature in the room is very hot, as you said at the January 31st meeting. So you have two part-timers, no one there full-time. You have extended voting going on. You have people all over the place just pulling out however many absentee ballot applications they want. You have the boxes still going on. You have illegal immigration going on. And yesterday in the transportation department, they want to take off the wordage on the drive-only licenses. So you're going to have shenanigans. And if you eliminate that full-time position, it's just opening up this office, this town, this state, the nation to more election irregularities. And that's what I want to say on that.
Thank you.
Okay? And as far as the Human Resources Department, I just listened to the contested FOIA case. It was like 2 hours long. And he's requesting over 3,000 emails and like, I don't know how many thousands of pages of documents. It's a contested case. So how much money is being spent in human resources? So he's taking away from other programs that you're looking to put in place, like a new payroll system and all these new systems to make the HR department run more efficiently. And you have a full-time legal assistant now wasting her time taking care of that nonsense. And I'm sorry, but Wagner, he's on number 3. He's
yeah.
on number 3.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about.
Well, I'm just saying, something needs to be done. That's all I
Thank you.
have to say. Thank you.
Megan?
It's different sitting at the table. It's a little closer to you all. Megan McCloud, 2815 Reading Road. I do not usually come up with notes, but the length that the public is forced to have to participate in this process, I think requires many hours where adequate notes help paint the picture. And I'm glad that a few of us do pay attention enough to really highlight a couple of themes, because sitting here, listening yesterday, sitting here a large portion of today after probably 25 department presentations, in the last multiple hours, I heard this concept and this theme of a concern of risks. And it's when First Selectman Gerber was very passionately describing how much he wants to change the direction of the town since the previous administration and focusing on a lot of the high risk thresholds that he sees. And as I sat and listened through many departments and had some concerns, I myself identified a few areas of risk. So a couple of the departments I just want to talk about is the fact that we seem to combine administrative services into the First Selectman's office, and I understand why. I'm glad that we finally clarified on the record that that new position of a communications director really does belong in the First Selectman's office. I do take specific, I don't know if it's experience, hesitation with the fact that there was a couple comments made that it's not a public relations position, and I would be hard pressed for anybody to pull out their phone and look up a job description for a communications director that doesn't include the term public relations. It is by nature a public relations role. People are often required to have certain degrees in communications or public relations. Let's be honest with taxpayers and call it what it is. It's a public relations role, which I think may very well be necessary. But the reality is when you look at the whole budget impact and what that means for the taxpayer, that's my first identifying risk factor. There's a lot of people that pay taxes in this town that are looking at, the first selectman's office salaries being up 19%. They're seeing it's a year we have an $8 million surplus and an increase of almost 2% of the mill rate. There's a lot of taxpayers that would say that's a risk on them. That's a risk on their ability to pay to live in this town. Then we talked about that specific position, about whether or not it was part-time, and there was confusion about the FIA contract, about the 19.5-hour threshold that I, even sitting here, didn't get clarification on. So I do hope that eventually there'll be a subsequent discussion about that, because I understand from reading the FIA contract, anything above that would qualify as a full-time employee, and that would require benefits. Yet I know there was a big stress on the fact that it wouldn't for this particular position. I'd be curious as to know why there's special indication for this position, and if there is a confusion on that, I would argue we really look into whether or not that's a violation of the union contract as it exists. If that's the case, I'd say we have another area of high risk. An improper practice of a union filing would not help our legal budget, which I'll get to in a minute. But let's talk about the fact that that's another area we've really got to identify. We've kind of established there's a confusion there. And I think the whole point of this whole process and the public participating is so that we eliminate any confusion around these issues. We mitigate risks. I agree with Gerber on that concept of that being the goal here. I think that we've got to be honest that a couple of us who have sat here, I think, are a little surprised at the tone and the temperature in the room, no pun intended, because it's actually always very hot in here. So when we were talking about the air conditioning being on in the summer being an issue, I can't imagine it gets hotter in here, but obviously it will. I would just personally like to see, as a taxpayer and as a nonpartisan person speaking right now, just on behalf of the fact that I pay taxes here, let's not go backwards. Let's not keep talking about what the previous administration did and what the new administration is going to do different than the previous administration. Let's just talk about together what we're going to do together to move forward. I think that'll, first of all, reduce the heat in the room. It'll get things done in a lot less time that won't be dragged on conversations or rehashing the past. And I think it'll pave the future for a much more efficient operation, which I think everybody at this table has already, identified that they're in favor of. I'd be remiss if I didn't identify the fact that after sitting through 25 other departments and their budgets, it was pretty clear to anybody paying attention that the Registrar of Voters budget presentation was one of the most dysfunctional budget presentations. It's unfortunate that they couldn't even agree with the people at this table as to what happened with the department meeting and how they presented the budget, and unfortunately, that leaves the public with a lot of confusing questions as to what we're even thinking is the best thing for the office moving forward. And I wasn't clear whether anybody after that presentation agreed on what the goal was. And I think that speaks volumes to the historical issues in that office. But eliminating this full-time administrative position, first of all, a huge decrease. The fact that they sat here and said there wasn't a big increase or decrease in their budget when they lost a 74,000 FTE employee off the top is kind of shocking. But everybody's already said it. We've got an upcoming election year. We've got early voting. We've got a primary coming up. But we're going to decrease our staffing. We're going to eliminate a guaranteed experienced person to be in the office. And we're going to hope that taxpayers continue to have trust in that office being able to uphold their civil right to entrust their vote. I think that's a huge area of risk. I'm not sure that we could actually define a higher area of risk on what it takes for anybody to be part of this government if we let that office go even into further dysfunction than it already has. It's no surprise to anybody here how serious the violations and the allegations in that office have been and how it's impacted our legal budget. So I think I think we combined the legal services and the HR issues. I'm still not clear on some of the presentations why. Obviously, we understand the 200,000 UI increase. It's huge, but it's needed, no doubt. We're bringing back a charter legal review, which was 100,000. I know in years past it was about budgeted 30,000. But again, significant increases. But then there's still an 107,000 increase in the general fund. I heard Attorney Pierce say that it's because he's considering certain things that are not litigation to now be general. I just wish that was explained in some of the documents because I think it would be more transparent to people who are trying to follow along. But I still take tremendous question in why the general increase in those fees, combined with the presentation Kathleen Simpson from HR put on about the fact that fire arbitration is over, and she's currently in 4 contracts negotiated. We listed them through, yet we've also decreased our labor relations legal budget for the first time in the last 3 cycles. And she alluded to the fact that there's been a lot of violations and a lot of investigations, And I don't see any indication that that's going down, if not up. So how we justify a reduction in that area to what seemingly is to minimize the number of the true inflation of the legal service budget, I think again is a little bit risky. I think if we take a bet on the fact that certain active investigations are not going to further materialize or perhaps further increase a legal budget, that's a huge area of risk. So, I think the concept really I'm trying to get at is that we're all trying to achieve the same thing and get to a more functional, efficient government. And we're all going to have different opinions on what should have been done a certain way and what should be done in the future. But what we don't need is a lot of drawn out comparisons of years past and years future. Let's get together, let's work together, and let's identify the fact that we need to call a spade as a spade. We have proposed a 2% mill rate increase. That's a risk for taxpayers. And I think there needs to be a lot of guarantee and a lot of reassurance on a lot of really hot topic areas that we've identified on this public record as areas of risk, that money's going to be spent wisely. Because I think all the 60,000 plus people in Fairfield are wondering how that risk impacts them. And I would just really like to see this administration put some serious effort into increasing the communications on what's going to actually be done with those increases of this budget, because I think it leaves a lot of questions that we deserve answers to. So thank you again. I know this is a long process for all of you. You're all exhausted. Your body posture says it all, my friend. And I know you're all ready to get home. Thank you for the work that you all put into this process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Wake up, Frank.
we're adjourned for the day. Thank you.